Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Legion of the Pirate King Mugiwara no ADHD. With a larger crew come unique challenges and obstacles they must overcome together, including conflicting personalities and different wants and needs to have an enjoyable and sustainable journey. The story covers canon arcs and how they are handled given the expanded roster, but also includes a heavier emphasis on the slice-of-life moments between major arcs at sea. Adios.
Breath coming in ragged gasps. Nami's eyes flutter open. Holding a hand up to block the blinding ceiling lights, she tries to get her bearings. Where am I? Medical equipment sat open on a nearby desk, and she could make out her sister's dark hair on a nearby bed. An odd creature, no taller than her hip, was standing nearby, studying a chart attached to a clipboard. Clearing her throat, she asks in a hoarse tone, "What are you?" With a squeal, the small creature drops the chart before meeting the woman's probing gaze with a look of panic. He whimpers, "I am Chopper. I am here to." "Don't bore her with your whole life story," an old woman shouted, pushing a wheeled chair over to the young woman and dropping into it. Her skin sagged and was covered in wrinkles, but she moved with the energy of a woman half her age. Yanking a thermometer from the pocket of her leather jacket, she jams it into Nami's mouth. "I'm your doctor. The name's Kureha. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them." She stares intently at the thermometer before yanking it free from the young woman's mouth and reading the number out loud, 101. "Much better. Kya ha 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 ha." She's certainly a ball of energy. Gaze still locked on the creature cowering behind Kureha, Nami asks in a soft tone, "Are you a mink?" "Am mink." Chopper replies curiously as he peeks around Kureha's leg at the woman. Pinching his lips, his eyes drift toward the ceiling as he focuses on the question before answering, "I've never heard of that." Foo 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 foo. Stifling a giggle with her fingertips, Nami's cheeks crinkle as she gazes fondly down on the small creature. Letting her hand drop onto the bed, her fingers splay out toward Chopper, and she asks, "Would you like to meet one? His name is Mary and he's part of our crew. I bet you'd like him." Lips curling into a smile, her eyelids close halfway, and she flutters her eyelashes, "You should join us. Luffy would love you." Eyes opening again, her pupils dilated as she noticed that Chopper was nowhere to be seen. Slightly hurt, she asks, "Where did he?" "Took off as soon as you said, Joan, I'm sorry about him. He's a bit of a coward. Has been for as long as I've known him." Rolling her chair closer, Dr. Kureha yanks a stethoscope from her bra and places the buds into her ears before laying the metallic diaphragm against Nami's chest. It all began with Dr. Hiralik. Kureha continued her examination as she relayed the story of Chopper's past, how he had been ostracized due to his blue nose, his friendship with Hiralik, including the misunderstanding that led to the doctor's early demise. By the conclusion, Nami had begun to drift off to sleep. "That's why Chopper came to live with me." Drum castle, front parlor, bang bang bang. The sound of knuckles rapping against the front door drew Luffy from his reverie. Glancing at Sanji, who was wringing his hands nervously, he asks, "What was that?" "Why the hell would I know?" Sanji shoots back, hair on the back of his neck bristling. Eyes locking onto the captain. He narrows his gaze while taking a drag from the cigarette dangling between his lips. "If you want to investigate, go right ahead. I'm not moving from this spot until I get an update on Nami or Najiko, no matter what you." Bang bang bang. The knocking, louder this time, cuts off Sanji's rant, and both men's gazes are drawn toward the hallway. "Should I take a look, Captain?" Hatchin asks, rising confidently to his feet. "Uh-huh." Luffy yelps while leaping from his own chair. Flashing his trademark grin at the fishman, he raises an eyebrow, "Race ya there?" Rolling his eyes, Sanji can't help but crack a smile as the pair lines up before launching down the hallway toward the door. "How did I get stuck babysitting these kids?" Arriving first, Luffy yanks the door open, shouting, "I win." His smile falters as he sees three unfamiliar men. On the snowbank behind them are dozens of soldiers in plate armor. "Who are you?" he asks in confusion moments before Hatchin crashes into his side, sending the pair sprawling to the ground. "It is I, Masuru," the man in the center boomed as he stepped over the fallen pair. his cape dragging over their bodies. His companions follow obediently after. Glancing around at the dilapidated state of the castle, he continues, "I should be asking who you are, and what has become of my father's castle." Footsteps thunder down the hallway before Kureha appears, rage painted on her face. Stabbing a bony finger at Luffy, she screams, "What are you doing?" Lifting her gaze to Masahuru and his companions. The color drains from her face. She stammers, "Get rid of them." "You got it, Granny." Pulling free of Hatchin and leaping to his feet, Luffy grabs Masahuru by the shoulders. The man turns toward the boy with a grin spreading across his face, purple spores form on his palm, and he reaches toward the pirate's hand. Before he can make contact, Luffy takes a step back, arms stretching as they wrap around the man's companions, smashing the trio together. Mashuru's hand stops, and his eyes open wide in shock mixed with fear, as Luffy shouts, "Gum Gum!" Tightening his grip on Masahuru's shoulders, he leans backward as his scream echoes through the castle halls, slingshot. Masahuru and his companions' feet leave the ground as they are yanked toward the door. Sailing over Luffy's head, they zoom through the air before colliding with the soldiers assembled outside. Locked down the castle, Hatchin yells. Having regained his footing, he races outside before planting his feet just outside the door. Reaching down, he unsheathes his massive blades, wrapping the iron chains around his wrists as he glares at Masahuru and his men. Blue skin reflecting the fading light of the setting sun, he continues in a steady tone, "I'll hold them back." "You got it, Hachi, I'll lock it down." Grabbing the door and slamming it closed, Luffy turns toward Kureha, who is staring at him with a mixed look of awe and horror. Eyes darting to either side, searching for a clue, he gives up with a shrug and asks, "How'd I do that?" Pointing to her left, Kureha replies, "Gate is that way." A moment later, she is alone as the pirate dashes down the hallway, his laughter ringing against the stone walls. Drum Castle, gatehouse bursting through a door leading onto the top of the exterior wall. Luffy spots a crank situated just above the gate. The strange brown creature, which had earlier identified itself as Chopper, was sitting on top of the gate. Legs dangling over the side, his gaze was fixed on something below. The sound of steel meeting steel filled the air as Hatchin clashed with the soldiers. "So that's where you ran off to, raccoon dog." Luffy addresses the creature as he walks toward the crank. He had spotted Chopper racing out of the infirmary earlier. "Stop!" Chopper shouts just as Luffy's hand makes contact with the device. Turning to the pirate, he motions emphatically at the gate, "You'll crush them." "Huh?" Pausing for a moment, Luffy peers at the spot Chopper is motioning toward, but sees nothing. "That's weird." "Oh well." Shrugging his shoulders, he turns back to the crank and again grabs hold. "Not sure what you're talking about, but I got a job to do. My friend is counting on me," I said. Rising to his feet, Chopper's body starts to swell, unnoticed by Luffy, who is fixated on his task. Torso stretching, dark hair spreads across his chest and shoulders. Arm muscles bulged, lengthening and thickening. Taking a heavy step, which causes the stone to rattle, he calls out in a much deeper voice, "Stop, heavy gong." "I don't have time for." Luffy feels the fist slam into the back. O's words fill the air. Fingers slipping off the crank, he soars through the air, collides with the wall, and falls to a heap on the ground. "The hell just happened?" Shaking his head in disbelief, he works a hand under himself and starts to push up when another powerful blow collides with his midsection, sending him back into the wall. This time, he maintains his footing. As his vision slowly comes into focus, he spots a massive fist flying toward him in time to dodge out of the way, letting it collide with the wall. Eyes wide, he shouts, "What are you doing?" "Protecting the birds." Chopper roars as he sprints toward Luffy, arms pulled back. He swings once again for the pirate, who manages to catch his fist in a rubbery palm. "You could have said something," Luffy shouts back as he catches a second blow in his other hand. Breathing hard, he locks eyes with the creature, who is slowly pushing him backward toward the wall. Narrowing his eyes, he screams, "Let's save those birds." "What?" Pulling away from the pirate and stumbling backward, Chopper lands on his buttocks, staring up in confusion at the pirate. He glances back at the gate toward the birds who are now chirping widely before refocusing on Luffy. "I thought you were a pirate." "I am." Following Chopper's gaze, Luffy strides confidently over toward the gate. Bending down, he listens for the chirping birds while feeling around for their nest. What's that got to do with anything? Pirates are, well, they're bad guys. Chopper exclaims, staring in bafflement at Luffy as he carefully plucks the bird's nest from the gate and places it gently on the stone wall. Luffy retorts, straightening his back before turning toward Chopper. Smiling widely, he proudly declares, some of the best people I know are pirates. Shanks, Zeph, Mihawk, all of them are amazing pirates who fight for what's right. A flapping sound catches his ear, and he turns to see a flag covered in pink hearts fluttering in the wind. Pointing at the fabric, waving in proud defiance of the inhospitable island, he shouts, "Pirates are the ones who stand bravely against the evil in this world. That's why my dream is to be the king of the pirates." His gaze settles back on Chopper, who is struggling to pick himself off the ground. Extending his finger at the crank, he explains, "That's also why we need to shut the gate and secure this castle. There's a good pirate down there, one who is giving everything he has to keep us safe. He's going to keep fighting Mushroom and his soldiers until we seal up this castle. So are you with me, or is his sacrifice going to be for nothing?" Mushroom, straightening to his full height, Chopper shakes away the confusion as determination settles on his face. Nodding, he shouts, "I'm with you." Drum Island, outside Drum Castle. Graw. Hatchin screams as he deflects a combined strike from two swords with the side of his Zweihander, dislodging the weapons and sending them spinning through the air before they impale themselves in the snow. The attacks were rapidly losing steam, and many of the soldiers lay prone on the ground, occasionally letting out chest-rattling coughs that shook their bodies. Purple spores covered them from where they had made contact with their leader. Mashujashushu. Laughter spilled from Mashuru's lips as he carefully picked himself off the snowy ground. His companions, dark shadows that stood menacingly on either side, held cold expressions. As the last of his soldiers fell to the ground, his laughter faded. He declares loudly, "Now it's our turn." Behind Hatchin comes the sound of grinding metal as the gate leading back into the castle begins to close. Drum Castle. Gatehouse hand wrapped around the crank, beads of sweat worked their way down his brow. Luffy strained to make progress with the iron gate. Beside him, Chopper was gritting his teeth, every muscle bulging as the pair fought against the rusty gears. "He's incredible," Luffy forces out between clenched teeth, "you're pretty strong, a real monster." The wheel that had been slowly turning grinds to a halt. Squeezing his hand so tight that his knuckles turn white, he throws all of his weight backward, forcing the crank to resume its steady rotation. Satisfied for a moment, he continues, "You should join our crew." Silence hangs in the air as he continues working the suspiciously more difficult crank. Raising his eyebrows as the lack of a response sinks in, Luffy glances around, only to find that Chopper is nowhere to be seen. Eyes narrowing into slits, he puts all of his strength into one last pull backward. The crank spins wildly, and the sound of metal dragging against metal fills the air. As the gate slams shut, he screams, "Chopper!" Drum Island, outside Drum Castle. Mashujashushu. Cackling with laughter, Masuru and his companions descend upon Hatchin until the blast of a trumpet halts him in his tracks. Eyes wild with rage, he turns in time to see Wapol appear on the horizon, riding atop his white walkie. The sound of crunching snow grows in intensity as his soldiers appear, spanning out across the horizon. Smile vanishing, Wapol points an accusatory finger at his brother and yells, "How dare you? This wasn't our deal, Masuru." Seeing Masuru's infected soldiers lying on the ground, the ISSHI-20 break ranks. Rushing forward, they begin administering the antidote to his poisonous spores in haste. Drum Island. Path to Cocoa Weed. "I still don't understand why we had to follow her," Zoro says with a huff as he trudges down the path behind Kaya. The slushy snow crunched with each step he took in the thick boots she had graciously provided. Rolling his eyes, Jin explains for the 10th time in the last hour, "The last time you tried to lead, we almost walked off a cliff." His skin tingled, and every once in a while, he caught sight of a pair of golden eyes peering at them through the dense woods. "Something, or someone, is following us. We're almost here." Kaya's voice was soft but firm as she slowed her pace. The men respond in kind. matching her stride as they catch the first glimpse of rooftops peeking through the trees. The sound of marching reached their ears, causing the trio to hurry over to a nearby tree and peer around the side. As soon as they were out of sight, a group of armored soldiers appeared. "Who are they?" Zoro asks, his focus on the men's plate mail that bore an unfamiliar pattern. "Seriously?" Jin asks, tilting his head toward the swordsman. Letting out a sigh, he says slowly, "It's Weipal's men. The same one Kaya told us about. They are the whole reason we came here. Do you have brain damage or something?" "Shut it, raccoon eyes!" Zoro yells back, warmth running up his neck as his hands drop to the blades hanging from his waist. "Hello? Who's there?" calls out one of the soldiers as the patrol breaks its route and starts marching toward the tree. "See what you did, raccoon eyes!" Zoro shouts in frustration as he draws Sandai Kitetsu. The dark spirit of the blade floods his mind. Bahahahahaha. Who are we killing today, swordsman? Shit, this is not how I wanted to play things. Taking hold of the morning star hanging from his hip, Jin starts to draw it when his attention is caught by the rustle of leaves to his side. He turns in time to see a massive wolf leap onto the path. Riding on its back was what appeared to be an oversized man, covered in thick white fur. The man's skin was pale blue, and he was large enough to tower over the approaching soldiers. Eyes widening in shock, Jin stammers, "Is that a Yeti?" More wolves dart through the trees, each bearing another of the massive humanoids on their back. Their focus was fixed on the soldiers, who slowed their approach. A small Yeti joins the pirates cowering behind the tree, looking a friendly smile before shifting its focus to the rest of its tribe. Confused, Kaya kneels beside the small Yeti and asks, "Are you a friend?" The creature nods, spreading its hands apart to measure Kaya's height before bringing them halfway together. It then lays one hand flat and uses its finger to simulate a plant emerging from the ground before forming a heart with its hands. "What? How is that possible?" Raising an eyebrow, she wonders aloud, "How do you know Chabo? Is he okay?" The Yeti nods affirmatively before again shifting its focus back to the Yeti, who are pummeling the terrified soldiers. "Great, now we've got more people to deal with." Stepping out from behind the tree, Zoro levels his blade at the Yetis and shouts, "I'll take you all on." "Zoro, stop!" Kaya and Jin shout in unison, earning a frustrated glare from the swordsman. Kaya explains, "They're friends. This one knows Chabo." She points at the young Yeti, who nods emphatically. Frustrated, trudging forward through the snow, elbowing one of the Yeti out of his way, he grumbles, "I just want to fight someone." "Quit being so damn dramatic. I'm sure you'll find somebody to fight," Jin replies loudly, leaving the tree covering and hurrying after the swordsman, followed by a still cautious Kaya and the young Yeti. It wasn't long before the group found itself facing a battalion of soldiers in the center of cocoa weed. Behind them lay a massive snowdrift, a remnant from the Lapon's avalanche high atop the Drum Rockies. Raising their guns into the air, the soldiers aim for the approaching group as one of their number paces back and forth behind them, saber in hand, shouting directions, "Do not fire until you see the whites of their eyes. Stay mindful not to waste King Weipal's precious ammo, these peasants aren't worth it." Exchanging a look, Jin and Zoro draw their weapons. Sliding the hilt of Wado Ichimonji between his teeth, Zoro draws Yubashiri into his offhand, having never sheathed Sandai Kitetsu after their earlier confrontation on the road. Beside the swordsman, Jin draws his morning star and swings it over his shoulder. Most of the Yeti still rode on their massive wolves, providing an intimidating backdrop for the seasoned warriors. Something catches Jin's eye. 3 quick flashes of light, almost imperceptible, near the base of the snowdrift. Another flash, then another, and a third, slower than the first but consistent and intentional, are followed by 3 more quick bursts of light. Is that some kind of code? Squinting, he tries to make out what is causing the strange signal. Glancing at Zoro, he grunts, "I'm going to check something out." Whatever you say, raccoon eyes." Zoro replies as he begins marching toward the line of soldiers, a devilish glint in his eyes. The wolves follow close behind, claws digging trenches through the soft snow as they close in on Weipal's forces. Gunfire rings out as the first soldier fires on the approaching swordsman, who slices cleanly through the bullet. 2 more guns fire, and their bullets whiz harmlessly by, thudding into the snow as Zoro continues steadily toward them. Tilting forward, he starts to pick up his pace. Wind whips against his face as more bullets fire in his direction. With a flash of steel, he deflects an iron shell that was headed toward his chest as he continues his relentless dash. He growls around the blade in his mouth. 3-sword style. Blade wolf stream. Slamming into 2 of the soldiers. His blades slice through the air, knocking the guns from their hands before his white blade slices them both through the midsection. The other soldiers scatter as Zoro shifts his focus, drawing the blades in front of his body, but they are quickly met by the teeth of the savage beasts who accompanied him. Leaping off their mounts, the Yeti join the fray, burly fists connecting with metallic armor. Capitalizing on the distraction provided by his comrades, Jin hurries over to the snowbank. Dropping his morning star onto the ground, he falls to his knees and starts shoveling snow away, revealing a familiar-looking camera. I tease Jimmy, that must mean Marianne and Dalton are here too. Glancing up, his heart sinks as he takes in the magnitude of the snow before him. Unwilling to relent, his mind races for a solution. I'm not going to be able to dig them out, and if we wait too long, they'll either suffocate or freeze to death. Picking up his morning star, he rises to his feet. What would Luffy do at a time like this? Hell, what about Zoro? He glances at the weapon in his hand as a foolish idea begins to coalesce. They'd probably either punch the problem away or slice it into pieces. But can I do that? I guess there's only one way to find out. As Jin's warm breath hits the cool air, steam forms, rising slowly away from the warrior. Closing his eyes, he allows the distractions of the world to fall away. The picture of a dark void fills his mind, populated only by himself and the mound of snow. I can do this. Eyes snapping open, he grins maliciously at the massive obstacle. The morning star swings through the air. He takes a step back and bends his hips, dropping his center of gravity. I may only get one chance. I need to make this count. He starts to spin the weapon above his head, whipping it around in a tight circle, picking up speed with each pass. The wind beats against his ears as it continues to spin, increasing in speed until it is a blur of motion. Charging forward, he screams, "Cyclone smash!" Driving the weighted end into the snowbank, there is a massive explosion, launching snow into the air. Wind whips past the warrior, catching against the slushy mess before it can land and hurling it forward and away. There on the ground, uncovered by the monumental attack, lay Dalton, Jimmy, and Marianne, shivering from the cold. The sound of battle quickly wound down as Zoro and his companions dispatched Waipal's minions. As the last of Waipal's soldiers fell to the ground, the swordsman sauntered over to Jin, leaving the wolves and Yeti to stand guard over their fallen foes. The small group was joined by Kaya, who immediately set to work attempting to warm their friends. Just as the situation was beginning to feel stable, Jin and Kaya's in-ear Den Den Mushi crackled to life. Drum Island, cocoa weed. The in-ear Den Den Mushi continued to crackle for a moment until Sanji's voice cut through. Need backup. Drum Castle is under attack. There are way too. The line cuts out for a few seconds before resuming. Anybody nearby? Pressing his index finger against the snail in his ear, Jin answers in a calm tone, "We're on our way. Zoro and I will meet you as soon as you can." There is a brief pause and more static before Sanji's voice comes through the device. "Do you need to bring that green-haired oaf?" "You'll live." Jin replies with a smile before tapping the snail's shell to mute himself and calling out, "Grab your shit, Zoro, we're headed up the mountain." Reaching out weakly toward the pair, Dalton murmurs, "Be careful, you two." He is immediately seized by a coughing fit as his hand falls limply onto the snow. Yeah. Speak for yourself." Zoro replies, patting his swords with a grin. "I've got all of the careful I need right here." Glancing back at the Yetis who are milling about the square, he shouts, "Don't let those soldiers try any funny business while we're gone." The largest of the Yeti lets out a roar in response, beating his chest before landing a heavy foot on the back of one of the soldiers attempting to crawl away. Drum Island. Forest. As Gregory leads the children through the dense forest back to the ship, Fiona walks beside him, nodding to herself. A look of concentration is painted on her face, and she carefully cups a hand around her ear to better hear the conversation unfolding over the in-ear Den Den Mushi. Raising an eyebrow, Gregory asks, "What's going on?" Fiona presses a finger to her lips before resuming her focus on the call. A moment later, she uncups her hand from around her ear and smiles at Gregory, fluttering her eyelashes at the attractive redhead. That was Sanji. They ran into some kind of trouble at Drum Castle. Jin and Zoro are on their way now. We should join them after we drop this stuff off at the ship. The trees start to thin before them, and soon they step into the clearing leading to the docks. Before them, in towering contrast to the widespread ocean, sat the going shopping. Turning to the kids, Fiona calls out, "Take that treasure down to the storage room. Gregory and I are going to make sure everything is ready and secure on deck, then we'll join you down there." "Yes, ma'am," the kids shout in unison, crossing the sand toward the massive ship. Ninjin quickly took the lead, his longer adult-sized stride giving him a distinct advantage. Going shopping, flying bridge. Hearing the sound of children's laughter followed by the squeak of the gangplank, Johnny raises his head, hopeful that somebody might be coming to save them. His hope is immediately dashed as the door to the hallway leading to the lower floors slams shut and the sound vanishes. Hanging his head, a tear runs down his cheeks as he silently laments his predicament. Tied up. Why do we always get tied up? He could feel Chow Chow's snout pressed against his leg and heard each labored breath the dog took as he tried to sleep over his injuries. Beside him, Yosaku lay unconscious, having passed out either from exhaustion or exposure to the sun. Another creak on the gangplank calls Johnny's attention. Squeezing his eyes shut, he repeats to himself, "It's just going to be a letdown." "Don't let yourself get too excited, Johnny." The creaking gets louder, and he can hear two adult voices conversing down on the main deck. They seem to be having a lively discussion, and a glimmer of hope forms in his chest that he quickly extinguishes by reminding himself of its futility. The voices grew louder, and he heard the unmistakable squeak of the third step leading up to the flying bridge. "Please be someone strong. Please be someone strong. Please, please, please." Continuing to squeeze his eyes shut, he doesn't dare look up, lest he be disappointed again. The voices come into clearer focus, and Johnny hears Gregory's unmistakable cadence. "We need to check up here? I'm sure the steering wheel is fine." Followed by Fiona's silky sweet voice in response. "I need to know for sure. If something's wrong, we can have Mary fix it, but we won't know how to ask if we don't check. It won't take long to." Her voice drifts off as the sound of their footsteps reaches the top of the stairs. Looking slowly up, Johnny dares to open his eyes to see a horrified Fiona and Gregory staring back at him. Time seems to slow to a stop as they make eye contact before Johnny tilts his head to the side toward the guards Masuru had left behind, who are charging his crewmates. The pair flowed like a well-oiled machine. As Gregory drew his steel bat, Fiona grabbed one of the guards and slammed him headfirst into the railing. She ducked as Gregory hurled one of his bats over her shoulder, colliding with the other guard's temple, sending him careening backward onto the deck. It was over in seconds. Before he knew what was happening, Johnny felt the ropes falling away, and the gag was pulled from his mouth, allowing him to take a deep breath for the first time in hours. It took him a moment to realize that the pair were trying to ask him a question, and he finally tuned in enough to catch the words, "Happened to the others?" "Chow Chow got hit pretty hard. He might need a doctor. Yosaku passed out an hour ago." Johnny replied as Gregory looped an arm around his shoulder and gently guided him to the stairs. The Den Den Mushi in Fiona's ear crackles to life again, immediately replaced by heavy breathing. Turning away from the others, she cups a hand over her ear to better hear as Mary's panicked voice comes through, "I don't have much time. Bighorn was overrun by a man named Masuru. They captured us. Usopp was able to distract them, but I'm not sure how long he bought me. Kaya and the others are safe. They left town with Dalton. We are being held in." His voice trails off. The sound of laughter fills Fiona's ear before the line goes dead. Turning around, she calls after Gregory, who has started down the stairs with Johnny. "Change of plans, we're going to Bighorn." Going shopping. Main deck. After a quick announcement over the ship's Den Den Mushi intercom system, the children gather on the main deck along with Gregory, Fiona, and their rescued crewmates. Yosaku and Chow Chow both looked groggy, having been recently brought back to their senses with smelling salts. If I want to be royalty someday, the first step is to give inspiring speeches. Staring at the assembled group, Gregory announces in a deep voice, "We're about to go into battle. Our friends are trapped, and our enemies are well trained. Their weapons and armor are better than ours, and they likely outnumber us. Is there anyone here who is uncomfortable with this risk? He pauses a moment, giving the others a chance to respond before pressing on. Good. In that case, are we ready? The kids chant in unison. Yes, sir. At least I've got the kids excited. Gregory forces down his grin before continuing. What are we going to do? The kids again chant in unison. Kick their butts. Turning toward the gangplank, Gregory shouts, "Then let's do this." The kids let out a wild cheer and raced after him, followed by the rest of the crew. Drum Island, Bighorn, I don't know if that was such a good idea, Mary. What if nobody can come? You said yourself that Sanji's group is in trouble. Usopp whines as he fidgets nervously with his goggles while pacing back and forth in the small cell. Having managed to distract the guards with an elaborate story about fairies long enough for Mary to make his call, the pair were now under much stricter surveillance, moving out of the general population into a more isolated and locked down segment of the jailhouse. It will be fine, Usopp hopes so easily. The others will come. Walking over to the bars of their cell, Mary rests his forehead against them. They have to. Luffy wouldn't leave us stuck in here, right? The in-ear Mushi lay on a table between two guards who were staring daggers at him and his companion. A scream from outside draws everyone's attention. As the guards attempt to calm one another's nerves, Mary and Usopp rush over to the barred window and peer through. Flecks of snow swirled through the air, partially obscuring their vision, but they could make out movement as soldiers raced past the jailhouse. A flash of hope sparks a flame that takes root in Usopp's chest as he hears familiar voices shouting from nearby. Snow crunched beneath heavy boots outside as the new arrivals drew closer, and he could distinctly make out the voices of Piemon and Tamanegi. Leaning close to Mary, he whispers, "It's the kids." On your left. Volley shot. Dual strike, Piemon shouts as he draws back the string of his bow. Rika and Tamanegi dive out of the way as he releases a pair of arrows that zip past them, connecting with two of the soldiers who reel backward and fall to the ground. Swords glinting in the sun, Rika leaps through the gap in the line of soldiers and charges at a row of archers who had been firing on them. Despite her young age, her eyes held a manic energy, bouncing between the potential targets. Selecting one, she leaps into the air, blades level with her waist. She crashes into him before he can react, tumbling to the ground as her tiny knees pin his hands against the snow. Not wanting to lose the advantage, she screams, two-sword style. Fury swipes, and begins battering his chest armor with her blades. One of the soldiers breaks away from the group, sprinting toward the children, and Tamanegi moves to intercept, sliding his finger against the lever of his pen as the hidden razor blade within comes into view. This armor is too strong to be punctured. I need to be strategic. Spotting a small gap, he grins and mutters to himself, "Pressure point strike." Radiating pain. The man swings his sword at Tamanegi, intending to bisect the boy, but he manages to dodge to the side before driving his blade into the soldier's elbow. Gah! The man roars as he drops his sword to the ground and grabs at his elbow. Tears run in rivulets down his cheeks. A short distance away, Chabo raises his hands and closes his eyes as he probes the snow-covered earth for any hint of life deep within. Nothing. I suppose that means I'll need to make some of my own. As several soldiers close in on his position, he casually unzips the pouch at his waist and pulls out a pair of seeds. Bending down, he pushes a hole through the snow with his finger before pressing them both into the hard earth. "What do you think you're doing, kid? It ain't time for gardening," jeers one of the soldiers, causing the others to chuckle to themselves. "You'll see. I promise." Chabo replies with a smile as he closes his eyes and places a hand over the seeds. Pushing aside his fear of the approaching fighters, he focuses on the seeds, picturing their roots digging through the soil. Rising to his feet, he walks slowly backward, still keeping his eyes closed as he pictures the plants bursting through the snow, round bulbs swelling and growing before opening wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Opening his eyes, he says in a calm voice, "Gnashing Maw." Before him towered a pair of Jurassic flytraps. The soldier who had been mocking Chabo begins to back away, but his movement is too slow as one of the flytraps grabs him by the arm, lifting him upward. The other grabs his leg, and the pair begin tugging back and forth as the sound of ripping flesh and muscle fills the air. The rest of the soldiers, no longer finding the situation amusing, stumble backward, leaving their fellow warrior to his fate. Elsewhere on the battlefield, holding a flask in one hand, Ninjin presses it against his lips and tilts his head, swallowing a mouthful of whiskey as he stumbles backward out of range of one of the soldier's swords. I know that dry drinkin' thing works, but damn it if this ain't more fun. Letting out a loud belch, he slurs, drunken dance. Dipping his head, he narrowly avoids another swipe from the man's sword before lurching to the side. Stumbling, he tries to catch his balance when he hears a blade swing through the air and feels liquid splash against his shoe. Glancing to his side, it takes him a moment to realize that the bottom half of his flask is missing. Eyes narrowing slightly, he turns toward the soldier who is grinning maliciously back at him. Maybe that'll force you to pay more. The man's eyes bulged as Ninjin delivered a powerful fist to his midsection. As he falls to his knees, Cao Cao leaps over the pair, already in his wolf form, and tackles another soldier, pinning the man to the ground as he uses his razor-sharp teeth to yank the metallic plates from his body. Good boy. Ninjin slurs as he lifts the empty remains of his flask to his lips and tries to take another sip. Oh yeah. Empty. Disappointed, he drops the remains of the leather container into the snow before stumbling toward another soldier. Blades spinning through the air, Johnny and Yosaku stand with their backs pressed against one another as they fight off several soldiers who have encircled the pair. Gra! Yosaku yells, deflecting a blow aimed to skewer himself and his friend before delivering a kick to the offending soldier's midsection, shoving him backward into the snow. Deflecting an attack to the side, Johnny shouts, riposte, as he swings his sword into the man's stomach, finding purchase in a small gap between plates in the soldier's armor. There is a wet crunch while he yanks his sword free as the warrior drops to his knees before face planting into the snow at Johnny's feet. The soldiers take a half step closer, closing the gap left by their fallen comrades as they continue to press their assault. Bats whirling through the air, Gregory knocks down another soldier as he provides a physical barrier between the horde and Fiona, who is carefully checking each window, searching for their lost companions. Found him, Fiona calls out in a light-hearted tone before taking a step back and reaching into her pockets. Sliding her fingers through the metallic rings of her iron knuckles, she pulls them into the cold night air. Eyes locked with Usopp's, she gives the sniper a moment to step aside before pulling her fist back and slamming it into the stone wall beside the window. Superhuman knuckle duster. A crack spreads through the plaster between stones, spider webbing across the wall. For a moment, it seems as though the stones have settled back into place. One near the top pops free, tumbling dramatically to the ground. It is followed by another and still another until eventually the entire wall has crumbled away. Took you guys long enough, Usopp says with a smile before pointing a thumb over his shoulder at the pair of anxious guards. Would you mind grabbing our stuff? Gladly, Fiona replies as she steps over the stones and makes her way to the steel bars. Returning the iron knuckles to her pocket, she grabs hold of two of the bars. Muscles bulging, she slowly bends them to either side, warping the surrounding bars as chunks of the ceiling fall to the floor. Once the gap is large enough, she slips through and approaches the terrified soldiers. Holding out her hand, she asks in her gentlest possible tone, "Would you be a dear and hand over their stuff?" The guards nod enthusiastically, grabbing Mary and Usopp's weapons along with the Den Den Mushi and placing them into her hands. Shoving them into her now overstuffed pockets, she gives the guards another smile before grabbing both of their heads and slamming them into one another. Drum Castle, gatehouse. The door leading to the exterior. Sanji steps out, boot crunching against the freshly fallen snow. Pulling the cigarette from his mouth, he blows a circle that slowly drifts into the air. The sound of steel meeting steel from below grounds them in the reality that Hatchin has re-engaged with Wapol and Musuru's combined forces. Feet dangling over the castle wall, Luffy asks, "What are you doing up here? I thought you had to stay close for Nami and Nejico?" "I thought I did." Dropping the cigarette, Sanji grinds it out with his heel as he approaches Luffy. Looking over the captain's shoulder, he sees Hatchin's back pressed against the castle wall, clearly outnumbered and outmatched by the warriors surrounding him, but I can't just stand by and let Calamari sacrifice himself for us. "I know what you mean, but like you said, we have to keep the castle safe." Luffy replies, hands tightening into fists as he watches the scene unfold below. It felt wrong. Every fiber of his being was screaming for him to join the fray. If something happens to Nami and Nejiko, all of this was for nothing. Right? So that means we need to stay here and keep this gate closed. You need to stay here and keep it closed. Placing a hand on Luffy's shoulder, Sanji grins down at his captain. Damn it, Jin. You two better hurry the hell up. Crouching down, he says in a low voice, I'm not going to be much use keeping it shut. You're a hell of a lot stronger than I'll ever be, Straw Hat. But that doesn't mean I can't keep this place safe. Besides, if they kill him, who the hell is going to chop veggies for me? Rika is way too slow, and carrots always hold up in the bar. What are you trying to? Luffy gasps as Sanji leaps from the wall. Reaching forward, he screams, Sanji no. But it's too late as the chef lands with a roll through the snow before leaping to his feet and racing toward his crewmate. Drum Island, outside Drum Castle blades spinning, Hatchin does everything he can to keep the enemy soldiers from landing a killing blow. His arms and legs were covered in deep gashes that oozed dark blue blood. A tear runs down his cheek as he thinks about Nami and Nejiko fighting for their lives in the infirmary. It's all worth it to keep you safe, my little Kishu Mikan. He hears a thud nearby, but doesn't have time to look as the attacking army continues its relentless assault. Beside him comes a loud bang from the battering ram several of the soldiers were using to try to break through one of the castle walls. Newton shot. Sanji's words cut through the sound of battle as he delivered a flurry of blows to the backside of the unsuspecting soldiers. A large number of soldiers dropped to the ground, revealing Hatchin, gasping for breath, covered in wounds. One eye was swollen shut, and he was looking frantically for the source of his salvation. Their eyes meet, and the kitchen companions exchange a quick smile before resuming their defense. Heave! Ho! Shout the guards holding the battering ram as it again collides with the side of the castle with an audible crash. A crack forms at the impact site, running up the wall before splintering out across its surface. Pulling the heavy log backward, they prepare for their next blow. That's a problem. Snow flies in every direction as Sanji dashes toward the soldiers and leaps into the air. He shouts, Collier, foot stretching forward. He is about to land the blow when a man with a dark afro steps into his path. Catching his foot in a gloved hand, the man twists, tossing the chef into the wall. Dropping onto his butt in the snow, Sanji's eyes fill with fear as the battering ram slams into his chest, smashing him against the stone wall while the soldiers again shout, Heave! Ho! At least my body was here to cushion the blow. That should slow them down, right? Sanji's hopes are dashed as he hears the wall crack and feels it crumble behind him. Warm air blows against his skin, and he can tell without looking that the castle wall has been breached. The soldiers drop the battering ram and let out a triumphant cheer. Wapol and Musuru, who up until now had been exchanging blows, stop and turn toward the castle. With identical evil grins, they simultaneously declare, first one to the top of the castle gets to keep it. The brothers charge toward the gap in the wall as Sanji slowly regains his footing. Shoving the chef aside, the brothers struggle through the opening, neither willing to compromise or allow the other to go in first. Their officers exchange meaningful glances, waiting patiently for the royal duo to enter before following after. The soldiers, having completed their mission, grab their weapons and march toward Hatchin, who is still fighting for his life. Eyes bouncing between Hatchin and the monarchs who have managed to slip through the gap and are now racing into the castle, Sanji grits his teeth. I can't stop them both, damn it, I'm sorry, calamari. Turning on his heel, he ducks through the opening and begins sprinting after the deranged siblings, followed closely by their deadly officers. Wedging a metallic bar against the door that was vibrating as footsteps approached, Kureha mutters to herself, damn you, Wapol. And damn you too, Musuru. I don't have time to deal with this crap. Turning to the girls who are both sitting upright in bed, she barks, did I say you two could get up? Lay the hell back down? Drum Island. Outside Drum Castle, a blade connects with Hatchin's side, earning a surprised yelp from the fishman. The soldier snickers to himself as he yanks the blade free, spraying blue blood through the air before it splatters against the snow, dyeing it a dark hue. Panting from exhaustion, Hatchin feels his body shake as each devastating blow saps more of his strength. This is for Nami and Nejiko. The thought flashes through his mind, and he tightens his grip on the 6 massive blades, stealing his resolve. Drum Castle. Hallway bullets ricochet off the walls as one of the officers shouts, "Scatter shot." Leaping out of the way, Sanji tucks into a tight roll before springing to his feet and continuing after Wapol and Masuru, who were both cackling with laughter as they raced through the castle. This is insanity. How the hell am I supposed to stop those two without getting turned into Swiss cheese? A door swings open, and Sanji hears Luffy yelp in surprise. "What are you two doing up here?" Still cackling with laughter, Wapol and his brother slam the door shut behind them, exiting onto the wall. Straw Hat can deal with the idiotic monarchs, but the rest of these guys are still an issue. Skidding to a stop, Sanji whirls around to face the officers charging toward him. Another gunshot goes off, and the chef leaps into the air, allowing the bullets to whiz harmlessly by underneath. He lands with a palm pressed against the ground before straightening to his full height and shoving his hands into his pockets. The officers continue their charge as he declares in a cold voice, "I'm ending this right here." Drum Castle. Gatehouse. Damn it. Another tie. Wapol whines as he shoves Masuru with his shoulder. Pointing at the flag still flapping from the top of the castle, Masuru declares, "It doesn't have to be. First to the flag gets all of Drum Kingdom." "You're on," Wapol screeches and gives Masuru one last shove before bolting for the flag. "Hell no, not on my watch," Luffy says to himself, cracking his knuckles as his eyes narrow into slits. He tracks the brothers with his eyes as they begin their foot race around the castle walls, searching for a way up to the flag. He screams, "If you want that flag, you'll have to go through me." Bolting after the pair, he quickly catches up to and surpasses the overweight brothers. Hidden behind one of the pillars around the exterior of the wall, Chopper shivers as he watches the trio racing toward Hiraluk's flag. He chants quietly to him, "You can do it, Straw Hat. Don't let them destroy it." Feeling his bravery grow, he steps out from behind cover and shouts, "Don't let them take that flag, Luffy." "You got it, Raccoon Dog." Luffy replies with a grin, flashing a thumbs up to the terrified creature. Glancing ahead, he spots a pole hanging several feet above his head. Stretching his arms upward, he grabs hold of the pole and spins in a tight circle, letting the brothers pass beneath him as he screams, "Yahoo!" Swinging his legs forward, he twirls once more around the pole before releasing his grip, sending him soaring into the air. Stretching his left arm out, he catches hold of the rooftop just below Hiraluk's flag and shouts, "Gum Gum Rocket!" Arms contracting, he zips through the air and slams into the roof. Arms splaying out, he manages to grab hold of the flagpole in time to prevent himself from plummeting back to the ground. Looking up, he grins widely and begins climbing the pole toward the flag. "That's cheating," Wapol bellows, pointing up at Luffy. He screeches, "We aren't allowed to use our powers in a race. We're pirates, we don't follow any stupid rules," comes Luffy's retort as he takes hold of the flag and quickly starts to untie it from the pole. He continues, "You're just mad I kicked your ass yesterday, Waffle. Maybe I can trust these pirates." The thought struck Chopper so powerfully that he could not stop the words from pouring from his lips. He quickly slaps his hooves over his mouth in embarrassment. "If he's going to use powers, then so should we," Masuru yells as he aims his palm at the manic pirate. Purple circles fire toward Luffy as he shouts, "Shade Dance." Yanking free the last of the rope, Luffy turns to see the energy bullets hurling toward him. Eyes wide, he releases his hold on the pole, plummeting downward as he hastily shoves the flag down the front of his pants. The attack hits the roof above his head, dislodging several tiles but missing the fleeing pirate. Stretching an arm forward, Luffy grabs one of the tiles and yanks it back toward him, sliding the tile beneath his buttocks moments before landing on the roof below. He starts to giggle as the tile slides across the roof before bursting into uncontrollable laughter as he picks up speed toward Wapol and Masuru. She. Wapol and Masuru glare once more at each other before diving to either side, allowing Luffy to crash into the merlin surrounding the wall. Recovering quickly, the young pirate sticks his thumbs in his ears and wiggles his fingers while spitting at the pair before turning and bolting for the door to the castle. After him, Wapol roars as he and his brother regain their footing and chase the wild pirate. "Go Luffy go!" Chopper cheers, as tears of joy run down his cheeks. Slamming his shoulder into the door, Luffy yells, Now it's your turn, raccoon dog, before vanishing into the castle. Me? Chopper asks in disbelief as Wapol and Masahuru vanish through the door after Luffy. Voice trembling, he asks no one in particular, what can I do? I'm just a reindeer. Drum castle, hallway, epile. Leaping off the wall, Sanji's foot connects with the Afro man's shoulder, knocking him to the ground. Landing hard, an arrow zips through the air, piercing his leg, sending a wave of pain through the chef's body. 4-on-1. Why the hell did I think I could handle this? Forcing himself to his feet, he stumbles to the side as another of the officers points a gun at his chest. A roar fills the hallway as the gunman is lifted into the air on a pair of antlers and tossed into the wall. Mouth hanging open, Sanji watches in shock as a reindeer wearing a strangely familiar hat gallops toward him before turning to face the officers. Lowering its head, the creature swipes at the ground, preparing to charge. That can't be, can it? Chopper? Sanji exclaims, still struggling to mentally fit together the diminutive medical assistant and the beast before him. Nodding, Chopper lets out a snort before charging forward, aiming for the man with the afro who has managed to regain his footing. Lowering his head, he slams into the man, driving the air from his lungs as he is lifted into the air. Continuing his charge forward, the reindeer veers slightly to the side, picking up the overweight officer wielding a bow and arrow who had just shot Sanji and adding the man to his collection before continuing to gallop down the hall toward the front parlor. The fuck just happened? Sanji's mind screams as the two remaining officers give one another a concerned look before preparing to engage in combat with the chef. Drum castle. Interior, out of my way. Wapol screams, slamming into Masahuru, knocking him into the stone wall. Pulling himself free, Masahuru aims a fist at his brother and shouts, when I get my hands on you, you'll pay Wapol. Spin drill. Resuming his chase, spores appear around Masahuru's outstretched limb and begin swirling, forming a drill. Yomi, she. Luffy's laughter echoes down the hallways as he continues fleeing the enraged brothers. Drum Island. Outside Drum Castle, Hatchin's swords had been knocked to the side, their chains lying futilely in the snow as the soldiers continued their relentless assault. Now that the fishman was unarmed, they had discarded their weapons and were pounding him with their fists, intent on making him suffer until the bitter end. Eyes swollen shut, Hatchin could only hear the soldiers' jeers and laughter as they laid into him from all sides. Mind if I help out? A deep voice comes from behind the soldiers, who snicker and wave for the new arrival to join without bothering to confirm his identity. There is a scream as one of the soldiers is hurled to the side, followed by the sound of blades being drawn from their sheaths. The voice returns, I wasn't talking to you guys. More screaming follows as the sound of blades slicing through flesh fills the air, joined by the rhythmic thump of a weighted tonfa crashing into iron armor. Zoro? No, it can't be. Managing to pry his eyelids open a tiny sliver, Hatchin sees a pair of boots moving toward him before strong hands take hold and pull him away from the wall. We came as fast as we could. Some new friends showed us a fast way up the mountain. Comes another voice attached to a second pair of boots. Behind the men, the fishman can barely make out dozens of fur-covered paws. The Lapons came back for us. What the hell? Stretching an arm toward the hole in the wall, Hatchin extends a finger and croaks, more, inside, need, help, shoulders sagging. He slowly drops backward to the ground and stretches his arms out to either side, sleep, now. Footsteps approach as the ISS HI-20 launch into action, descending upon Hatchin with their medical equipment in tow. One of them whispers, sorry we couldn't do more, as he pulls out a stethoscope and places it against the fishman's chest, checking his pulse. Hatchin went through hell. It's time for some payback. Walking past the fishman, Jin ducks through the entrance into the castle, followed by Zoro, leaving the Lapons to defend Hatchin against the recovering soldiers. Weapons drawn, the pair begin hunting for their next targets. Drum Castle, front parlor. Galloping down the hall, Chopper comes to a sudden and violent halt, launching the two officers into the far wall. They collapse in a heap before fighting to regain their footing. Stomping his hoof against the stone tile, Chopper lets out a huff as he prepares to charge. Suddenly, two men whom he recalled from earlier that day rounded the corner, drawing his attention. The fuck is going on in here? Zoro shouts, pointing his sword at Chopper. It's the horse that was pulling that crazy old broad from earlier. What in the hell is it doing inside? Placing a hand on Zoro's shoulder, Jin tries to calm the enraged swordsman. This seems like the kind of situation that requires a more delicate touch. Why don't you go on ahead and find Sanji? I'll handle this. Turning toward Jin with a raised eyebrow, Zoro replies, "You've seen how well Sanji and I get along. What do you think is going to happen if you leave us alone, together?" Good point. Patting the man's shoulder, Jin gives the reindeer one last look before heading down the hallways toward the sound of fighting, calling out over his shoulder, "Try not to do anything stupid, Zoro." Aiming one blade at the reindeer and another at the recovering officers, Zoro shouts, "I dunno who any of you are and I don't care. I'm going to kick all of your—" The words die on his lips as Chopper's body begins to morph, arms and legs bending as he rises to his feet before expanding with muscles. Eyes wide, he watches in fascination as the creature's muzzle flattens into a vaguely human face. What in the hell? Pointing a finger at Zoro, Chopper's deep voice booms, "I'm on your side, you big meanie." Turning to the officers who are also staring in fascination at his transformation, he laces his fingers together, cracking his knuckles before striking what he believes to be an intimidating pose. He yells, "So, are we going to do this or not?" Lips curling into a smile, Zoro turns his full attention to the officers. "I didn't realize at first glance, but that's Chess and Kuromarimo, the guys who were with Wapol the other day." Swinging both swords through the air, he responds coldly, "Fine. It's a truce for now. But as soon as we're done with these two, I'm gonna kick your ass, you freaky horse." Drum Castle, hallway, collier shot. Sanji cries out as his foot connects with the neck of one of the officers who had white hair sprouting from his head at odd angles. His name was Shirasengo, and he had served faithfully at Musuru's side for years. There is a loud crack as the man drops to the ground, followed by gunshots from his partner in the black and white checkerboard outfit, who is now wielding a pistol in each hand. The man with the checkerboard outfit was Checkers, third in command on Shirasengo's ship and their cruise cannoneer. One bullet grazes Sanji's ankle, causing him to let out a cry of pain before biting down on his tongue to silence it. His left leg still throbbed as the arrow Chess had shot earlier continued to protrude from the skin. Catching movement from further down the hall, Sanji glances over Checker's shoulder, and his lips twist into a grin as he catches sight of Jin sneaking up on the gunman from behind. To buy his crewmate a few precious seconds, he shouts, "You've got worse aim than my grandma, and she was blind." "Graw!" Checkers shouts as he pulls the triggers on both guns repeatedly, sending a hail of bullets toward the chef. He continued to click, even as the last rounds were spent, blinded by rage at the insolent blonde. He didn't notice Jin's approach until it was too late. A heavy ball slammed into his back, sending him careening into the wall. As the officers struggle back to their feet, Jin walks past them toward Sanji. Hands colliding with a loud slap, they grip one another firmly before turning to face their recovering opponents with newfound determination. Drum Castle, interior, better hurry up. Luffy shouts before again bursting into laughter as he descends a flight of stairs into the catacombs beneath the castle, Shishishi. Slamming his drill hand into the wall, narrowly missing Wapol's head, Musuru lets out an angry roar, "Slow down, so I can kill you." "Never," Wapol responds as he slides down the banister, trying to catch up to the impulsive young pirate. A thought occurs to him, and he shouts, "Let's make a deal, Musuru." "What kind of deal?" The drill around Musuru's hand stops spinning as the spores are absorbed back into his palm. "Help me catch this runt, and I'll give you a third of the kingdom," Wapol shouts as he slides off the end of the banister, landing with a thud. Ramming into his brother, Musuru and Wapol collapse in a pile on the ground. Panting for breath, Musuru remains lying on the ground as he attempts to haggle, "2/3 or I'm out." "Not a chance," Wapol yells incredulously, attempting to push himself to his feet before giving up and lying with his arms outstretched on the cold floor. He grumbles to himself before finally replying, "Let's settle on half." "Fine." Dragging himself to his feet, Musuru reaches down and helps his brother up, "But I get the west half." "Deal." Grabbing Mishuru's hand, Wapol shakes it firmly before turning toward the hallway. Luffy's laughter was growing fainter by the second. A smile forms on the edge of Wapol's lips, and he mutters, "I've got an idea that'll get this idiot's attention." Cupping his hands together, he holds them around his mouth to amplify his voice. Screw CHS, go murder the rest of his crewmates. Mimicking his brother, Musuru shouts, good idea, Wapple. The pair cackle maniacally as they trudge back up the stairs. Drum Castle, hallway, Menton. Sanji shouts as he sails into the air, aiming a kick at Shiroisango's chin. Weighted tonfa above his head, Jin leaps toward Shiroisango as well, crying out, demonic dance. Holding his fist forward, Shiroisango intones, reef barrier shield. His glove expands, jettisoning in every direction, forming a white shield that both attacks collide with. As the pair drops to the ground, the glove retracts back to its original shape. He taunts the pair, you're going to have to try better then. There is a loud explosion beside him. The wall crumbles, revealing the castle wall beside them, allowing cold air to rush through the gap. Explosive rounds. Checkers informs them with a grin as he reloads both weapons. Turning on his partner, Shiroisango screams, what in the hell do you think you're doing? This is our castle. Musher will kill us if we destroy it. Glancing at one another, Jin and Sanji nod before charging toward Shirasango's exposed back. Aiming his pistols to either side of his partner, Checkers calls out, shrapnel wave. Squeezing the triggers, he sends the bullets over the man's shoulder. Detonating in the air, the explosion sends shards of metal flying into Jin and Sanji, who both instinctively raise their arms to prevent any from hitting them in the face. Drum Castle, front parlor. Zoro slices through the arrows being fired at them by Chess, shielding Chopper as the reindeer starts charging toward the Kuromarimo. Balling his hand into a fist, Chopper yells, heavy gong. Aiming at the officer's head, he swings as hard as he can. The attack sails harmlessly through the air as his target easily ducks out of the way. You're telegraphing your attacks. Lips splitting into a wicked grin, Kuromarimo continues in a deep voice, surprise ball seaweed. Spikes protrude from his thick black glove, and he slams it into Chopper's midsection, driving the air from the creature's lungs. Eyes watering, Chopper instinctively grabs Kuromarimo's wrist, yanking the spikes from his stomach. He stumbles backward, taking cover behind Zoro. Placing his hands on his stomach, he brings them forward and sees both coated in blood. Aye. Panic sets in as he stares at his hands in horror. Snap out of it. Zoro shouts as he bisects an arrow intended for the reindeer. Tightening the grip on his blades, he swings them again, slicing through yet another arrow, this time aimed at himself. Hurry up, swordsman. These two should be no match for a warrior of your caliber. If I wanted your opinion, I'd have asked for it. Mind your own damn business, Kitetsu. This fight is my business. Screw you. He lets out an angry roar, lowering his blades so that they are parallel with the ground while charging toward the soldiers. Igniting one of his arrows, Chess closes an eye, aiming at the charging swordsman before releasing it while shouting, checkmate. Is that all you got? Dodging to the side, Zoro continues forward but feels his blood run cold as he hears a scream from behind. The horse, skidding to a halt, he turns to see Chopper's chest engulfed in flames as he desperately attempts to put it out, managing only to spread the fire to his paws. At least that will cauterize his wounds. Shoving the thought aside, he pivots on his heel and charges back, mind racing for a solution. Damn it. This could get ugly. Don't even think about throwing. Discarding the blades in his hands to either side immediately silences Kitetsu's protest. Continuing forward, he yanks Wado Ichimonji from his mouth, raising the white blade above his shoulder before swinging it horizontally across his chest. He shouts, one sword style, 36 caliber Phoenix. A wave of compressed air erupts from the blade, slamming into Chopper, throwing the creature into the wall while simultaneously extinguishing the flames. The officers cackle maniacally as they prepare to launch their next attack. Turning to face the pair, Zoro's gaze dips to the swords, now solidly out of reach. Damn. All that and I'm worse off than I was before. The smell of burnt hair hits his nostrils, followed by the sound of heavy breathing as Chopper steps into place beside him, arms raised in a defensive stance. At least it knocked the sense back into him. Maybe this situation isn't completely hopeless. Grinning at the edge of his lips, Zoro swings the white blade through the air before holding it in front of himself, ready for the next phase in their battle, Drum Castle, hallway. Blood ran down Jin's arm as he yanked a metallic shard from his skin. It clattered to the ground, joining many like it in a small pile at the man's feet. Beside him, Sanji was following the same process on his own body. Still arguing with one another, Shiroi-sango and Checkers occasionally steal a glance at the recovering pirates. Musuru has spent years trying to get back into Waipal's good graces. How do you think it'll go if either of them realizes we blew a hole in the castle wall? Shiroi-sango screams, his face bright red. Rolling his eyes, Checkers flips open the cylinder of his pistols, counting the remaining bullets. What's it matter? If we don't get rid of these pests soon, he motions with his elbow at Jin and Sanji. This place won't be any good to either of them. Besides, sliding the cylinders back into place, he shifts his focus toward the pirates. We can always blame these two. Fine. Turning toward the pirates, Shiroi-sango laces his gloved fingers together and cracks his knuckles. You dumbasses done flapping your gums? Sanji asks with a sly grin. Screw you, Pirate S. Shiroi-sango yells back. Shoving Checkers out of the way, he charges at the pair, pulling back his right fist. The white glove around his fist spreads out, jagged edges crossing with one another, forming a jagged edge. Eyes locked on Sanji, he screams, Reef Barrier Strike. Not so fast. Sliding between their assailant and his friend, Jin braces himself as the sharp edge of Shiroi-sango's glove pierces his chest. Blood and spittle fly from his mouth, landing on the man's arm. His lips curl into a grin as he hears footsteps from behind. Reaching forward, he grabs Shiroi-sango's arm with both hands and grunts, now you're in for it. Leaping into the air, Sanji aims a kick at Shiroi-sango's neck while shouting, Collier shot. The attack lands, yanking him free from Jin's grip and causing the man to stumble backward. Continuing forward through the air, Sanji lifts his leg before bringing it crashing down into the man's shoulder with a loud, Coatlet. Spinning his body, he lands a third blow to the chest and calls out, Sell, landing on the ground beside the stunned officer. Sanji dips slightly before slamming his foot upward into his opponent's chest. Poitrine. Not wanting to give him even a moment to recover, he sweeps his leg across the ground, knocking Shiroi-sango into the air. Jigget, leaping back into the air. Sanji unleashes a fury of blows onto the man's torso while yelling, Muton shot. As the last kick lands, Shiroi-sango crashes back down. Eyes rolling back into his head as his tongue flops uselessly between his lips, he lies limply on the ground. Clutching at the wound on his chest, Jin's gaze drifts from the fallen officer to Checkers, who is now aiming both barrels at him. His vision blurs as pain courses through his body, but he pushes through, taking several hesitant steps forward. A single thought plays through his mind. Just one more, then I can rest. The weighted tonfa feels heavy in his hands, and he isn't certain if he'll be able to use it effectively in his current condition. Deciding on a tactical change, he drops the weapon to the ground with a loud thud before drawing the Morning Star from his waist. How dare you! Explosive rounds. Squeezing both triggers, Checkers sends 2 shells down the hall toward Jin, who continues stumbling toward him, swaying with each step as a pool of blood gathers at his feet. My turn. Leaping in front of the bullets, Sanji feels them explode against his chest. The air heats up, burning away the front of his shirt and singeing his chest while hurling him through the hole in the wall onto the stone balcony. The air is forced from the chef's lungs, and he fights for his next breath. Landing with a thud, he rolls several times before coming to a stop. Placing a hand beneath himself, he pushes up enough to watch Jin as his crewmate starts to pick up speed. His feet seemed to have a mind of their own, racing down the hallway while his brain screamed for him to surrender. Gritting his teeth, Jin lifts the Morning Star above his head and lets out a deafening roar, projectile baton. Hurling the weapon forward, the handle slams against the ground before hopping forward and slamming its spiked head into Checkers' chest. Arriving a moment later, Jin grabs the handle in a reverse grip and pushes down with all of his might, slamming his opponent into the ground. Stepping on the man's chest, he yanks backward, ripping the weapon free before swinging it over his shoulder. He could feel the man's body shaking. Meeting his gaze, he asks in a cold voice, Do you yield? Nodding his head, yes, Checkers continues to lie on the ground, afraid to move for fear of incurring the pirate's wrath. What have we here, brother? comes Waipal's voice from down the hall as he approaches the scene, with Masuru in tow. Turning to his brother, he asks, "Aren't these your officers? What are they doing lying on the ground?" Before the man can respond, he rolls his eyes. "No matter. They need our help." Unhinging his jaw, he lowers to the ground and begins devouring Shiroisango in a single, grotesque mouthful. Lips parting into a grin, Checkers begins laughing as Wapol swallows his fellow officer before making his way toward him. Shoving Jin out of the way, the gluttonous former king picks the defeated officer off the ground and drops him into his gaping maw, swallowing him whole. Satisfied, he lets out a loud belch before crying out, "Chomp chomp factory." His stomach starts to rumble as limbs move across its surface toward one another. Once the process is complete, he opens his mouth wide. A strange being with 2 heads stacked one atop the other, as well as 4 arms, 2 of which held pistols and the other 2 with white gloves, stepped through into the hallway. The newly arrived amalgamation of Shiroisango and Checkers opens both mouths and declares in unison, "I am Chekongo." Cackling to himself, Wapol waves toward Masuru and calls out, "Let's leave my new creation to do its work. There are others in this castle for us to deal with." Nodding, the man brushes past Chekongo before following his brother down the hallway. Drum Castle, front parlor. At the same time, another battle was raging as Chopper and Zoro faced down Chess and Kuromarimo. "Damn it, you owe me huge for this." Curly brows. Rolling out of the way of an arrow, Zoro leaps back to his feet and starts charging toward his fallen blades. Returning Wado Ichimonji to his mouth, he scoops up Sandai Kitetsu, but is stopped from reaching Yubashiri as Chess unleashes another volley toward him. The blade's voice fills his head in an instant. "How dare you throw me? You bastard, I knew what I was doing. Then why the hell was I on the ground for so long? I was busy." Letting out a deafening roar, Chopper charges forward toward Kuromarimo. "Aleki Marimo!" shouts Kuromarimo as he begins hurling black balls at Chopper, which stick to the reindeer's fur. Slowing slightly, Chopper grabs at the balls, attempting to remove them. With each attempt, he winces in pain as the sticky orbs yank at his hair. He hisses through his teeth, "Darn it." "Checkmate," calls out Chess, letting loose a flaming arrow at Chopper. Diving forward, Zoro's fingers wrap around the handle of Yubashiri. His attention is immediately called to the sound of an explosion. He watches in shock as Chopper is hurled through the air before landing with a loud thud against the wall. Not again. Shifting his focus back to his opponents, he watches as Chess loads another arrow and takes aim at the reindeer. Zoro cries out, "Watch out, horse thing." Ah! Rolling to the side, Chopper narrowly avoids getting hit by another arrow as he desperately works to smother the flames on his ground. He starts rolling back and forth while reciting aloud, "Stop, drop, and roll." "Get the hell up, horsey," Zoro shouts as he ducks just in time to avoid an arrow aimed at his skull. Right, leaping to his feet, Chopper resumes his charge forward toward Kuromarimo. Pulling back his right fist, he yells, "Heavy gong." Slamming it into the man's skull, he sends him hurling backward. The officer's head smashes into the wall, piercing the dry wall and leaving a sizable dent in the otherwise solid surface. Turning to Zoro, he shouts, "I'm a reindeer, not a horse." "Whatever," Zoro roars back as he slides to the side, avoiding another arrow from Chess. "I'm getting so sick of this guy." Raising both blades above his right shoulder, he begins charging toward the archer, who is knocking another bow. Anger flashes across his face, and he picks up speed with each step as he mutters around the blade in his mouth. 3 sword style. 108 caliber Phoenix. Swinging the blades across his body, he sends 3 projectiles through the air toward the archer, who launches another arrow that is knocked aside by the air currents. The 3 waves of air twist together before slamming into Chess' chest and throwing him into the wall beside his companion. Cackling echoes down the hallway as Wapol and Masuru approach from behind. Drum Castle, hallway. Having regained his footing, Sanji leaps to the side as Chekongo unleashes more bullets in his direction. Jumping through the gap in the wall, he nearly collides headfirst with Luffy, who appears lost as he wanders down the hallway. "Sanji!" Luffy yells, wrapping his arms around the chef, who struggles to pull himself free as Chekongo starts reloading their pistols. "The hell are you doing here, Straw Hat?" Sanji shouts. shoving his elbows into the young pirate's stomach, causing him to release his grip long enough to pull away from the hug. Stumbling backward toward his companions, Jin clutches the wound on his chest as he attempts to catch his breath. This could work to our advantage. With the captain, we can take this thing down easily. He croaks, Luffy, we need you to. Get out of here, Sanji interrupts, pointing at the hallway Wapol and Masuru had exited down. The two big ones went that way. Don't you dare let them get to Nami or Najiko. You got it, Luffy replies with a grin as he takes off after the royals. His footsteps quickly fade, leaving Jin and Sanji staring down Chekongo once again. Drum Castle, front parlor. Chopper and Zoro stand in stunned silence as Wapol finishes eating both of the fallen commanders and reveals yet another amalgamation. Stepping out of the former king's mouth, this creature has 4 thin arms protruding from its wide-set body. Both Chess and Kuromarimo's heads appear to be moving synchronously, as if the same entity controls them. Similar to Chekongo, the beast quickly identifies itself, I am Chessmarimo. Anything else, or should we move along, dear brother? Masuru asks while rolling his eyes at his sibling. Admiring his work, Wapol takes a moment before responding, this should be adequate. Next, we deal with that filthy fishman out. His words are cut off by the sound of indecipherable screaming approaching from the hallway. A moment later, Luffy bursts into the room. Spotting Wapol and Masuru, he stabs a finger at the pair and shouts, found ya. Captain, Zoro shouts, a grin spreading across his face as he turns to greet the young pirate, fancy meeting you here. Zoro, spinning toward the swordsman. Excitement fills Luffy's eyes, and he charges toward his crewmate, arms outstretched for a hug. Anticipating the move, Zoro sidesteps the young man's attempt, delivering a playful whack with the side of his blade to Luffy's buttocks as he passes by. Undeterred, the captain prepares to launch a second hug when his attention is drawn back to Wapol and Masuru, who are both nervously clearing their throats. Again pointing at the pair, he shouts, Zoro, let's kick these guys' asses. I'll take Waffle, and you can handle the ugly one. Who are you calling ugly? Masuru shouts back, face turning bright red. It's Wapol, you idiot, cries out Wapol, his face also a deep shade of crimson. Hooking his thumb at Chessmarimo, who has a confused look on his face, Zoro asks, what about the freak show? I'll handle him. Chopper confidently replies as his body begins to shrink while his head remains the same size. It doesn't take long before he finishes his transformation into the brainpoint form. Reaching into his pocket, he fishes out a small orange orb. Holding it in his paw, he continues in a serious tone, I've got just the thing to take him out. Drum Castle, Infirmary, Najiko groans as she rolls over in her bed. Eyes fluttering open, she watches as Kureha drags everything she can in front of the door. She could hear the faint noise of crashing and shouting from outside. Confused, she weakly asks, what's happening? Stopping for a moment to look at the sickly young woman, Kureha shouts, what does it sound like, girl? The castle's under attack. Unless you plan on taking your skinny ass out there to help your friends, I'd suggest you go the hell back to sleep. Oh, Najiko's gaze drifts to the door, and she catches her lip between her teeth while contemplating the options. Luffy's got this. It'll be fine. Closing her eyes, she murmurs, sleep sounds nice. A moment later, her snores fill the room, joining those of Nami on the bed beside hers. Drum Castle, hallway. An explosion rocks the hallway as Jin and Sanji dive to either side, narrowly avoiding another round fired by Chekongo, who no longer seems concerned with the collateral damage. Regaining his footing, Sanji races down the hallway toward Chekongo and launches a kick at the man's chest, only to be deflected as a white shield appears around the man's fist while he says in a deadpan tone, Reef Barrier Shield. Damn it, together, they aren't going to give us an inch. Dragging himself to his feet, Jin watches as Sanji is slammed into the wall by the shield. Swinging his morning star, his eyebrows narrow, and he begins sprinting forward, don't count us out yet. Cyclone Smash. With all of his strength, he whips the morning star in a circle faster and faster until it begins to blur. With a roar, he slams the weapon into the shield, unleashing a burst of wind that pushes the large man several feet back. A crack forms along the crystalline structure of the shield, spreading across its surface as chunks crumble away and fall to the ground. A sly grin spreads across his face as he swings the morning star over his shoulder and says in a cold voice, "I guess you aren't unbreakable." Drum Castle, front parlor. His brainpoint transformation complete. Chopper holds the rumble ball high above his head and declares, "With this rumble ball, I will defeat you once and for." His eyes go wide as an arrow pierces the ball before slamming into the wall behind him. Grabbing his face with both paws, he screams, "No no 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 no. That's what you get for showing off, horse thing. You're a resourceful little guy, I'm sure you'll figure something out." Zoro replies with a smirk as he sets his sights on Masahuru, who is now kneeling on the ground with his hands against the stone tiles, muttering something to himself. The hell is wrong with this freak? Who cares, swordsman? Just kill him already. He's not a horse, he's a raccoon dog. Luffy replies before bursting into laughter, "She. How stupid are you, Straw Hat? You can't remember my name and you can't recognize a panda when you see one?" Wapol bellows as he begins charging toward the laughing pirate. "I'm a reindeer." Chopper calls Uri's toward the arrow and attempts to pry it loose from the wall so he can retrieve his rumble ball. Pulling back his bowstring, Chessmerimo releases another arrow that slams into the wall between Chopper's legs, causing the small creature to leap into the air in fear, releasing the arrow he was trying to pull free. "They're playing with him. Pathetic," growls Zoro as he starts charging toward Masahuru. Suddenly the ground beneath his feet erupts as Masahuru mumbles, running Haifa, leaping into the air. He narrowly avoids the purple spores that solidify along the floor. Damn it. This guy is going to be a pain in the ass. Landing on his feet, he continues charging forward while drawing back both blades. Chomp chomp food. Reaching into his pockets, Wapol begins pulling out various weapons and shoving them into his mouth, chewing noisily as he gobbles them up before swallowing hard. "That's not food, Waddle, she. Unable to contain his laughter, Luffy races toward Wapol, who continues pulling weapons and armor out of his pockets to devour. Pulling back his fist, he shouts, "Gum gum pistol." Throwing the fist forward, it slams into the rotund king's stomach, causing him to spit up a pistol that he had been trying to swallow. "It's Wapol!" Wapol shouts as he catches the pistol and shoves it back into his mouth. Realizing that his small arms aren't strong enough to pull the arrow free, Chopper turns in time to see Chessmerimo pulling back the strings of two large bows. They each had a gigantic flaming arrow with one of Kuromarimo's afros attached at the end. The man calls out in a disinterested tone, "Snow-thawing arrow Marimo." He releases the flaming projectiles at the terrified reindeer. Leaping to the side, Chopper narrowly avoids being hit as the arrows slam into the wall on either side of where he had been standing. A ball of flame erupts, scorching the wall and igniting the arrows embedded along its surface. Cowering in a ball on the ground, Chopper's attention is drawn by the sound of a ball clattering against the stone floor. Leaping to his feet, he turns to see that the rumble ball has been released from its prison and sprints forward, scooping it off the ground and popping the orb into his mouth. Biting down hard, he feels the chemical mixture within pump through his veins. "Oh dear. He got the ball," Chessmerimo says in a flat tone as he reaches back for two more arrows to knock into the bows. Bringing his hoofs together, Chopper forms a diamond between the hardened toes and peers through them at Chessmerimo. His brain seemed to be running on overdrive as he stared at the man, searching for a weakness. He mutters to himself, "Scope." Eyes narrowing in on the man's chin, he smiles to himself and continues, "That's it." He's using a laser beam. Skidding to a stop, both Luffy and Zoro point at the reindeer, their jaws dropping in surprise. "It's not a laser beam," Chopper shouts back, his concentration broken as he glares at the pirates. "Snow-thawing arrow Marimo," Chessmerimo says in a cold tone, releasing two more giant explosive arrows at the reindeer. Drawn by the man's voice, Chopper lets out a loud squeal as his body starts to change. His legs lengthen, retaining the reindeer hoofs at the end. Torso growing and arms thickening, his front hoofs split into fingers as human hands take shape. In a matter of seconds, he finishes the transformation and leaps high into the air, taking advantage of Jump Point's superior leg strength to narrowly clear the inbound arrows. Drum Castle, front parlor. Cross shade. Purple light fills the room as twin streams of spores explode from Masahuru's hands towards Zoro. Dipping slightly, Zoro squeezes his arms together as he passes between the streams, narrowly avoiding them on either side. That was a close one, swordsman. What now? Would you shut up and let me focus already, Kitetsu? As he clears the obstacle, Zoro allows his arms to fan out slightly, tilting his blades toward the royal. Stay back. I'm warning you. A bead of sweat ran down Masaru's face as he dipped his head forward and cried out, "Shade dance." Dozens of purple bolts launch from his hair toward the oncoming swordsman. Blades flashing in front of his body, Zoro slices through the projectiles, not missing a step as he continues his mad dash forward. Closing the distance between them, he lets out a fearsome roar, "Now you're gonna pay." Lifting his head, a smirk plays across Masaru's lips as he places his hands together. Purple spores radiate from his body, taking shape beside him before coalescing into 6 clones, each identical to the original in every way except their eerie purple hue. "Large multiplication," he says in a slow and calm voice as the clones begin to shimmer, taking on his skin tone and features, resulting in near-perfect copies. Scattering in every direction, the 7 Masarus, including the original, chant in unison, "Good luck finding me." Zoro's sword slices through one of the replicas, which explodes into a cloud of spores before swirling back together to reform Masaru's body. Lips tightening, he mutters, "Damn it," before pivoting toward another replica and swinging for its head. Raising his right hand toward Luffy, the skin peels back, revealing a cannon underneath as Wapol shouts, "Arm cannon." A loud explosion fills the air, and a cannonball is hurled at the pirate. Dodging to the side, Luffy's arms pinwheel for a second as he nearly loses his balance. He quickly recovers. She, do it again. That was fun, wagon. Luffy cheers as he resumes his run toward the belligerent king. "It's Wapol. Wapol. My name isn't difficult, you moron," face bright red. Wapol grabs his cannon arm with his free hand and aims it at Luffy before firing once more. Leaping into the air, Luffy grabs the cannonball and pushes down, sending it careening into the floor behind him, where it explodes. The force of the explosion sends him hurling at Wapol, his eyes wide with a wild look and a cheesy smile across his face. Eyes widening at the rapidly approaching pirate, Wapol screams, "Tongue cannon!" Dropping his jaw to the floor, his tongue extends forward. The pink flesh draws back, revealing another large cannon. A fuse can be heard from deep in his throat as he prepares to fire. Not so fast. Landing in a tumble and leaping once more to his feet, Luffy stretches both hands forward, grabbing Wapol's top and bottom jaw. "Stae," Wapol slurs, attempting to get the maniacal pirate to loosen his grip. Eyes wavering in panic, he does everything he can to keep his mouth from closing. Muscles bulging, Luffy presses down on Wapol's top lip while pulling up on his jaw. Locking eyes with the man, he screams, "Never!" The sound of metal creaking fills his ears as he slowly forces the Mad King's mouth closed. A muffled explosion is accompanied by the sound of something heavy slamming into Wapol's teeth. Smoke billows from his nostrils as tears fill both eyes. "Take that! Window!" She. Pushing Wapol backward into the wall, Luffy brushes his hands off on his shirt. Eyes narrowing, he crouches down, the muscles in his legs tensing. He growls, "It's time to end this. Gum pinball." Legs snapping straight, he launches into the air, landing on the ceiling before immediately crouching and launching toward a nearby wall. He continues to bounce off various surfaces, picking up speed each time until his movement starts to blur. A fist lands in Wapol's stomach, followed by one to the shoulder and another to the back, causing him to stumble about helplessly. More punches rain down from every direction, battering the former king around as Luffy continues to bounce off the walls of the small room before finally landing an uppercut on Wapol's jaw that sends him flying through the air into the brick wall. His rotund body drops limply to the ground. Movement slowing, Luffy lands with a crash in front of Wapol, fist pressed against the ground, and knee resting on the floor. He gasps for breath before slowly raising his head to take in the downed monarch. How bothersome. Strapping the bows to his back, Chessmerimo casually studies Chopper as the creature leaps toward him. Reaching down, he draws 4 axes, one for each hand, while announcing in a calm tone, "Super surprise Marimo, 4 axes. This should work, jumping one last time into the air. Chopper's body rapidly shrinks as his fur expands in all directions, growing thick and heavy, leaving only his head and feet exposed. He lands on Chessmerimo, who attempts to cleave him with the axes, only for them to be reflected off his thick, furry armor. "You got this, raccoon dog." Luffy cheers as Chessmerimo unleashes another flurry of attacks against Chopper to no avail. Glancing at the pirate, Chopper's eyes widen in panic, and he yells, "Pay attention to Wapol." Capitalizing on Luffy's distraction and having already eaten most of the way up his own torso, Wapol glares at the reindeer before increasing his pace. Once he has consumed his entire body, except for his mouth, he croaks, "Wapol, slim down." The sound of bones crunching can be heard before his body re-emerges, now significantly taller and slimmer. Glancing once at Luffy, he shouts, "You'll never catch me." Mahahahahaha. Turning, he sprints down the hallway toward the armory, his laughter bouncing off the walls. "No fair," Luffy shouts back as he races after the cackling man. The sound of Zoro's blade slicing through the Musuru clones continues to fill the room as Chopper shifts his focus back to Chessmerimo. Meeting the man's eyes, the reindeer declares, "Now it's my turn." "We'll see," Chessmerimo replies in a deadpan tone as he lifts the 4 axes into the air above his head before announcing, "Snow-cutting grass." The blades fly forward, clanging harmlessly against Chopper's fur as Chessmerimo continues to press his assault. Each blow releases a shockwave that shakes the ground but fails to penetrate the reindeer's defense. Taking a step back, a hint of frustration enters the man's voice as he calls out, snow falling from all directions. Charging forward, he slashes wildly, trying desperately to land a blow. "That tickles." Chopper giggles as the axes batter harmlessly against his thick fur. Drum Castle. Hallway. Another explosion rocks the hallway, forcing Jin and Sanji to dive out of the way. Dust fills the air as the stone walls threaten to crumble under Chekango's relentless onslaught. Their cruel voices fill the air. "Stand up and take it like men so that we can be done with this charade." "Damn it." Slamming his fist into the ground, Sanji pushes himself back to his feet. His suit, freshly pressed that morning, hung in tatters from his arms, revealing deep red gashes across his chest. Beside him, Jin struggled to regain his own footing, stumbling to the side before catching himself against the remains of the stone wall. Leaning against the wall for support, Jin takes several deep breaths before turning to meet Sanji's gaze. "We need a plan. Otherwise they're going to keep." Reef barricade. Chekango's voices ring out, cutting off Jin's words as their left glove expands, forming a second shield. Settling both shields onto the ground, they construct a barrier between themselves and the two pirates. The two pistol-wielding hands extend Ouvrier, aiming down the hallway. Squeezing the triggers in rapid succession, a flurry of gunfire hurls toward their battered adversaries as they shout, "Rapid blast!" Dropping his shoulder and curling toward his chest, Jin attempts to protect his most vital organs as the bullets pierce his side, drawing a scream of pain. "Gah!" Beside him, Sanji does the same, prioritizing defense as the bullets pelt him. Continuing to pull the trigger well after the last bullets are expelled results in several loud clicks as Chekango cackles with glee. Bahahahahahahaha. Straightening, Jin and Sanji turn to face their opponents. Blood flowed freely down each of their arms. Their legs bend in sync with one another, muscles tightened like springs. In unison, the pair shouts, "Turbulent barrage." The ground explodes beneath their feet, stones scattering in every direction as the pair race toward Chekango. Whipping his morning star through the air, Jin's arm picks up speed with each step until it starts to blur. Wind batters the walls, tearing stones free as he carves a path of destruction toward his opponent. The weapon starts to glow, singeing the flesh of his palm, but he continues to grip it tightly. The gap between them shrinks, first 20 feet, then 15, as the sound of the rushing wind fills his ears. Leaping into the air, he brings the head of the Morning Star crashing down on top of the shields and screams, "Cyclone smash!" Burning vortex. Flames leap from the weapon, igniting the shield as a gust of wind pushes downward, spreading the fire evenly across its surface. In mere moments, the shield burns away, leaving Chekango exposed. Jin lands hard on his feet, his knees nearly buckling from the impact as he gasps for air. Several steps behind his friend, Sanji launches himself upward. Somersaulting through the air, he extends a leg and begins to spin clockwise before bringing his foot crashing into Chekango's head while yelling, "Brochette!" Still spinning, his foot drills downward, slamming the large man into the ground with a satisfying thud. He lands on the ground and immediately shoves his hands into the tattered remains of his pants pockets, withdrawing a cigarette and placing it between his lips. Raising the still red-hot morning star into the air, Jin taps the end against Sanji's cigarette, igniting the tip. He glances down at Chekango, lying at his feet, before dropping the morning star onto the man's back. The smell of searing flesh fills the hallway as the officer lets out a scream of pain before losing consciousness. Drum Castle, front parlor blades whipping through the air, Zoro slices through two of the Mushuru clones, who both burst into clouds of spores as two more immediately replace them. This is pathetic, swordsman. Are you going to keep this up all day? Do you have any better ideas, Kitetsu? Didn't think so? Shut the hell up. Kicking one of the clones backward, he slices through the other before dropping back several steps as the defeated enemies rematerialize. Suddenly, shooting pain rips through his body, and he looks down to see the tip of a purple drill protruding from his stomach. Eyes shaking, he feels the drill yanked free from his back as he sinks to one knee. Blood pools beneath him, coating his leg. "Spin drill," comes Musuru's voice from behind Zoro as he slowly walks around the fallen swordsman to join his clones. A wicked smile on his face, he places his human hand beneath Zoro's chin and forces him to meet his gaze. His cruel voice is accompanied by a chorus of laughter from the clones. "Hurts at first, but that isn't the half of it. Now that my spores are spreading through your veins, you'll be dead in a matter of minutes. Guess you weren't so tough after all. Were ya?" His drill hand transforms back into a human one, and he pulls it back before slapping Zoro across the face. "Get up." "But it hurts." "I don't care. Get up. You're not going to die like this." "Why do you care so much? I thought I was pathetic." "Because if you die, then this idiot might think he is worthy of me." "But how?" "My body, to hell with your body. Get up now." Gritting his teeth, Zoro stabs the tips of his blades into the stone floor and slowly pushes himself to his feet. It felt like a cloud of smoke had filled his head, and his vision wavered, creating a double image of the already large group in front of him. "That's good. Keep pushing, swordsman. Kitetsu, don't you dare thank me. Fuck you." His vision stabilized as he crossed his arms in front of his chest, blades angled upward. "What is this? Some last desperate attempt at meaning? Give it up, you fool," Mushuru shouts, before joining the clones in their laughter. Eyes narrowing into slits, Zoro growls, "Three sword style, onigiri." Leaping forward, he swings the swords horizontally, slicing through all of the clones at once as a blast of air flings the spores in every direction. His eyes narrow as Mushuru takes a step backward in fear. Not wanting to sacrifice his position, he begins swinging the blades in a circle while shouting, "Three sword style. Dragon twister." A tornado erupts from the center of the spinning blades, with the image of a dragon at the head. It surges forward. Colliding with Mushuru, the attack lifts him into the air before slamming his back against the far wall. Panting from exhaustion, Zoro slowly sinks to his knees. "Good. You did your part. That idiot captain of yours would be proud." As he feels his consciousness fading, Mushuru lifts a hand and mutters, "Snowspore." The cloud of spores from his clones stops trying to coalesce and instead launches in every direction as the spore structures beneath the ground explode, sending more purple powder into the air. Resting his head against the wall, he mumbles to himself, "At least I can take you all with me." His eyes close, and he slumps to the side. The attacks from Chesmerimo slow as he breathes in the deadly spores. Choosing to conserve his energy, he retreats away from Chopper's impenetrable defense. Anger enters his voice, and he demands, "What are you doing, Mushuru?" Turning, he sees the royal's unconscious body leaning against the wall and rolls his eyes. Typical. Shifting his focus back to Chopper, he tightens his grip on the axes before declaring, "This ends now." Achoo! Chopper sneezes loudly as the spore particles land on his nose. Confused, he glances at Mushuru's unconscious body before returning his gaze to Chesmerimo. Smile spreading across his face, he says in an upbeat tone, "Sounds good." His hair retracts backward, pulling toward his skin as his arms and legs grow long, exposing hoof hands and feet. The muscles in his arms expand, biceps, triceps, and shoulders thickening with muscle. As the transformation completes, he races forward. Pulling back his right hoof, he slams it forward into Chessmarimo's jaw, the weak point he had identified earlier in their battle, while shouting, "Carving hoof cherry blossom." Lifting into the air, an imprint of a sakura petal forms on Chessmarimo's chin as he is slammed into the far wall and falls to the ground unconscious. Achoo! Chopper sneezes again as the spores continue to settle on his face and nose. Looking around, he sees Zoro covered in the purple particles. A dazed look on his face. Racing over to the swordsman, he drops to his knees and asks, "What happened? What is all of this?" "Pea poison." Zoro manages to get out before he curls forward and begins coughing violently. Seeing the gaping wound through Zoro's torso, which is covered in even more of the purple substance, Chopper makes a split-second decision to scoop the swordsman into his arms. Glancing over his shoulder at Chessmarimo, he announces to himself, "I have to triage, and I can't do it here. This jerk needs me right now." Nodding, he shifts his focus to the hallway leading to the front door and, rising to HRD it, carrying the swordsman in his arms. Achoo! Another sneeze overtakes him, and he does his best not to spray any of his mucus onto Zoro. Bursting through the hole in the wall, he sees the ISSHI-20 packing up their equipment, having finished treating Hatchin. He bellows, "You have to help, he was poisoned." The doctors exchange worried glances before placing their equipment back onto the ground and starting to unpack it. One of them calls out to Chopper, "Anybody else infected?" "Just me, and some bully named Chessmarimo," Chopper declares, laying Zoro on the ground in front of the doctors. Surprised, the man's eyes widen and he shouts, "If you're infected, we need to treat." His words trail off as Chopper races back into the building to retrieve Chessmarimo. Drum Castle, armory shoulders slamming into the door of the armory, Luffy bursts in shouting, "You won't get away that easily, Wombat." Pausing with a cannon inches from his lips, Wapple screams back, "It's Wapple." "Get it right." Angrily, he shoves the weapon into his mouth and noisily chews it while grabbing two more from the rapidly diminishing pile before him. "What are you doing?" Luffy asks in confusion. Ignoring the question, Wapple continues to devour the last of the weapons before letting out a loud belch. Turning to Luffy, he stabs a finger at the young pirate and declares, "You're gonna give me that damn pirate flag back if it's the last thing you do." Human weapon, cannons and guns burst out of his face, chest, arms, and legs, all aimed at Luffy. "Never," Luffy yells back, shoving a hand down his pants to verify that the flag is still safely secured in his boxers. "Then die," Wapple screams as the weapons all begin firing at the young pirate. Bullets and cannonballs whiz through the air, slamming into Luffy's skin, causing it to stretch backward. She. Luffy's laughter fills the room as more of the ballistics strike, stretching his skin further. Once the chorus of gunfire ends, he squeezes both fists, sending all of the projectiles flying back at Wapple, who lets out a surprised gasp. Explosions fill the air, sending waves of heat in every direction as the Mad King is launched through the wall into the cold air outside. Landing with a thud on the palisade, he lets out a loud groan as smoke drifts away from his body. Drum Island, outside Drum Castle with four of his arms crossed, Hatchin watches Chopper and the ISSHI-20 work on their latest patients. Two hands rest on the hilts of his Zweihanders, ready to draw them at the first sign of trouble. It appeared, from his vantage point, that Zoro was making a speedy recovery, despite the massive wound to his torso. Mushuru and Chessmarimo, on the other hand, were still unconscious, lying in the snow surrounded by the medical team. The sound of footsteps from the castle draws Hatchin's attention, and he tightens his grip on the blades before relaxing as two familiar faces appear, dragging behind them Chekengo's unconscious body. Glancing at the unconscious duo, Jin shrugs his shoulders and asks, "Mind if we toss one more on the pile?" The doctors scoot obediently out of the way as Jin and Sanji heave Chekongo into their circle before closing around him. "I'm glad you both made it out safely. I was quite worried when you ran into the castle," Hatchin says, smiling widely as Sanji and Jin saunter toward him and lean against the wall. Observing their tattered clothing and the scars littering their bodies, He wonders aloud, should you not also seek medical assistance? I'm certain they could. We're fine. Nothing a night's rest won't cure. Sanji replies curtly, removing the cigarette from between his lips and blowing a stream of smoke through the cold air. Raising an eyebrow, he continues, how are you doing? Last time we crossed paths, you were more torn up than the fish I served for dinner last night. Unfolding his arms and looping one around Sanji's shoulders, Hatchin replies, I'm doing well. It's all thanks to these fine doctors and our Lapon friends. His gaze drifts to the tribe of Lapon standing guard around the castle's perimeter. Most of Wapol and Musuru's men were huddled together nearby, watched by two of the larger creatures. So I see. Placing the cigarette back into his mouth, Sanji takes a long drag before blowing the smoke out through his nostrils. Glancing at Jin, he opens his mouth to ask a question when his attention is drawn to laughter emanating through the hole in the wall. Rolling his eyes, he pushes off the wall and declares, that's gotta be Luffy. Let's try to look busy, before he drags us into another of his insane missions. The others chuckle to themselves and nod, but neither moves from their spot. She. Luffy's laughter grows louder as he approaches. The sound of Wapol's metal chin clanging against the floor mixes with the cackling as the pirate captain drags the former king by the feet behind him. His iconic straw hat comes into view first, followed by the yellow, white, and orange striped sweatshirt he had borrowed from Kureha. Luffy yanks Wapol through the hole in the wall with one last clang as the man's metallic jaw collides with the jagged edge. Opening one eye, Wapol groans, what's happening? Quiet, dummy. You're going on a trip. Luffy declares before waving Jin, Hatchin, and Sanji over. As the trio approaches, he excitedly issues an order, tie him to his officers and that weird purple-haired guy. I want to try something. Exchanging a look, the three pirates shrug their shoulders and obediently follow the captain's instructions. The ISSHI-20 initially protest as they drag Musuru, Chessmerimo, and Chekongo away, but are silenced by the pirates' cold expressions. Spotting Zoro, still on the ground, hand pressed against the bandage wrapped around his midsection, Sanji smirks. Please. Lay there like a useless bum while we do all the work, moss head. Screw you, curly brows. Zoro spits back, pressing his knuckles against the snow and pushing himself hesitantly to his feet. The ISSHI-20 swarm around him, trying to convince him to sit back down, but he brushes them aside and growls, I'm fine. Leave me the hell alone. Chuckling, Sanj shifts his focus back to the task at hand, dragging the villains into a heap while Hatchin hurries into the castle searching for rope. The fishman returns quickly, having found his quarry, and sets to work wrapping it around the four men before tying it off with a simple constrictor knot. Satisfied, he steps back to observe his work before calling out, I think they're ready, Captain. Great, calls out Luffy, who is now standing a short distance from the group. Reaching forward, he stretches his hands through the air toward the captives, who are slowly coming to their senses. As the hands approach, they start to panic, yelling for him to stop, but to no avail as the rubbery arms encircle them. Gum gum, Luffy's voice carries across the snow as he leans backward and begins dragging the terrified royals toward him. As they pick up speed, he screams, slingshot. Lifting into the air, the group careens toward Luffy, passing just above his head and continuing upward. At the last possible second, Luffy untangles his arms, launching the foursome high into the sky. The screams of terror quickly fade as they vanish from sight across the horizon. Luffy hurries over to the others. Taking in his crewmate's battle wounds, the pirate raises an eyebrow and asks, what happened to you guys? Those officers happened to us, you moron, Sanji shouts back, crossing his arms and tapping his foot on the snow as the smoke from his cigarette frames his face. Narrowing his eyes, he continues, we can't all bounce back like you. Oh yeah. Luffy replies with a grin before shifting his focus to Chopper, who is trying to pull Zoro's hands away from his bandages so he can inspect them. Pointing at the young reindeer, he shouts, I did it, raccoon dog. Did what? Chopper shouts back, clearly annoyed as Zoro lands an elbow to his ribs. Reaching into his underpants, Luffy pulls out Hiruluk's flag and unfurls it proudly. I kept this safe. Just like I said I would. Now, will you join our crew? I'm kinda busy over here, Chopper replies as he makes another grab at Zoro's side, only to have his paws slapped away by the experienced swordsman. Suddenly, he freezes and turns to face Luffy as the pirate's words sink in. "You actually want me to join your crew? You weren't just teasing me earlier?" She, of course. Luffy waves the flag through the air. Catching a breeze, the flag flaps in the wind. He stares in fascination for a moment before remembering the conversation at hand and refocusing on Chopper. Wide smile splitting his face, he asks, "So are you in? We could use a monster like you in our crew." Monster? Taking a step back, Chopper's eyes fill with tears, and he desperately tries to wipe them away with the back of his hoof. His voice catches as he sputters, "Is that all you think I am? Some monster?" The tears continue to acculate, now streaming down his face, and he begins to wail as he turns toward the castle and charges inside. "No, it's not like that." Dropping the flag to the ground, Luffy chases after the crying reindeer. "Wah!" Chopper wails as he continues charging through the castle hallways, blinded by his tears. Desperately attempting to catch up, Luffy yells, "It's a good thing. You're a good monster." Running into a dead end, Chopper turns to face Luffy, who skids to a halt just before slamming into him. Crossing his arms, the reindeer shouts, "There's no such thing as a good monster. You're just making fun of me." "I'm not making fun of you, and there are good monsters, like you." Luffy attempts to reason with the emotional young creature. Stretching his arms to either side until they press against both walls, he continues, "And like me. We're both monsters, Chopper, it's what makes us special." "SP special?" Chopper asks, wiping the shimmering tears from his eyes. He started to get smaller, his head staying the same size while the rest of his limbs shrank until at last he reached his normal height, only coming up to Luffy's midsection. Peering up at the pirate, he asks, "What about being monsters makes us SP special? Who else can do what we can do?" Luffy asks with a grin. His arms snap back toward him with a rubbery twang. He kneels and places a hand on the reindeer's shoulders. "Being a monster means you can do things nobody else could even dream of. You can be anything you want, do anything you want. What do you want to do, Chopper?" "What do I want to do?" Chopper asks, staring deep into the captain's eyes as he contemplates the question. He again stammers, "I want to be a doctor." Leaning forward, Luffy rests his forehead against Chopper's hat and says in a low voice, "That's a job. But what do you want to do, Chopper? What is your dream?" "My dream?" Shoulders shaking, Chopper tries to find the perfect answer. An idea bubbles up and exits his mouth before he has time to second guess it. "I want to cure every disease." "That's more like it." Rising to his feet, Luffy pats Chopper on top of his hat and declares, "You'll be our doctor, and someday, we're gonna make your dream a reality, okay?" Nodding, Chopper whimpers, "Okay." Lips spreading into a wide smile, Luffy shouts, "Say it louder, we're gonna make your dream a reality." Nodding emphatically, Chopper shouts back, "Okay. We'll make my dream a reality." He pauses, and a look of panic crosses his face before he sputters, "At first I have to do something." The reindeer takes off down the hallway, leaving behind Luffy, who is roaring with laughter at his antics. "Drum Castle, Infirmary, would like to help in any way that we can," says one of the members of the ISSHI-20, clutching a first aid kit in his hands. Lying on one of the beds, one of Dr. Kureha's legs is draped over the other, and she holds an apple in her hand. Taking a bite, she contemplates the man's request as she chews. Swallowing hard, she leaps to her feet with a grace that belies her advanced age. Grinning at the man, she asks, "How can I trust that you won't abandon us again? The people of Drum Island deserve better than what you did for them." Lifting the apple, she takes another bite and chews it slowly as the doctors shuffle about nervously. Nami and Nijiko continue to lie in their beds, awake but feigning sleep as they listen in on the conversation. The man nervously replies, "I'm not sure what we can." His words are cut off by knocking on the door. "Come in," Kureha shouts, glad for an excuse to escape the conversation. The door swings open, and Chopper slips into the room. Face shifting into a scowl, she crosses her arms and barks, "Oh, it's you. What took you so long, Chopper? It's rude to keep our guests waiting." She motions at the doctors who are huddled nervously in the corner of the room. "Hi," Chopper says in a meek tone, waving at the doctors before turning back to Kureha. He drags his foot across the ground, hanging his head as his cheeks glow pink. The older woman clears her throat, breaking him from his reverie, and he shouts, "Luffy asked me to join his crew in Decides, please don't be mad." Huh? Tilting her head to the side, Kureha tries to decipher the reindeer's rushed announcement. Taking a deep breath, Chopper lifts his gaze to meet Kureha's eyes before saying, "Luffy asked me to join his crew, and I said yes. Please don't be mad." "Oh, did he now?" Crossing the room toward the terrified reindeer, Dr. Kureha's lip twitches slightly. Stopping beside him, she kneels so that she is at eye level before screaming, "What makes you think you can just abandon me like this? After everything I've done for you? The years of hard work and training I poured in? You think you can just leave?" Shaking, Chopper takes a step back, but Kureha grabs him by the wrist, stopping his retreat. Tears fill his eyes, and he tries to fight them back before finally shouting, "I want to be a pirate." "Do ya now?" Releasing her grip, Kureha rises to her full height. The hint of a smile plays at the edge of her lips as she continues, "Luffy sure has gotten into your head, hasn't he? Must be that damn D. The whole lot of them are nothing but trouble. Well, fine. If you want to abandon me, then I won't stop you. But don't you dare come crawling back here if something goes wrong." Glancing over her shoulder, she calls out, "Nami, Nijiko. You girls can quit eavesdropping, I know you're awake." Eyes popping open, the sisters sit up in their beds, with looks of embarrassment on their faces. Turning to the ISSHI-20, Kureha tells them, "Now that my brat of an apprentice is moving on, I guess I could use your help. If the 20 of you are serious about making it up to the people of Drum Island, I'll find a way to put you to good use." Drum Island, outside Drum Castle. An hour later, the majority of the group assembles outside Drum Castle. Deciding to leave Nami and Nijiko behind UOR Kureha and the ISSHI-20, the rest of the crew prepared to make their way back down the mountain. They are accompanied by the Lapons and a surprisingly large number of Musuru and Waipal's former soldiers. Waving goodbye to their new friends, Luffy calls out, "We'll miss you, well, most of you, some of you, I'm sure I'll miss at least one of you, shi." As he is about to turn to leave, the young Lapon, whom Sanji had kicked on their trip up the mountain and Luffy had rescued during the avalanche, hops forward. The small creature turns toward the rest of its tribe and bows before continuing toward the group. Looking up at Luffy with its large red eyes, it lets out a hesitant, "Squee, can I, Squee, come with you?" Raising an eyebrow, Luffy asks, "Are you asking to join my crew?" The rabbit nods emphatically and his lips split into a wide grin as he shouts, "Hell yeah! Welcome aboard, Snowball." "Snowball?" Jin asks in confusion. Rolling his eyes, Sanji slaps a hand against his forehead and mutters, "It's a long and stupid story. Trust me. Ignorance is bliss on this one." Shifting his focus to Luffy, he announces, "Kaya said they are on the way to Bighorn and we should meet up there." "Like a race? Last one there is a rotten egg?" Luffy shouts as he leaps into the air before taking off down the side of the mountain. The others chuckle to themselves as they follow their excitable captain. Surrounded by the ISSHI-20, Kureha dances a golden key across her knuckles. Once the pirates are out of sight, she turns to her companions. Catching the key between her thumb and index finger, she asks, "Ready to help me with a special project?" The others nod and follow her back into the castle in the direction of the armory. Drum Island, Bighorn walking the perimeter of the town. Chow Chow lifts his nose to the air and takes a long sniff. Somebody is approaching. The hair on his back rises to attention, and he lets out a low growl from deep in his throat as he lowers toward the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. Boots crunching through snow is soon followed by the emergence of Kaya, leading a small group of familiar and unfamiliar faces. Upon seeing the blonde, the dog's tail begins wagging. He leaps into her arms and starts licking her face, causing her to exclaim, "Chow Chow, how are you doing, boy?" "Fire!" Jimmy Scoops cries out as he snaps a photo of the pair before walking past them toward the small town, accompanied by Dalton and Marianne. Behind them, a parade of Yeti and wolves led handcuffed soldiers onward. They are soon joined by the rest of the crew still stationed in Bighorn, who swarm around the group, peppering them with excited questions. "What was Cocoa Weeds like?" Tamanegi asks, notebook in hand and pen at the ready. Pointing at the Yeti, Rika and Chabo ask in unison, "How do you know our Yeti friends?" Raising his flat hands into the air, Dalton attempts to calm the eager youngsters. Kids. There is no need to rush. We'll have plenty of time to answer all of your questions. Piaman and Ninjin tug on Marianne's shirt and beg, please make us some snow art. We need something new on the ship. Raising an eyebrow, Marianne stops in her tracks and asks, who the heck are you? Hooking an arm around her shoulder and guiding her forward, Usopp proclaims, that's Carrot. I know he doesn't look the same, but I promise it'll all make sense. You see, this morning I was picking vegetables, trying to make the perfect salad for Kaya when. Making his way to Kaya's side, Mary carefully extracts the dog from her arms and deposits the creature on the ground before offering his elbow to her with a smile. Miss Kaya, it's been such a long time. Smiling back and gracefully accepting his outstretched elbow, Kaya allows her former butler to guide her forward. Scowling up at Mary, Chow Chow stomps through the snow behind the pair. As the group continues into town, they meet up with Johnny and Yosaku, who are standing guard over the soldiers they had defeated earlier that day. Nearby, Gregory and Fiona are working with the local civilians to return everything that Masuru's men had stolen during their initial raid. She. Luffy's trademark laughter can be heard as the chaotic pirate captain slides down the final stretch of the mountain before leaping to his feet and racing toward the middle of town. Lifting his hands in the air, he declares, I won. The others laugh and high-five the young man as the rest of the crew make their way into town. Sanji and Jin support one another, their wounds making each step difficult, while Zoro stubbornly refuses any assistance offered to him. Hatchin beams with pride as he jogs after the captain, followed closely by Chopper and Snowball. Looking around the assembled group, Luffy's gaze stops on Ninjin. Raising an eyebrow, he asks, did you get taller? The others laugh as he continues to stare in confusion at the man who, hours earlier, had been a young boy. Shrugging his shoulders, his lips split into a grin, and he shouts, guess you had a growth spurt. With a smile and a wink, Ninjin replies, something like that, Captain. Wrapping his arms around Luffy's leg, Chopper nervously clears his throat before asking, do you happen to have a gardener or herbalist in the crew? I could really use fresh ingredients to make medicine. Medicine? Kaya asks, with a raised eyebrow. A smile spreads across her face, and she continues, you wouldn't happen to be a doctor, would you? We are desperately in need of a trained doctor on the crew. I am, Chopper announces, stepping out from between Luffy's legs before suddenly being overcome with shyness and diving for cover. Voice shaking, he continues, I can do some doctoring. If that's okay. I don't want to be bother. Raising his hand, Chabo offers, I've got a bit of a green thumb. Letting out a snort, Piaman snickers, way to sell yourself short, dude. Shooting a glare at the older boy, Chabo strides over to Chopper and asks, what kind of ingredients do you think we need? Taking hold of the youngster's hand, Chopper leads him away from the group as he outlines his wish list. As the group continues to catch up with one another, the villagers start to approach. One taps Dalton on the shoulder and whispers something into his ear. Nodding, the large man clears his throat before saying in a booming voice, for saving our island. The villagers here in Bighorn would like to throw you a party. Now I know that pirates like you probably have things too. A party? Leaping into the air, Luffy throws both of his fists upward and screams, let's do it. The rest of the crew lets out a resounding cheer. As the villages join in the celebration and begin leading the crew away, Dalton catches Luffy by the arm and whispers into his ear, we need to talk. What's up? Luffy asks in confusion as the man leads him forcefully down the street toward his house. Once they are safely inside, Dalton turns to Luffy. He says in a serious tone, you aren't the first people to visit our island this week. I think there are some things you need to know. Shrugging his shoulders, Luffy lifts his hands in confusion and asks, so what? Other people are allowed to go wherever they want. Why does it matter? Because, taking a deep breath, Dalton places his hand onto the young man's shoulder and meets his gaze. They were looking for you. Me? Eyes wide, Luffy grabs Dalton's sides and shakes him. What do they want with me? Different things, I suppose. Pushing the young man away, Dalton pulls up 2 chairs and sits down in one, while Luffy takes the other. Resting his chin against his knuckles, he searched Luffy's eyes before continuing. The first one to arrive went by the Endias to keep an eye out for you. Said you were dangerous and that if we saw you, We should report it to Navy headquarters immediately. Lucky for you. I didn't realize who you were when you first landed here, and by the time I made the connection, it was clear that Wapple was the bigger threat. Smokey, must be pissed about Logatown. With a grin, Luffy asks, who else asked about me? A man wearing an orange hat. Dalton replies with a smile. Seeing a flash of recognition in the boy's eyes, he continues quickly. He was looking for Blackbeard at the time, but he told me that his younger brother was on the way and that he would bring trouble with him. He hit the nail on the head with that one. Hey. Ace. Luffy whispers, heart racing as excitement swells in his chest. Leaning forward, he asks, that's who you're talking about, right? My brother Ace. Indeed. Nodding his head, Dalton reaches into his pocket and pulls out an envelope, handing it to the young pirate. He also asked me to give you this. Taking the envelope, Luffy stares at it in fascination. It can't be him, right? There's no way. What are the chances he'd be here? Taking a deep breath, he pushes himself to his feet and carefully slides the unopened envelope into his pocket. Flashing a smile at the man, he calls out, thanks for the history lesson, old man. But I've got a party to attend. She. Not waiting for an answer, he turns away from Dalton and makes his way out of the small house. The sound of music thumping in the center of town draws the young pirate's attention, and with an excited yelp, he takes off toward the party. Chabo follows dutifully behind Chopper, taking notes as the young reindeer lists the various ingredients he is looking for. Aloe vera would be nice, especially if we are heading to Alabasta. Would hate for somebody to get a sunburn. Chamomile is another good one. If it's brewed into tea, it can be a helpful treatment for insomnia. Can't forget cannabis. Dr. Hiralik told me it's a great way to deal with depression and anxiety. He did act pretty weird whenever he took it, though, so we'll need to be careful. Oh, and poppy. The seeds are an excellent pain reliever. He stops and turns to the young boy, who is wearing a wide smile. Clasping his paws together, he drags his foot nervously across the ground before asking, would you mind picking up sakura seeds as well? Dr. Hiralik told me that the blooming of a sakura tree was the world's greatest medicine and could cure any ailment. It was part of his dream and I can't let him down. Scribbling down the last item, Chabo underlines it before meeting Chopper's gaze with a smile and asking, anything else? When do you need me to have it ready? Oh, heart sinking, Chopper lowers his head and again kicks nervously at the snow-covered ground. I guess I can wait a while. I'm sure it takes time to grow all of these, and most of them do badly in cold climates like this, so you're unlikely to find anything but seeds here on the island. Placing a hand on the nervous reindeer's shoulder, Chabo says in a confident tone, you let me worry about that. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Just tell me when you need it ready and I'll make it happen, okay? Oh okay, Chopper replies hesitantly, trying to keep his expectations in check despite the young boy's confidence. If you can get them grown before we reach Alabasta, that would be great. You got it. Also, we've already got aloe vera on the ship, so we can cross that off the list. Chabo says cheerily as he marches away from Chopper toward a building marked, Drum Nursery. Scratching his forehead as the boy walks away, Chopper wonders, why does he sound so confident? Shrugging his shoulders, he turns and wanders back toward the center of town. As he approaches, he can make out the sounds of music and singing. Bighorn, town center. A loud drum beat as several of the town members danced in a circle around a large fire, accompanied by the younger members of the crew. Several other villagers were playing instruments, including a young family with a violin, flute, and banjo. Standing atop an overturned barrel, cheeks bright red from the bottles of beer lying on the ground around him, Dalton bellows, what shall we do now the tyrant is gone? Clapping their hands, the villagers respond, hooray, and the night is long. We'll dance and feast, till the break of dawn, Dalton shouts. He leans backward, causing several men to rush behind him with outstretched arms, but he manages to right himself, much to their relief. The crowd responds, hooray, and the night is long. Dalton joins the crowd for the chorus, now we're free, from the icy grip. Happy are we, now we're free, for the Straw Hats set us free. Pointing at Chopper, causing him to dive behind Luffy in a panic, Dalton cries out, what shall we do for the doctor so kind? The crowd responds enthusiastically, hooray, and the night is long. With a smile on his face, Dalton raises his hands into the air and shouts, "Best in the world, a treasure to find." The crowd continues, their voices earnest, "Hooray, and the night is long." As the group re-enters the chorus, Luffy grabs Chopper by the hoof and drags him forward. Smiling, he shouts, "You're famous, raccoon dog," before shoving the nervous reindeer toward the dancers. Yanked out of his comfort zone, Chopper spins several times before coming to an abrupt stop as a young girl grabs him by the waist and roughly pushes him forward. Realizing that he is now at the front of an impromptu Congo line, the reindeer obediently kicks up one foot at a time while marching forward. His nerves melting away, he smiles as the villagers start to cheer him on. "Is this what it's like to be a pirate? This is so cool." Bighorn, temporary prison kneeling behind one of the captive soldiers. Johnny asks in a low voice, "Remember me, dumbass?" The man nods, sweat running down his brow as Johnny roughly grabs at the ropes binding his wrists. "Good. If you ever try to pull a stunt like you did with me and my bro, I swear it'll be the last thing you ever do." The ropes fall away from the man's wrists. Eyes wide, he looks quizzically at the swordsman, who grins back and answers the unasked question, "By order of King Dalton, you are free to go so long as you denounce Wapol and pledge to serve the kingdom of Drum Island." The soldier nods enthusiastically, and Johnny yanks him to his feet before shoving him toward the town center. He calls out after the man, "Let the captain know we're almost done." "You didn't need to be so hard on him, bro," Yosaku says as soon as the man is out of earshot. Reaching down, he quickly unties another soldier and helps him to his feet. "Yeah, well, he didn't need to tie us up and leave us on the ship for hours. Now we're even." Johnny replies with a grin as he crouches down to free another soldier. Bighorn, town center. A snowball flies through the air and slams into Jin's back. Turning, he sees a large creature with blue skin and long white fur, pointing and laughing. The rest of his clan surrounds him, holding snowballs of their own. The Yeti from Cocoa Weeds. A sly grin spreads across his face as he drops to his knees and begins packing a snowball to throw back in retaliation. Before long, balls of snow are hurling through the air as the Yeti, villagers, and crew break into a free-for-all assault. Laughter and cheers can be heard after each hit. Wapol and Musuru's soldiers join the fray on the side of the villagers, treating the battle with more severity than the Yeti had intended, as they desperately fight for the honor of Drum Island. A piercing whistle brings a sudden halt to the snowball fight, and everyone freezes in anticipation of the new arrival. Stepping out of an alleyway comes Kureha, flanked by Nami and Nijiko. The ISSHI-20 appear behind them along with the Lapon tribe, all holding snowballs of their own. With a sly smile, she asks, "Did you think you could throw a party on my island without inviting me?" Silence hangs for a moment before the snowball war resumes in earnest. Projectiles erupt at her feet, sending glimmering powder into the air, as Rika navigates the battlefield. Spotting safety, she dives behind the wall of a hastily constructed fortress to rejoin her friends. Eyes snapping to the leader of their small group, she reports, "Forces on the east and west are moving in. We need reinforcements, Captain Usopp." With an air of confidence, Usopp waves toward Piaman and Mary, who are hard at work trying to fit several logs together. "Fear not, young radish. Our trebuchet is almost complete. Once we have its strength on our side, none shall stand against us." The rest of the assembled Usopp pirates let out a loud cheer as they swarm around the hastily constructed weapon. Standing outside the small base, Luffy's arms move in a blur. Having long since given up on distinguishing friend from foe, he peppers everyone with the frozen orbs, while laughing maniacally, "She. Still drunk, Dalton teeters on the edge of the barrel, arms pinwheeling before face planting into the snow. He is helped to his feet by Kaya, who pulls one of his arms across her shoulder and says in a motherly tone, "Let's find you some place to sit, King Dalton." "I'm alright. I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. I'm good." Letting out a loud belch, Dalton tries to poo self, unable to fight back due to his intoxication. Led to a chair, he flops down on it. A goofy grin spreads across his face as he looks up at the blonde. "Why are you so concerned?" "I'm fine." "You're not fine." Sitting beside the man, Kaya takes his hand in hers and says gently, "If you were fine, you wouldn't be shit-faced in the middle of the day." "What's wrong, Dalton? I thought getting rid of Wapol would make life easier." It does. Looking down at the girl's hand, Dalton lets out a sigh as a tear runs down his cheek, but it doesn't fix everything. Wapol took it all. Everything we had saved for the heavenly tribute. He took it and spent it on that stupid boat of his. The pirate ship? Kaya asks and is met with a nod. Biting her lip, she glances toward the street leading back to the docks. I doubt they'll be able to sell it back for the full cost. Turning to meet the man's eyes, she asks hesitantly, "How much do you need?" Staring at the ground, Dalton traces a circle with his foot as his shoulders sag. The booze may have loosened his tongue, but he still had his Drum Island pride. They would figure it out, somehow. With another sigh, he replies, 500 million. Closing her eyes, Kaya breathes slowly. It's a lot of money. But I suppose we did cause all of this. If we'd let Wapol take back his country, he'd have paid the tribute himself. She says quietly, we'll cover it. Hey. Dalton chuckles to himself, pulling his hand free from the girl's. He continues, sure, y'all will. Everybody knows pirate crews don't keep that kind of money on them. It's fine, Kaya, we'll figure something. Did you forget who I am? Kaya asks, her voice running cold. Rising to her feet, she turns and glares at the man before shouting, I'm the heir of the East Blue Trading Company. 500 million is nothing to someone like me. Will you take the money or not? I don't have all day, Dalton. More tears welling up in his eyes, Dalton relents, will. I'm so sorry, Kaya. Yes, we will take your money. Thank you. Good. Turning around, Kaya stomps away from the man before shouting over her shoulder. You better not tell anybody where you got it. We have a reputation to uphold after all. Who would take us seriously as pirates if they knew we gave away money? Huh? Smiling, she continues down the street toward the docks. Nami would kill me if she knew what I was doing. Food's ready. Sanji calls out as Hatchin drags out a massive cart filled with dishes that the pair had prepared during the snowball fight. The smell of smoked ham, freshly made pasta, and barbecued pork fills the air. Letting out a cheer, the various combatants drop their projectiles and stampede toward the chef, who leaps out of the way to avoid being trampled underfoot. Several doors are flung open as chefs from Bighorn race inside their restaurants to prepare local dishes for their guests, embarrassed at having been beaten to the punch by the pirates. In short order, the sound of flatware clattering against plates and noisy chewing echoes down the street. As the town chefs finish their work and bring out their favorite dishes, the sound of crunching snow can be heard as a large group approaches the town. A loud voice rings out, "Did you think you could hog our saviors all to yourself, Dalton?" Looking up from his meal, Dalton smiles as he spots the mayor of Cocoa Weeds leading what appears to be at least half of the denizens of his town in their direction. Waving, he shouts, "Hurry up! Dinner won't wait on laggards." Laughter fills the air as the partiers shift their focus to the food in front of them. Grabbing the bone protruding from an unusually long bird wing, Luffy stuffs the meat into his mouth, chewing noisily before pulling the cleaned bone free and flicking it over his shoulder. With a wide grin, he continues chewing before stopping with a curious expression on his face. Opening his mouth, he reaches inside and pulls a long white strand of hair from his throat and holds it in front of him. Glancing across the table at a Yeti who is devouring a bacon-covered sausage, he asks, "Is this yours?" The creature glances up and shrugs before returning his focus to the food on his plate. Grinning, Luffy shouts, "Extra protein." She, before dropping the hair back into his mouth and swallowing it. The party continues long into the night as other towns from across the island arrive at different points, each bringing their own unique celebratory traditions. By the time the sun peeked out above the horizon, Bighorn was so full of sleeping partiers that it was difficult to find an unoccupied patch of snow. The first of the crew to arise, Zoro stretched his hands high above his head and let out a loud yawn, accidentally bumping a sleeping Yeti with his boot. The creature growled in response before rolling over and wrapping a hairy arm around one of Wapol's former soldiers. Opening his eyes, Zoro surveys the chaotic remains of the previous night's celebration. Damn, these Drum Islanders go hard. He carefully steps over Sanji, whose arms were wrapped around Najiko's waist. A trickle of blood ran down the chef's cheek, and he wore a wide smile, clearly enjoying whatever perverted dream was playing through his mind. Cupping his hands around his mouth, the swordsman shouts, "Straw Hat Pirates! Assemble!" Dropping his hands to his sides, He watches in amusement as several members of the crew leap to their feet before shaking their fists in anger at him and returning to the ground to rest. That was way too easy. Continuing across the sea of bodies, he eventually reaches the road leading back to the docks. Spotting Johnny and Yosaku with their arms wrapped around one another and hands buried in each other's back pockets, he rolls his eyes and delivers a swift kick to the pair. "Wake up, dumbasses. It's time to go." Yanking their hands free and jumping to their feet, the bounty hunters blush profusely as they fall into line behind the swordsman. The trio makes their way back to the going shopping, followed by several other members of the crew who, despite their best efforts, were unable to get back to sleep after Zoro's rude awakening. Going shopping. Main deck. Several hours later, the ship is ready for launch, and the entire crew has arrived with one notable exception. Hand over his eyes, Usopp scans the forest, muttering to himself, "Where the hell is Luffy?" Hachin's voice fills the air, projected by the security den mushi scattered throughout the ship. 10 minutes to departure. If you have any final goodbyes, I would suggest you make them now. Hurry up, Luffy, I don't want to have to tell Nami and Hachin we are being delayed. Those two are scary. A shudder runs down Usopp's spine as he imagines the ass-kicking he would get for delivering such a message. The trees rustle, so faint that anybody else would not have noticed it, but Usopp focuses on the movement. His lips split into a smile upon hearing a familiar scream. "Wait for me!" Luffy shouts as he explodes through the tree line, legs a blur, he kicks up snow in every direction. Spotting Usopp staring at him from the crow's nest, he shouts, "Usopp, don't leave me behind." "Luffy!" Usopp yells back as he scrambles to the side of the crow's nest and begins to descend to the main deck. Upon reaching the bottom of the mast, he races to the wooden gangplank and reaches it just as the captain is stepping onto the deck. Wrapping his arms around the captain, he shouts, "I thought we were going to have to leave you behind, what took so long?" She. Allowing the sniper to squeeze his torso, Luffy digs around in his pocket before pulling out a cold turkey leg. As Usopp releases him, he shouts, "I was grabbing a snack for the trip." He rips off a chunk of meat with his teeth and chews hard, his eyes narrow. He pulls the leg toward his chest and growls, "I'm not sharing." Slapping a hand on Luffy's shoulder, Sanji says with a grin, "We've got plenty of food in the kitchen, dumbass. You didn't need to scavenge the town like a vulture. That's for everyone to share." Luffy replies, taking another bite and chewing noisily before swallowing hard. He turns to the chef and grins, flecks of meat hanging from his teeth before declaring, "This is all mine." The ship lurches and the trio brace themselves against the railing before turning toward the shore, where a large number of the island's inhabitants had gathered to send them off. Hachin's voice again comes through the security den mushi. "Sorry about that, folks. Seems the ship is a bit more eager to go than I thought. We will be departing in, well, now I guess." As the ship begins to drift away from shore, Chopper joins the trio, waving goodbye to the island he had grown up on. Beside him, Snowball leaps onto the railing, ears wiggling as he bids a tearful goodbye to the Lapons, who have gathered alongside the villagers to see them off. With a sigh, Chopper laments, "I just wish I had been able to see the sakura trees bloom here on the island. It's a shame not to see Dr. Hiralick's dream come true." From the shore, Dr. Kureha stares at Chopper before pulling a small device from her pocket. She presses a button at the center, causing pink petals to burst from cannons strategically placed across Drum Mountain. Returning the device to her pocket, she whispers, "One last gift, for my dumbass son." As the light pink petals drift through the air, she continues in a low tone, "It still lives. The will of D. I knew there was something special about that straw hat wearing idiot. He's got a dream to rival even you. Gold D. Roger." A smile touches the edge of her lips as she lifts her fist into the air and shouts, "Chopper, don't go making me look bad, you little shit." "Chopper, look." Luffy yells, pointing at the sea of pink descending to the island's snowy surface. Tears stream down Chopper's cheeks as he stares at the sakura petals in wonder. "We did it, Doctor. We really did it. The sakura trees bloomed, and now Drum Island is truly healed." As the ship continues out to sea and the island fades from view, the others return to their usual chores, leaving Luffy alone. Elbow resting against the railing, he smiles to himself, reflecting on their shared adventure. It was hard to leave Vivi and the others, but this was worth it. Setting the people of Drum Island free was worth it. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out the letter that Dalton had given him the previous day. He turns it over several times in his hands, studying it for any clue of what might be inside. "What did you want to tell me, Ace? Is it a good message or a bad one?" His fingers run over the orange wax seal, feeling the smiling and frowning imprint on its surface. "I guess there's only one way to find out." Sliding his finger between the top and bottom flaps, he pulls apart the seal and carefully opens the envelope. Reaching inside, he pulls out a handwritten letter. It was lightly singed at the edges, Ace's trademark. "Hey Luffy, I'll be waiting for you in Alabasta, but I can only stay here until March 17th. It would be great to see you again, but I understand if our paths don't cross. The world is a lot bigger than either of us thought possible back when we were playing pirates in Windmill Village. Your favorite big brother." Ace. A tear runs down Luffy's cheek as he reads and rereads the letter. His thoughts are interrupted by a rough hand on his shoulder and Zoro's gruff voice, "You alright?" "Yeah." Shoving the letter into his pocket, Luffy wipes the tear away before resting his elbows against the metallic railing. He stares across the ocean at the top of Drum Mountain, which is now little more than a speck on the horizon, just thinking about an old friend. Well, when you're ready, there's a call for you in the observation room. I think you're gonna want to take it." Zoro replies with a grin, patting the pirate's shoulder one more time before turning away and crossing the deck toward the training room. Letting out a loud sigh, Luffy places his hand into his pocket, pressing the paper against his leg. Something about its presence felt comforting, like having a piece of home with him. "Guess I should figure out what this is about." Pushing off the railing, he makes his way toward the observation room. Going shopping, observation room. Smiling as she talked, Kaya stops as soon as Luffy enters the room and holds the Den Den Mushi out toward him. "Hey, Captain, somebody's on the..." Yeah. Zoro already told me." Luffy cuts her off with a grin as he strides across the room and takes the device from the blonde. Holding the snail to his ear, he says, "This is Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Unless it's the Navy, then I'm Buggy, captain of the Dumbass Brigade. She. Hey, Luffy." Kobe's familiar voice came through the device. Luffy's eyes grow wide, and his grip on the snail tightens, causing it to squirm slightly as the voice of his bosun continues. "I just wanted to let you know that our log pose has updated, and we are on the way to Alabasta. We should get there in about 7 days, which Kaya says is a day or two ahead of your journey. Vivi suggested that we meet up in Nanohana, and from there, we can decide what to do about Crocodile." Kobe, Luffy's eyes water as he sinks onto one of the couches. "It feels like it's been months since I last saw him and the others on Little Garden, even though it's only been a few days." Clutching the snail to his ear, he asks, "Is everybody okay?" "Yeah, There is a slight pause in Kobe's voice before he continues, "We're fine. A little shaken up, but we're fine. Everyone here on the Going Merry misses you." Lying across the couch and kicking his feet onto the armrest, Luffy smiles. "We miss you too. Sounds like you guys had a rough time, but I'm glad you're doing alright. We had a pretty wild adventure ourselves. There was this crazy king and an island covered in snow. You would have loved it. We also found a doctor for the crew, and he's a raccoon dog. Isn't that crazy?" Flashing a quick smile at the captain, Kaya heads towards the exit to give him some privacy. "Hell, do you mean you can't publish it?" Jimmy screams as he paces back and forth. Several others in the crew are meandering around the room, eavesdropping on the call. Slamming his hands into the wooden desk, Jimmy leans close to the snail and snarls. "You ripped my last article to shreds. Now you are refusing to publish me? This is a load of crap, Morgans. It's out of my hands, Jimmy. I can't print an article accusing a king of being a war criminal. Think of the optics." The Den Den Mushi barks back, eyes narrowing as the creature attempts to replicate Morgan's frustration. It glares at the former Marine before continuing, "Don't you think I would if I could? This is big news. But if I do, they'll buster call the whole." "A buster call?" Jimmy asks, eyes wide with concern. He studies the snail, looking for any hint that the man on the other end might be exaggerating. Voice shaking, he asks in a quieter tone, "Do you really think they would do that over one article? They've done more for far less. You had your blinders on when you were in the service. Attach." Comes Morgan's reply in a matter-of-fact tone. He pauses a moment, And the Den Mushi's eyes widen and glance up at the ceiling before his voice cuts back through. Let's make a deal. Write something less controversial today, and next time we'll figure out a way to get the truth out there. Think you can do that for me? Biting his lip, Jimmy glances around the room and sees movement as the others make themselves look busy. Come on, guys, are you all going to make me do this on my own? Catching Nami stealing a glance, he mouths, "What do I do?" Her nod is subtle as her gaze darts to the device, before returning to him. I hope I read that right. Clearing his throat, he approaches the desk and leans toward the creature. Having made up his mind, he replies in a calm tone, I can. Give me a couple of hours, and I'll send something over. You better not be screwing with me. Reaching down, he taps a button on the snail's shell, disconnecting the call before Morgans can respond. Inside Scoops. The true heroes of the snowy peaks. Editorial by Jimmy Scoops. While the rest of the world has its eyes on the political shuffle on Drum Island, this reporter has the real story. Don't believe a word you hear about peaceful transitions and benevolent rulers. The truth, as it always is with the Straw Hat Pirates, is far more bizarre and awe-inspiring. For years, the majestic Lapon and the mythical Yeti tribes have lived in isolation, their strength and wisdom a legend whispered only by the local mountain folk. Their stoic presence on the peaks was considered a quirk of nature, a backdrop to the kingdom's misery. But recent events, marked by a particularly gluttonous period in the island's history, have revealed a truth far more profound. My sources confirm that these reclusive beasts rose to defend their island, driving away those who would harm it and restoring peace to their land. This reporter believes that the newly forged mutual respect and cooperation between the island's inhabitants will ensure the kingdom's survival and prosperity for many years to come. These silent guardians are the true heroes of the land, safeguarding it not for fame or glory, but out of a deep and abiding love for their mountain home. The brave resistance of the locals, combined with the efforts of their mountain allies, was a lesson in courage we can all learn from. So the next time you hear a tale of kings and peaceful transitions, remember to look for the real heroes, the ones who are fighting to keep us all safe from oppression and despair. Jimmy Scoops contributed to this article in his personal capacity. The views expressed are his own and do not necessarily represent the views of the World Economic Newspaper or the world government. Bighorn, Town Square. A large table, recently constructed, sat in the middle of the square, and splayed out atop it was the most recent issue of the World Economic Press. Several villagers were gathered around, with Dalton at their center, eyes focused as he read through the articles. Stabbing a finger at the paper, the newly appointed leader of the island shouts, "This is ridiculous. Does the world government really expect people to believe Wapple stepped down willingly?" Shaking his head, he turns to leave when a wrinkled hand wraps around his arm. Glancing back, he is met by Correa's mischievous grin. "Leaving so soon? You haven't even gotten to the best part." Turning back to the paper, Correa flips to the back. Pointing a bony finger at Jimmy's article, she shouts, "Take a look at this. Seems that reporter of theirs isn't completely useless." Pangea Castle. An old man with a full white beard and mustache lounged in a dark green chair with lavish golden accents. Thick white dreadlocks were partially hidden beneath a flat black hat. On the left side of his face was a scar that stretched across his eye, a memento from battle long ago. The paper lay spread across his lap, and he studied it with a bemused detachment before calling out in a gravely voice, "Another king deposed as a result of his own hubris. What a waste." Drum Kingdom required a change in leadership. "Perhaps this Dalton will be more compliant than his predecessor," calls out the man beside him. Bearing a large white mustache and a bald head, he had several spots dotting his forehead and right cheek. The three others in the room murmur their agreement before flipping their newspapers in unison to the next page, somewhere on the Grand Line. Stars dotted the night sky as the Going Merry departed from the beach. Huddled together on the deck, Taipan carefully plucked a colorful strand of fur from his niece's dress, dropping it onto the pile that had accumulated at their feet. Lying nearby, Karoo rocked back and forth, letting out the occasional half-hearted chirp. Standing a small distance away, Igaran ran a handkerchief over the surface of his saxophone, attempting to remove the bright blue ink before it permanently stained the metal. From his position on the bridge, Kobe had a clear view of the others on the deck below, hands tightly wrapped around the whipstaff. He carefully directed their ship away from the strange island. A thick brown liquid with a foul odor clung to his shirt, and the pink-haired man struggled not to gag at the smell. Lips splitting into a scowl, he growled, "Screw you, swiper." 2 days earlier, going merry, bridge a somber calm fell upon the crew of the small ship as the last vestiges of Little Garden faded from view. After a bittersweet farewell by Luffy and the others, they were now braving the unknown together, uncertain of when they would be reunited with their friends. Unfamiliar with piloting the ship, Igaram and Kobe spend the majority of their first day at sea learning the controls and attempting to stick to the course set by their log pose. Late in the evening, their collective focus is broken by a knocking at the door. "Come on in," Kobe calls out, eyes glued to the compass in his hand, double-checking their course. There is a loud creak followed by a door slamming shut as their new arrival lets themselves in. Sauntering over to the pair, Vivi carefully delivers a pair of plates onto a small table and says in a silky tone, "Dinner's here." Placing her hand on Kobe's back, she feels him tense at the unexpected contact before relaxing into her touch. He's wound tighter than I've ever seen him. Glancing around the young man, she spots a bead of sweat running down Igaram's brow as he attempts to hold the whipstaff perfectly still. In a low tone, she suggests, "You two should take a break." "I promise the ship isn't." Feeling Kobe's stiffening once more, she gently rubs his back through the shirt to calm his nerves and continues, "Going to break down if you step away for a couple of minutes." Stomach gurgling, Kobe steals a glance at the plate of food before returning his focus to the log pose. "I can eat when we get there. Right now I need to focus." Eyes narrowing slightly, he replies, "I made a promise to get you to Alabasta before. And you'll never be able to keep that promise if you give yourself a stress-induced heart attack." Vivi responds with a commanding tone. Her hand stops moving on his back, and she pulls it away, crossing her arms beneath her chest and glaring at the pair. "My mistake for making it sound optional. I don't care if Luffy left you in charge. I'm still a princess, and that means you have to listen to me. Both of you sit down right now and eat your dinner. I don't want to hear any excuses out of either of you." Releasing the whipstaff, Igaram turns to Vivi and smiles widely, showing his brilliant white teeth. He tuts, "Mi. Your wish is my command, Princess Vivi." Glancing at Kobe, who is still staring stubbornly at the log pose, he raises an eyebrow, trying to burn a hole through it, "Sir." With a sigh, Kobe raises his gaze to meet Igaram's. He opens his mouth to protest, but gives up as his stomach again rumbles with hunger. Swallowing hard, he says in a terse tone, "I guess we can stop for a few minutes. But as soon as we're done eating, it's back to work." Going merry. Main deck as the last vestiges of daylight stretch across the somber waters, Kobe and Igaram make their way down to the main deck, looking far more at ease than they had earlier that evening. Glancing away from her uncle, who had been regaling her with a story from his youth, Vivi meets Kobe's gaze and mouths, "Thank you," to the young pink-haired man. Smiling back at the princess, Kobe nods curtly as he and his companion join the others. Raising an eyebrow at Taipan, he asks, "Mind if we listen in, old-timer? I suppose I should start over for our new guests. Do ya mind?" Taipan asks. Receiving a shrug and a smile from his niece, he places a bottle of rum to his lips and takes a big swig. Brushing the brown liquid away and letting out a loud belch, he begins his tale anew. "I was just telling Vivi about how her father and I used to cause trouble as kids. You see, back then, our nation was a simple and happy kingdom." Finding a seat beside Karoo, Kobe runs his fingers through the bird's soft feathers. She shudders at the initial touch, before relaxing into his ministrations and crooning in joy. As the drunkard spun his tale, he smiled happily to himself. "We're gonna be alright. Luffy may not be here, but we'll get through this together." His gaze drifts to Igaram, who is fussing with Vivi's hair, attempting haphazardly to braid it and growing increasingly frustrated after each failed attempt. "We aren't perfect, but neither are you, Captain." Minutes stretch into hours, and recognizing her crewmate's exhaustion, Vivi interrupts the revelry to escort Kobe and Igaram to their sleeping quarters before returning to Taipan's side. He smiles upon seeing her return and attempts to resume yet another tale when she interrupts him by clearing her throat. Sitting down beside the older man, she takes his hand in hers and turns to face him. Licking her lips, she finally forces out the question that had been plaguing her since they were reunited. Why did you leave? The last vespers of Taipan's drunken state fade, and he meets his niece's steady gaze. His voice hitches for a moment, and he replies unsteadily, I thought you knew? After what happened, there was no way I could face your father. He'd have killed me. Maybe he should have. I deserved it for failing to protect. His voice falters as he continues staring into her eyes. You look just like her. I'm so sorry I couldn't save your mom. Breaking eye contact, he stares up at the stars. She died because of me. I wasn't strong enough. Not fast enough. How could I ever face Cobra after? It wasn't your fault. Tightening her grip on Taipan's hand, Vivi forced him to meet her gaze once more. She continues, she was murdered by highly trained assassins, ones that were under the protection of one of the 7 warlords. If you had stopped them, there would have been more following on their heels. There was nothing you or anyone else could have done to stop it. Feeling him attempt to pull his hand away, she grips him harder and says in a firmer tone, yes, father was grieved to hear of mom's passing, but he was even more devastated when he learned that his brother was gone. He needed you, Uncle Taipan. We needed you. We still do. Please come back home. Seeing a tear running down Vivi's cheek, Taipan instinctively reached forward and brushed it away with his free hand before cupping her face with his palm. Am I dreaming? Could this be true? Studying her gaze for any sign of deception, he asks, what would I say? What could I say to explain? Everything. Vivi's lip twitches as she fights back the smile threatening to break her serious expression. Swallowing hard, she replies, just show up. You don't have to say a thing. To my dad at least. Lip curling upward into a mischievous grin, she continues, your wife, on the other hand, may have a few questions. Cece, Taipan breathes, face turning a bright crimson as he pictures his fiery bride's wrath. Eyes darting to the side, he replies quickly, maybe we don't need to rush into a reunion. What's a few more years? Releasing her grip in Taipan's hand, Vivi covers her mouth with her fingers and chortles to herself. You come up with a strategy for dealing with Aunt Cece. Rising to her feet, she holds out her hand to the older man. It's getting late. I need my beauty rest, and the clock is running out if you want to get to sleep before Igaram starts snoring. If only. Waving off her hand, Taipan places his palms on his knees and slowly pushes to his feet. Smile spreading across his face, he glances up at the crow's nest. I've got first shift tonight. Sleep tight, princess. Stepping forward, he plants a kiss on his niece's forehead before placing his hands on her shoulders and turning her toward the women's quarters. You'd better hurry. You're supposed to relieve me in a couple of hours, and don't think for a second I'll let you skip out on your duties just because I'm your uncle. Bully. You deserve everything coming to you from Aunt Cece. Vivi replies as she marches toward her sleeping quarters. Her smile beams as she imagines her family reuniting at long last. Stepping over Karu, who is snoring on the deck, she throws open the hatch leading to the women's quarters. Sliding down the ladder, the door slams shut above her, going merry, main deck. Letting out several muffled chirps as the dawn's rays spilled over the hull of their small ship, Karu rolls onto his side and attempts to shield his eyes from the invading light. Most of the crew were below deck, taking advantage of the peaceful morning to steal a few extra minutes of precious sleep. Nearing the end of his night shift, Kobe marched across the deck, his combat boots thudding against the wooden planks. Safe from the judgmental gaze of some of his less understanding crewmates, he wore a tattered marine uniform he'd snagged just before leaving Shell's town nearly a month prior. Hands snapping to his forehead, he comes to an abrupt stop, boots squaring off as he stares at an imaginary officer before him. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Turning on his heel, he lifts his foot to march back across the deck, but freezes upon seeing Taipan holding a mug of coffee, staring at him with a sly smile on his face. Come on, I thought for sure the old drunk would have slept in. Deciding to press onward as though nothing was out of the ordinary, he resumes his march and calls out in a cold tone, what do you want, old man? Placing the mug against his lips, Taipan slowly sips as his eyes follow the pink-haired man across the deck. The coffee was lukewarm, having been cooled with his favorite additive, whiskey. Swallowing the drink, he slowly lowers the mug and replies calmly, I've been meaning to chat with you, boy. Your dream of being a Marine, do you understand what that would mean? Of course I do. Having passed by his older crewmate, Kobe continues staring forward before coming to a stop, snapping a salute, and again turning on his heel to return across the deck. His lip twitches for a moment before he projects, "Justice will prevail." The sound of his words startles Karoo awake, and the bird leaps to its feet, searching desperately for the source of its rude awakening before giving Kobe a dirty look and hurrying away from the young man. "Justice? What do you know of justice, boy?" Taking another sip from his mug, Taipan watches Kobe resume marching back across the deck, clearly ignoring his question. Rolling his eyes, he swallows and continues, "Do you believe in absolute justice like the admirals, or are you more inclined toward moderate or lazy justice? When the chips are down and the world is on fire, what's going to drive your choices, Kobe?" Clenching his fist, Kobe stops his march and turns toward the man. He extends his arm and points an accusatory finger at Taipan. "Why are you asking me? What do you know of justice, Taipan? You're just a drunk who ran away from his responsibilities. Why the hell should I explain myself to you?" Eyes darting momentarily to the hatches leading to the men's and women's quarters, Taipan makes sure they are alone before again meeting the pink-haired man's gaze and replying, "Because I lived your dream. Before I was adopted into the Alabasta royal family, I spent time with the Marines. Not as a recruit but as a member of Cypher Pole. I've seen the skeletons in the closet of the organization you worship. Left a few in there myself. So I ask again, what do you know of justice?" He was a Marine? Eyes widening, Kobe stammers, I didn't." He pauses a moment and swallows before continuing in a less shaky voice, "I guess I have my own justice. Pirate justice. I'll do what's right, no matter what I'm told." Shaking his head slightly, Taipan replies in a cold tone, "Then you won't make it a day as an enlistee. Being a Marine isn't about doing the right thing. It's about following orders, and sometimes, those orders don't match your moral compass." That can't be right." Feeling heat running up his neck, Kobe shouts back, "That can't be. Sure, there are bad Marines like Axehand Morgan, but there are good ones, too. I bet Garp would never." Garp is the exception, not the rule, and he didn't get to be an exception without years of compromise and half measures. Taipan cuts him off. Seeing the young man's face drop, his voice softens, "That doesn't mean you should give up your dream. But you'll need help. The early Marine ranks are filled with moral ambiguity, an ambiguity that I don't think you're prepared for. I can teach you things that will help accelerate your growth in the organization. If the Marines value one thing, it's strength. I can help you grow strong, Kobe." Eyebrows narrowing, Kobe asks incredulously, "I know you're strong, but what could you possibly teach me that will?" "Soru." Taipan growls before vanishing from sight. An instant later, he is standing behind Kobe. One arm is wrapped around the young man's torso, pinning his arms to his sides, and the other presses a knife against his neck. He whispers into the pink-haired man's ear, "I've got a few tricks up my sleeve." Opening the hatch to the men's quarters an hour later, Igaram exits onto the deck. Spotting Kobe, he is about to call out to him, but stops upon noticing the younger man's focus on Taipan. Interesting. Passing on some wisdom to the next generation, Desert Fang. Glancing to the side, he spots Vivi exiting her own sleeping quarters and calls out to her, "Princess Vivi, would you do me the honor of navigating this morning?" But that's Kobe's. Spotting the pink-haired man's focus on her uncle, Vivi turns to Igaram and replies with a smile, "I'd be happy to help." Paying little mind to the pair, Kobe keeps his gaze locked on Taipan. "So I have to kick the ground 10 times. Lifting his foot, he drives it down into the wooden planks. "Gentle, it's about speed, not physicality. You're lifting your leg far too high. It should feel like you are lightly tapping the ground, not trying to kick a hole through it." Taipan corrects the pink-haired man's technique. "Like this?" Lifting his foot several inches, Kobe wraps his toes against the flooring. "I look ridiculous, wait a minute," eyes widening as he makes the connection. He yells, "I think I get it. Or at least something like it. It's like that cat out of the bag ability Kuro uses." His waddling back and forth must have been the kicks. Smirking Taipan reflects on the glimpses he caught of the fight between Mary and the malicious butler back on Little Garden. He nods and replies, "Something like that. His version was far less refined than what I aimed to teach you, but the general principle is the same." Doing his best to eavesdrop without being noticed, Igaram smiles to himself as he leads the way up the stairs to the bridge. The kid is smarter than I thought. Luffy, you certainly left us in good hands with this one. Reaching the top, he darts to the door and swings it open before bowing and waving toward the entrance. After you, Princess Vivi. Going merry. Bridge. The day dragged on, filled with the sound of training as Kobe attempted to grapple with the basics of techniques that most practitioners spent years of study to master. At long last, the pair made their way onto the bridge to enjoy a meal with their friends, accompanied by an irate Karoo. As they entered the room, the bird glared at Igaram and opened its beak expectantly. Digging a hand into his pocket, the large man tossed a treat to the creature, who greedily snatched it out of the air. Mi, slow down, Karoo. You must save room for dinner. Chortling to himself, Igaram releases his grip on the whipstaff and makes his way to the fridge in the back. Reaching in, he pulls out a can and carefully cracks open the lid before dumping the contents into a bowl and placing it on the ground. Brushing past his companions, Karoo dashes over to the bowl and begins devouring the gelatinous meal. Making his way to the back of the room, Kobe pulls out a pan and places it on the stovetop above a burner, which ignites with the twist of a knob. Dropping a stick of buhl produces a satisfying sizzle as he makes his way to the fridge. Scotting past Igaram, he peers inside and sees a container marked, "Easy Dinner." Reaching inside, he pulls out several pre-formed meat patties. Wow, Sanji, you put us on easy mode. Oh well, a meal's a meal. Shooting a glance over his shoulder, he asks, anybody interested in hamburgers? The others murmur their approval, and he counts out 4 of the patties before making his way back to the stove and dropping them into the pan. Several minutes later, the 4 crewmates sit around a table, noisily chewing their food. Karoo paces around them, occasionally pecking at a crumb that falls to the floor. Wiping sauce from his mouth with the back of his hand, Kobe asks, so what's the name of this island we're headed toward anyway? Placing her hamburger on the plate, Vivi picks up her napkin and dabs at her lips before returning it to her lap and replying in a calm tone, Storybook Island. I must admit, I know far less about it than I should. They have traditionally been allies of Alabasta, but it's been many years since they last sent a delegation to meet with my father. Due to tensions in our region, we could not spare the resources to investigate the matter. Your father spoke highly of their leaders. Hopefully nothing tragic has befallen them. Taipan says before removing the cap from a bottle of beer and bringing it to his lips. Taking a swig, he places it back on the table and lets out a loud belch. Recoiling slightly at the grotesque sound, Kobe glances away from the older man. He chooses his next words carefully. We can't stay long. As soon as the log pose shifts, we need to set our sights on Alabasta. The whole reason we went this route is to get you home as quickly as possible. We don't have the time to get involved in another nation's problems. Bringing the burger back to his mouth, he takes a bite and chews it slowly. The one benefit of not having Luffy around. We can avoid getting dragged into ridiculous nonsense for once. The group continues to eat as the conversation shifts onto lighter topics, and soon they are laughing and reflecting on the past. As the meal draws to a close, they opt to retire early in an effort to conserve their energy for whatever awaits them in the morning. Going merry. Main deck. The night passes relatively uneventfully, and in the morning, the crew gathers on the deck. A quiet tension hung in the air, and they repeatedly stole glances across the water, eager to catch sight of their destination. Land ho! Kobe's voice rings out from the crow's nest. Conversations are cut off as the others race to the front of the ship, leaning over the railing. The peaks of several mountains are the first to come into view, splitting the horizon and spreading to either side as the ship approaches its destination. A peculiar sight, the mountains seemed unnaturally uniform, rising and falling with a deliberate cadence. As the morning light caught them, their true nature was revealed. The chain of peaks didn't look like any mountain range they had ever seen. The range's sheer size suggested the profile of a gigantic, closed book resting on the ocean. A central, massive peak formed the binding, or spine, of the book, its highest point a dark, jagged prominence. Flanking it, the individual mountains sloped away like thick, craggy pages, each one a slightly different shade of green and gray. Deep, narrow valleys sliced between them, forming the creases where the pages met. The overall effect was one of impossible, sculpted geology. As they drew closer, the lower slopes came into view. The book wasn't just rock. It was covered in dense, vibrant forests that seemed to shimmer with unusual colors, giving the pages their distinct texture and tint. Below the mountains, the rest of Storybook Island unfolded. A broad coastal plain of lush, undulating meadows that ran right up to a ring of white sand beaches. The air grew sweet with the scent of unfamiliar blossoms and damp earth. The ship sailed toward the coast, the water turning from deep ocean blue to a brilliant, translucent turquoise. They aimed for a wide, sheltered cove near the base of the central spine, where a small river with ink-black water emptied into the sea. Pulling up to the shore, Kobe and Igaram released the anchor, which sank into the murky depths before finding purchase far below, bringing the ship to a sudden halt. Meanwhile, Vivi and Taipan carefully maneuvered the gangplank across the deck and hoisted it over the side, creating a walkway between their craft and the sandy beach. Leading the way, Karoo strides confidently down the plank, followed by Vivi and Taipan as Kobe and Igaram bring up the rear. Reaching the sandy shore, movement catches their attention. Hands immediately drop to weapons as the nearby shrubbery shakes before an unusual pair appears from the undergrowth. An older girl, in her late teens, with dark hair and skin, steps toward them, waving emphatically at the crew. She wore a pink short-sleeved t-shirt, orange shorts, yellow socks, and white shoes with pink trim. Beside her bounced a much smaller figure. A mink with thick, bright red fur and large, curious amber eyes. He wore a childlike, light blue shirt that was too small for him, barely covering his chest. His paws were small but tipped with tiny, visible claws, and his long, cheerful red tail swung wildly as he moved. But what drew the eye were his feet, encased in a ridiculously oversized pair of sunshine yellow fisherman's boots. He let out a series of happy, chattering squeaks. Speaking for the pair, the girl calls out, "Hola, yo soy Dora, and this is Boots. Today, we are going to be your guides." Releasing the grip on his weapon and stepping forward, Kobe reaches toward the girl to shake hands. "I'm Kobe, and this is..." The words die on his lips as he sees his own bare wrist. A wrist that moments before had a log pose strapped to it. Pupils dilating, he stares in horror as the reality of their situation begins to sink in. A flash of sleek, vibrant orange fur, low to the ground and moving like a streak of lightning, caught his eye over the girl's shoulder. This mink was clad in a tight, dark brown vest and baggy black trousers. His face was entirely concealed by a bright blue bandana mask, leaving only the piercing, mischievous glint of his eyes visible as he locked onto the distant tree line. He was smaller than Boots but moved with the honed, predatory grace of a true thief. In his gloved paw glimmered Kobe's log pose, the crew's only hope of reuniting with their friends in Alabasta. Before Kobe could utter a sound, the orange blur launched forward, traversing toward the dense jungle edge in two silent, powerful bounds. A sudden, whispered, "Swiper," was barely audible from the mink as he hit the brush. The foliage swallowed him whole, a flick of his long, articulated tail the last thing to disappear, leaving nothing but a frantic rustle of leaves and the heavy, accusing silence of the tropical forest in his wake. Storybook Island, shore. "Oh no." Swiper swiped the log pose. "These pirates really need that to find the next island," Dora exclaims, placing her hands on either side of her head as she shakes it dramatically back and forth. Leaping from foot to foot, Boots excitedly exclaims, "Swiper swiped it, Swiper swiped it." Clenching his fist into a tight ball, Taipan growls, "When I get my hands on him, I'll kill the little." "Language," Dora calls out, interrupting the man's rant. Lips spreading into a smile, she shifts her focus back to Kobe and asks in a surprisingly cheery tone, "We lost Swiper. Did you see where he went?" "Are you serious, kid?" Raising an eyebrow, Kobe points at the gap in the trees that the thief escaped through. "He went that way." His words fall on deaf ears as Dora stares deadpan at him, wearing a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Waving his hand in the air, he asks, "Hello? Did you hear me? I said he went that way?" He stabs his finger at the tree line once more, to no avail. "The number 3, that is going on here. What the dollar at hash? Was that? I can't even think a swear word? What is wrong with this island?" Growing more irritated, he motions for the others to follow and takes a step forward only to ram into an invisible barrier. "What is going A chorus of children's voices that seemed to emanate from the air itself cried out as one, "That way." "Muy bien." "Great," replies Dora, turning toward the woods and waving for the others to follow her. Swiper went into the woods. We must follow him. The unseen barrier blocking Kobe's path vanishes the moment Dora starts walking, sending him stumbling after the young girl and her companion. The others hurry to catch up, not wanting to be left behind on this strange island. Catching up to their guide, Kobe asks, "You knew his name, so you are clearly familiar with that thief. Where do you think he took our log pose?" "It's time we collect all the pieces of our map." "That would be excelente, Boots," Dora says to her mink companion, ignoring the pink-haired man's question. Nodding emphatically, Boots bounces in a circle around her, paying little mind to the others. A curious expression crosses Dora's face. Resting her chin between the thumb and index finger of her left hand, she lets out a loud, "Hm. Where are those pieces anyway?" "Oh, I know, we should ask our amiga, Blue." "Hwoo," comes a voice from nearby. The trees shake before a young mink girl tumbles out onto their path, nearly knocking over Dora. Her body was covered in dark blue fur except for a small patch of light blue fur on her midsection that peeked out beneath her crop top. There was a small patch of light skin on her left cheek in the shape of a paw print. Reaching into her pocket, she pulls out a piece of paper and hands it to Dora. Leaning close, she whispers something into the girl's ear before casting a nervous glance at the pirates. Coming to a stop, Dora stares down at the paper in fascination as the others ram headfirst into the invisible barrier behind her. Glancing up once more at Blue, she asks, "Are you sure these are the places?" The mink nods in response, and she shifts her focus to the others. Smile spreading across her face, she announces, "Muy bien." "Great, mi amiga." Blue said that the clues are hidden across the island. The first clue is located at her house, the second at Bikini Beach, and the third at Forchester Hotel. "We need to be rapido, which means fast, to get them all. Can you say rapido?" Sure, rapido." Taipan replies briskly as he presses his shoulder against the barrier and attempts to push his way through. Letting out a grunt of frustration, he slams his fist into the barrier before taking a step back. Fixing his attention on the girl who is blankly staring ahead, he continues, "We don't have time for this. Every day, the people of Alabasta are dying at the hands of crocodile, and if we don't..." His voice drifts off as the girl's pupils shift toward him. Dora's eyes flash red for a brief moment as she holds Taipan's gaze. Leaves sit frozen, held by a wind that is no longer blowing. The chirping of insects, moments before a soothing backdrop to the island, was suddenly silenced. Her companion, Boots, hovered an inch above the ground midway through a jump. The quiet was deafening, louder than anything that had come before. In a low voice, Dora murmurs, "The kids don't need to hear this. Tell me more. How is King Cobra facing this threat? This is impossible. How can she wield such power?" He licks his lips. "Were they always this dry?" The words feel like jelly in his mouth, but he forces them out. "My brother is unaware. Our crew was on the way to warn him, but we got separated back on Little Garden due to a health emergency." Vivi can explain more, shifting his focus to the blue-haired girl beside him, his blood runs cold. She was frozen in place, just like Dora's companions. They all were. This can't be. Is she a god? Swallowing hard, he turns back to the young girl, discovered the truth while undercover in Baroque works. Crocodile has been using the organization to sow chaos across Alabasta, turning the people against the king. To the outside world, he is a hero. One of the 7 warlords. I fear that even my brother, in all his wisdom, believes that lie. We have to tell Cobra the truth. Time is of the essence. But I want to play. Dora replies, a cruel smile crawling across her lips. The world around them fell away, replaced with nothingness that stretched in every direction. Tilting her head to the side, she says in a cutesy tone, "How can I have fun if you leave? The kids won't like that." A chorus of children's laughter echoes through the void but is suddenly silenced with a stomp of her foot. "I need to offer something appealing." Letting out a cautious breath, Taipan replies, "I'll come back. After Alabasta has been saved and Vivi has been reunited with her father, I'll come back, you have my word." The childish demeanor melts into a glower as Dora glares at the man. She takes a moment to think over the proposition before replying in a loud voice. Fine. I suppose I'll let you hurry me along. I'm going to put us back in place. You should suggest splitting up. The kids will like that. You'd better not be lying to me, Desert Fang. How does she know that name? As soon as it had vanished, the world returned along with the passage of time. Taipan's gaze remains fixed on the girl as he continues where he left off. Split up now, we'll never get to them all in time. Won't you help us, Dora? That sounds muy bien, great, Dora replies in a sing-song tone as she shifts her focus back to the others. Boots will take Hombre Borracho and Belleza Azul to the Forchester Hotel. I'll take Gafas Roses to Bikini Beach. And Blue will take Oro Rosado and Pato to her house. Her companions leap forward, grabbing their assigned crew members' hands and dragging them with surprising strength down 3 separate paths that they could have sworn didn't exist moments before. Storybook Island. Path 1. Having freed himself from the blue-haired mink's powerful grip, Igaram studies his hands that were now coated in a strange blue ink. How odd. He tuts to himself before asking in a low tone, Am I? Oh, I do so hope that the princess is alright. Do you know where she is taking us? Shrugging his wings, Karoo continues to trot after their guide, Beak occasionally dancing along the ground as she snatches up unlucky bugs and devours them whole. Please stop doing that. There will be plenty to eat when we get there, Blue says in a calm tone, not bothering to look back at the pair. Retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, Igaram attempts to dab away the ink from his hands as he quickens his pace to catch up with their guide. Finding the cloth ineffective's pocket and asks, Where are we going? Dora said it was your house, but I can't imagine anyone would live out here in the trees bend unnaturally to either side as the path beneath their feet transitions from gravel to pavement. Through the trees, a clearing opens before them, revealing a small yellow house with a red roof. Beside the house was an apple tree with a rope dangling from one of its branches connected to a tire. A small purple mailbox bearing a face on its lid smiled upon seeing them and called out in greeting, Welcome home, Blue. Steve is waiting for you all inside. Did that mailbox just talk? Igaram asks in bewilderment, but his question goes unanswered as Blue grabs his hand once more and pulls him up the path to the door, leaving behind Karoo, who stares in confusion at the strange device before lifting a leg to urinate on its wooden base. What? You can't do that, it's so rude. Stop that. I say stop that this instant, squawks the mailbox in protest as Karoo unloads her bladder before marching confidently after the others toward the strange home. The moment Blue steps onto the porch, the door is flung open, and a man wearing a shirt with light and dark green horizontal stripes steps across the threshold toward them. Flashing a wide smile, he calls out in a loud voice, You're home. And you've brought friends. The mink releases Igaram's hand and hurries to the strange man's side as he begins to sing, Come on in, what do you see? A clue. A clue. You see a clue? We see a clue, another Blue's Clues day, hooray. Do you want to play? Turning away from the guests, the man leads them inside as he continues singing, so count to 3. 1, 2, 3, and clap your hands, clap your hands. There is something new, something new. Join our Blue's Clues band today, right this way. It's another Blue's Clues day. It's another Blue's Clues day. Making his way to a red chair in the center of an otherwise quite sparsely decorated room, the man sits down. Following his lead, Blue takes a seat on the armrest of the chair, head bobbing back and forth as the man starts the next verse, Come on in, what do you see? A clue. A clue. You see a clue? We see a clue, another Blue's Clues day, hooray. Do you want to play? So count OT3. 1, 2, 3, and clap your hands, clap your hands. There is something new, something new. Join our Blue's Clues band today, right this way. It's another Blue's Clues day. It's another Blue's Clues day. The sound of children's laughter fills the room, seemingly emanating from the walls before suddenly going silent. Leaning forward, the man says in a conspiratorial tone, Would you like to read today's letter? What in the blazes is going on here? Slightly flustered, Igaram tuts. Am I? We came to find a piece of a map so that we can. An envelope zips through the air, nearly clipping the pirate's cheek before landing neatly on the man's lap. Mouth agape. He watches the man carefully remove the seal before extracting a letter and unfolding it. Storybook Island. Path 2 keeping stride with the bubbly young girl, Kobe asks, "Why did you call me Gofa's Roses?" "I told you, my name is Kobe." Smiling, Dora happily explains, "It's Gofa's Roses, and it means pink glasses. Your hair is pink and you have glasses, silly." She acts like an overgrown kid. "This should be easy." Chuckling to himself, Kobe replies, "Another lover of nicknames. You'd adore our captain. Has the memory of a goldfish, but he's almost as good at coming up with nicknames as you." "I thought you were the captain?" Lifting an eyebrow, Dora turns toward the pink-haired boy before shrugging her shoulders and continuing to skip down the path. "Oh well, maybe I'll meet him next time." "Next time? There's not going to be a next time, kid." Falling a step behind the girl, the sound of shouting nearby catches Kobe's attention, and he attempts to whisper to his oblivious guide, "Did you hear that?" Stopping in her tracks, causing Kobe to slam into the invisible barrier once again. Dora cups a hand around her ear and leans to the side as her companion checks his glasses for damage. After a moment, she raises her finger into the air and announces, "I think that's Bugs and Daffy." Grabbing Kobe by the hand, she hurries over to a tree and the pair carefully peer around it into a nearby clearing. A mink with gray fur and 2 long ears chews on a carrot as another mink with black fur and an odd duck bill shouts at him. Beside them is a short man with a brown hat, holding a shotgun in one hand and scratching his head with the other. "Rabbit season," the black-furred mink shouts, stabbing his finger at the gray-furred mink as spittle flies from his mouth. "Duck season," the other mink shouts back, before taking another bite from the carrot and chewing it noisily. "Please, Daffy, Bugs, make up your minds," the man holding the gun says as a bead of sweat runs down his brow. "Rabbit season," shouts Daffy, eyes wide as he takes a threatening step toward the other mink. Swallowing his carrot, Bugs replies in a calmer tone, "Rabbit season." The small man's eyes dart back and forth between the pair as the gun shakes in his unsteady grip. "Duck season, fire," calls out Daffy as loudly as he can. "You heard the man," Bugs replies with a grin as he takes another bite from his carrot. Specks of food fall from his lips with each chew. Lifting his gun and aiming it at Daffy, the short man closes one eye before saying, "I if you insist." He pulls the trigger, filling the air with a loud bang. The mink's hair falls to the ground in a neat pile as his duck bill spins widely around his face before he catches it in his hands and repositions it into place. Turning toward the tree that Dora and Kobe are hiding behind, Bugs winks and asks, "Ain't a stinker?" He gives them a toothy grin before shifting his attention back to the others. Turning toward Dora, eyes wide with shock, Kobe asks, "Should we try to help them?" "I thought you wanted to find your clue. Besides, Bugs has this handled," Dora replies with a grin. Springing to her feet, she grabs Kobe by the arm and leads him back to the path. Glancing back over his shoulder, Kobe catches one last glimpse of the gray-furred mink helping the others gather the fallen fur before the trees obscure his vision. "What even is this place?" Shifting his focus back to the path, he asks, "Are you two friends?" "Of course. Everybody here on Storybook Island is amigos, which means friends," Dora replies in a cheery tone. Storybook Island. Path 3. Glancing down at the cheerful guide, Taipan tries to wrap his mind around the island. That Dora girl seems to be able to control the world, at least in her immediate surroundings. Does Boots have that same power? Is he even real, or just a figment of that kid's imagination? His attention is brought back to the present as Vivi lets out a panicked scream. Moving on instinct, he grabs hold of her arm, stopping her from face planting onto the path. Glancing to the side, he asks, "What was that?" Allowing her uncle to help her regain her footing, Vivi attempts to bring her breathing back to normal. Pointing down at a root that had caught on her foot, she admits, "I tripped. Thank you for catching me." Flashing a smile at the older man, she lets go of his arm and continues down the path after Boots. "I have to pay more attention," cheeks glowing. She hurries her pace, not wanting Taipan to see her embarrassment. The faint sound of running water reaches their ears, and they shift their focus back to Boots. Hurry, we're almost to the R River," Boots squeaks as he waves for the others to follow him. His thick rubber boots squish against the dirt as he quickens his pace, unwilling to wait for the others to catch up. "This is ridiculous." Taipan takes a deep breath before opening them slowly. A pair of golden orbs emerges from behind his eyelids, bisected vertically by long black irises. Scales erupt across his skin, shimmering as they reflect the light from the overhead sun. A forked tongue flicks from between his lips, tasting the air before vanishing back into his mouth. He says with a hiss, "Let's try to hurry this along, shall we, princess?" Nodding her agreement, Vivi picks up her pace, trying to catch up to their guide, who has begun leaping down the path on all fours. It isn't long before the trio arrives at the riverbank. Black water lapped against the shore, dyeing the sand a dark hue before retreating away once more. Coming to a stop, the princess asks in confusion, "How are we supposed to cross this? I don't imagine this water is sanitary." Not bothering to answer the question, Boots places 2 fingers into his mouth and lets out a high-pitched whistle. He is answered by a loud toot. A strange rounds the last bend in the river and comes into view. A large wooden wheel on the exterior rotated slowly, pushing it through the inky water. The ship was painted white and gray, with black trim around the edges, and at its mast was a mink with dark fur wearing white overalls. A long tail protruded from the back of his pants, and he had large, round ears that protruded from either side of his head. Whistling to himself, the mink swayed from side to side as he casually steered the ship toward them. Landing beside the group, the mink hurries to the side of the ship and lets down the gangplank. With a cheerful smile, he calls out, "Ha ha, hurry up, kids. The steamboat Willy Riverboat is ready for action." Striding confidently up the wooden plank, Vivi replies with a smile, "Thank you for your service." Her uncle, still transformed, follows close behind. Eyes darting from side to side, he remains ever vigilant. Bringing up the rear, Boots bounces excitedly from foot to foot. As the last of the group reaches the deck, the captain calls out in a loud voice, "Hot dogs. Let's get going." After retrieving the gangplank, he hurries to the steering wheel and resumes whistling. The wooden wheel begins to turn once more. From Vivi and Taipan's vantage point, they can see the thick black liquid pooling between the planks of the paddle wheel. It had a similar consistency and color to wet ink and was accompanied by a burnt chemical smell. Shifting her focus away from the wheel, to the ominous shore where trees and a dirt path were materializing before her very eyes, Vivi drew closer to her uncle and whispered, "What happened back there? Are we safe?" The older man paused a moment before slowly shaking his head back and forth in a "no," chewing her bottom lip. She continues, "What about the others?" Taipan shakes his head. "No," once more. Heart sinking. Vivi leans against the man who wraps an arm protectively around her shoulder. Storybook Island, Blue's house. The man, whom they now knew as Steve, was now standing before them. Having just read a letter from a young girl asking if he had a favorite board game, he was ready to address the pirates. What a lovely letter. Now, where was I? Oh yes, today would be a wonderful day to go outside, but it is very sunny. Good thing I'm wearing my hat. Placing a hand atop his head, he runs it through a mat of messy brown hair, and a look of concern spreads across his face. Patting the hair twice, he declares, "Whatever could have happened to my hat?" "Your hat? Why, that is quite a mystery indeed." Am I? Igaram chortles, amused and a little confused by the man's childish behavior. Tilting her head to the side, Blue calls out, "Hawoo!" Leaping from the arm of the chair, she races out of the room and returns a moment later, wearing a sly grin. "What's that, Blue? You want to play Blue's Clues?" Steve asks. The mink nods emphatically in response. He turns to the others, "What about you? Would you like to play Blue's Clues with us?" "Absolutely," Igaram's voice booms out. Beside him, Karoo pecks at the carpet, grasping a tuft in his beak and pulling up sharply in an attempt to yank it free. "Excellent." Making his way over to the desk beside his chair, Steve retrieves a green notebook bearing his chair in the center. It was bound with rings at the top, and he carefully flipped through the pages until he found a blank one. Shifting his focus back to the pirates, he explains, "This is my handy-dandy notebook. Blue has left us 3 clues, and it's our job to write them all down, all of Blue's clues, before we can solve this mystery." "How unique. But why doesn't Blue just tell us herself, if she already knows?" Igaram asks, turning to the mink who is still grinning at them. "Don't be absurd. Blue cannot speak. This is how she communicates with us. If you are done with this foolishness, let's go find the first clue," Steve replies as he turns toward the kitchen and makes his way in, followed by Blue and the others. Eyebrows furrowing, Igaram wonders aloud. She spoke just fine on the way. Slamming face first into an invisible wall, he receives a glare from Steve. Rubbing his nose, he winced as pain radiated across his face. I suppose that's what I get for asking questions. For now, it's best to play along, no matter how absurd. Forcing a smile, he lets out a cheerful reply. I mean, sure. Yes, of course, she cannot speak. It must have been my imagination. Their guide turns away and continues into the next room, allowing the others to follow behind, no longer obstructed by the unseen barrier. We are looking for Blue's clues. We are looking for Blue's clues. We are looking for Blue's clues. I wonder where they are. Steve sings out as he makes his way into another sparsely decorated room. There were no appliances to be seen, not even a sink. A long table stretched across most of the space. On its surface sat a salt and pepper shaker. Both had eyes and mouths that appeared to be drawn on. Beside them was a basket overflowing with fruit. As the group approaches, the salt shaker calls out, "Hi Steve. Hi Blue. Who are your new friends?" Lifting an eyebrow, Igaram studies the strange object. It must work the same way that the mailbox outside did. But how? Such an odd place. Karoo eyes the talking condiment dispenser, trying to decide if he should attack the strange object or continue to play along. Eyes narrowing, he kicks a webbed foot at the ground in preparation to charge, but is halted by Igaram's hand running through his feathers. With a frustrated chirp, the bird resumes pecking at the ground, finding several crumbs between the floorboards. Igaram clears his throat and bellows, "Mi. We are members of the Straw Hat crew, sent here to help your friend, Steve, retrieve his hat. I believe Blue has left clues in this area. Would you mind helping us out?" Clasping his hands together, Steve croons, "Excellent. That is just what I was going to ask, Mr. Salt and Mrs. Pepper. Did you happen to see Blue run through here when she was leaving clues?" "We may have," replies the pepper shaker before turning to look at the basket of fruit. Hopping toward it, she continues, "It's hard to remember on an empty stomach. Would you mind helping us cut up some fruit?" "I'll do you one better. I'm no chef, but have you ever tried roasted apple? It's one of my wife's favorites. Let's see what we can do." Reaching toward his head, Igaram digs 2 fingers through the curls of his hair. Carefully extracting a beetle, he places it on the table before reaching into the basket and retrieving an apple. Something near the bottom catches his eye, a white glove with some type of blue mark on it, similar to the ink Blue had left on his palm earlier that day. Deciding to ignore the object for now, he places the apple in front of the beetle and instructs the others, "Stand back, I've never tried this before." The 2 condiments hop backward. Once they are safely out of range, he reaches forward and presses down on the beetle's shell. It gives him a dirty look before spewing flames toward the apple, which soon shrivels as the heat caresses its soft skin. Satisfied, Igaram taps the beetle once more, cutting off the flame. Plucking the bug from the table, he places it on his hair. It obediently crawls back inside. With a wave of his hand, he announces, "I present to you baked apples, mi." Clapping her hands, Blue lets out an inhuman bark and bounds over to the table. Knocking over the basket in her rush sends the rest of the fruit rolling in every direction while conveniently revealing the glove that Igaram had spotted earlier. "Oh my! What is this?" calls out Steve as he joins the others at the table, leaving Karoo behind to peck angrily at the ground. Leaning close to Igaram, he whispers in the man's ear, "Pull another stunt like that, and this will get ugly." Still smiling, he leans back and cries out, "I believe we have found our first Blue's clue." A chorus of laughter fills the air as childish voices ring out from every direction. "A clue, a clue. Which means it's time to put it in our handy-dandy notebook." Pulling the notebook from his back pocket, Steve places it onto the table, which was slightly singed from the beetle flames. He quickly draws the white glove onto the page, then flips to the next and announces, "That's 1 clue. Only 2 more to go. We are looking for Blue's clues. We are looking for Blue's clues. We are looking for Blue's clues. I wonder where they are." The sound of sniffling from another room catches his attention, and he declares, "But first, we must go investigate." Stuffing the notebook back into his pocket, he begins marching toward the noise. The others follow obediently behind. Making their way into the bathroom, they encounter yet another room devoid of decoration. A nondescript sink sat in the corner, and beside it hung a bar with a single yellow towel. In the center of the room was a white tub, and the sound, which now resembled sobbing, seemed to be emanating from it. Approaching the tub, Igaram leans over the side and sees an animated bar of soap with tears streaming down its cheeks, creating a frothy foam as they mix with its soapy frame. This makes as much sense as anything else here. He asks in a calm tone, "How can we help you, little soap creature?" "Slippery soap," cries out Steve as he hurries to the pirate's side. With a small bubbly arm, the creature wipes away the tears and chokes out, "I slipped and it hurts." The only thing that will make it feel better is moisture forms at the sides of his eyes, and he sputters, "A song." "A song?" Igaram replies, shooting a hesitant glance back at Steve. "I don't want to overstep again, but I could." "Exophone," Steve exclaims, pointing at the instrument strapped to the large man's back. Fighting back a smile, Igaram reaches toward his shoulder and begins to unhook a leather strap holding the saxophone in place. Giving the man one last look, he replies, "Am I? I like your thinking, Steve." Glancing up from his irritable pecking of the ground, Karoo spots several blue paw prints covering his crewmate's device. Letting out a loud squawk, "Look there," he flaps a feathered wing at the mark, but is ignored by the others. Upon freeing the saxophone, Igaram swings it around his body. He immediately spots the blue marks along its surface and rolls his eyes. "Guess I know what I'm doing this evening." Wrapping the hand that Blue had earlier covered in ink around the base, he places the mouthpiece between his lips. It was chilly to the touch, likely a side effect of sitting out of its case all day. The wooden reed had a subtle, mildewy flavor. "Should probably replace that when we get back to the ship." Taking a deep breath, he fills his cheeks with air before sending it through the reed into the brass instrument. Rather than noise escaping from the other end, there is a mechanical whirring as the machine gun, hidden within, comes to life. Eyes widening in shock, Igaram isn't quick enough to warn his companions. An explosive noise is followed by a hail of bullets that fly through the air toward the fragile tub. The sound vanishes as soon as it had started, and he continues to stare wide-eyed as the bullets hang in the air, inches from their intended destination. It felt as though time had frozen. "Am I dead? Is this how I go out?" Playing some childish game? A metallic plink reaches him as the first bullet bounces off the tile floor. It is followed by more plinks as the rest of the bullets fall harmlessly to the ground. Eyes darting to the right, Igaram sees Steve glaring at him, arms crossed and foot tapping against the ground. Pulling back slightly from the saxophone, he mumbles, I. F forgot T2, S switch TH the S setting. With his free hand, he fumbles with the neck of the instrument and flicks a switch. There is another whirring inside, followed by a loud thump as the internal mechanism shifts from battle to standard mode. "Let's try to keep things a little more kid-friendly. Sound good?" Steve replies in a dark tone. Uncrossing his arms, he snaps his fingers. The ground is suddenly clear of bullet shells as the sound of slippery soap crying returns in earnest. With a smile, he calls out, "Let's hear for Igaram." Pressing his mouth against the saxophone, Igaram gives it another mighty blow. Rich, warm music fills the room. Closing his eyes, he allows himself to get lost in the music, fingers dancing across the keys. Slippery soap's crying fades, and the small creature pulls itself up the side of the tub and loops its small arms across its rim, staring dreamily at the pirate as he continues to his song. Upon its completion, Slipper Soap and Steve burst into applause as Blue races to Igaram's side and points excitedly at the paw marks on the instrument. Eyes widening in surprise, Steve shouts, "Another clue." A chorus of children's laughter fills the room, followed by them excitedly shouting, "A clue, a clue." Reaching into his pocket, Steve pulls out his notebook and quickly gets to work drawing the saxophone, before once more turning to a blank page and returning the book and pencil to his side. Smiling at the musician, he says in a warm tone, "That's 2 clues down. We only have 1 more to go, how exciting." Turning on his heel, Steve starts marching back the way they came toward the living room while singing aloud, "We are looking for Blue's clues. We are looking for Blue's clues. We are looking for Blue's clues. I wonder where they are." The others follow obediently behind, Igaram trying desperately to strap the saxophone onto his back as he walks. Scampering ahead of the group, Blue returns a moment later and points excitedly at something in the living room. "Have you found something?" Steve asks, picking up his pace. The others struggle to keep up. Arriving back in the living room, Igaram finally manages to secure the latch for his saxophone. Glancing up, he sees Blue bouncing excitedly in front of the big red chair. A briefcase is sitting on it with a large blue paw print in the center. Shooting a look at Steve, he asks, "Is that another clue?" The last clue, comes the voice of their unseen childish audience. Making his way toward it, Steve once more retrieved his notebook and placed it onto the suitcase. He carefully drew the image on the final page before turning to the others and announcing with a smile, "We have all 3 clues, that means it's time for the thinking chair." A chorus of children's cheers fills the room. Grabbing the suitcase, Steve drops it beside the chair before sitting down on the crimson cushion. Lips pursed, he carefully flips back through the pictures he had drawn and recites, a white glove, a saxophone, and a briefcase. What could they all mean? What is Blue trying to tell us? I'm thinking. Balling his free hand into a fist, he presses the knuckles against his chin as he considers the problem. Am I? What excellent questions. A bead of sweat runs down Igaram's brow as he stares at the man. What am I supposed to do? Do I help? He tries to speak, but no sound passes between his lips. I guess not. A briefcase. People like to put things into briefcases, but we have so many here at the house. What does a briefcase have to do with white gloves and a saxophone? Leaning back, Steve allows the notebook to fall to his side as he continues to ponder the clues. Suddenly, his lips split into a smile, and he leaps to his feet, announcing, "I've got it." When professional musicians play a saxophone, they wear white gloves. They usually keep both the gloves and the saxophone together in a saxophone case. The clues must be leading us to my saxophone case. Leaping up and down, Blue nods emphatically. With a grin, Steve dashes down the hallway and returns a moment later holding a blue leather case with a saxophone embossed on the front. Walking over to Igaram, he hands the case over and asks, "Will you do the honors, sir?" Nodding, Igaram carries the surprisingly light case to the chair. Placing it down, he carefully unlatches the front and slowly opens the lid. Inside is Steve's hat, which the man hurriedly grabs and places onto his head. Sitting beside the hat is a square with lines across its surface. There are 2 large indents on the square. The first bearing the label, Clue 2 feet, and the second with the label, Clue 3. Picking up the square, he asks, "May we?" "Of course. It's only right that you keep it after all of the work you did today," Steve replies in a cheerful tone, patting Igaram's shoulder before returning his attention to the hat. Once satisfied, he turns toward Blue and sings out, "We just figured out Blue's clues. We just figured out Blue's clues. We just figured out Blue's clues, because we're really smart." Storybook Island. Path 2. As Igaram and Kuru celebrate their success, Kobe and Dora find their path opening onto a lively beach. Dozens of fishermen relax along the shore. Enjoying the warmth of the sun, a small town stretches away from the ocean, with many shops and restaurants flashing gaudy signs in an attempt to draw in business. A massive ship was anchored along the shore, with people traveling to and from its deck carrying boxes and barrels filled with supplies. Turning to his guide, Kobe asks in a low voice, "How are we supposed to find a map in all of this chaos?" "Not a problema. No problem. I'm sure the answer will show itself," Dora replies in a cheerful tone. Grabbing Kobe by the hand, she leads him toward the town who of their attention. "Plankton. Get back here with me, secret formula," cries out a fishman. He was a short, stout, crimson-red individual with a tough, durable exoskeleton. Tall, green-lidded eye stalks extended from his forehead, and in place of hands were 2 oversized claws. The man was chasing a very small fishman, no more than a foot tall. His body was dark green, and a single large eye took up most of his face. His razor-sharp teeth were clearly visible as he cackled with laughter while easily outrunning the crab fishman. "Cuckoo, you'll never catch me, Mr. Krabs. This secret formula is mine now, cuckoo." Letting out a loud sigh, Kobe points at the pair and asks, "Like that?" Nodding, Dora begins skipping toward Mr. Krabs, who is now doubled over, gasping for air. Storybook Island, Bikini Beach. "Mr. Krabs, Dora's voice rings out as she approaches the bright red fish man. Kobe trails behind his young guide, cautiously optimistic about the situation. "That you, Dora? How do ya be?" Mr. Krabs calls out. Having regained his footing, he places one large red pincher against his hip and extends the other to the young girl, who shakes it enthusiastically. Spotting the pink-haired man, following obediently behind, he asks, "And who be this?" Quickening his pace and skirting around Dora, Kobe attempts an introduction. "It's my pleasure to meet you, Mr. Krabs. My name is Pinky," Dora loudly declares, before bursting into a fit of giggles. He. Just kidding. This is my nuevo amigo, my new friend, Kobe." Kobe. That do be a strong name. Covering the side of his mouth with his claw, Mr. Krabs loudly whispers to Dora, "Why's his hair like that, lassie?" Cheeks growing rosy, Kobe reaches instinctively to his waist, fingers brushing against the hilt of his club. He'd better watch his mouth. Thinking better of engaging in combat against the fishman, he answers the man's question, "I was born with it. A better question is, what can we do for you?" Har. Straight to business. I do be liking this one. Dora, swinging a thick arm around Kobe's shoulders, Mr. Krabs's claw rests against his chest. Lips splitting into a grin, he replies, "I have something for y'all lad. But first I have to ask, did you see where that darned plankton ran off to?" Attempting to wriggle away from the fishman's grip, which only tightens with each movement, Kobe replies, "I think he went that way." Dora squeals, pointing in opposite directions with both hands. She lets out another giggle. He. Let's round up your friends and split up. We'll find him faster that way. Hey, releasing his hold on Kobe, Mr. Krabs brings his claws together and stares down at the dirt. His already red cheeks darken, and he continues. "About me friends. There be something you should know, lassie." Looking up slowly, he points a claw at something behind the pair. They turn to see a flag hanging from the side of a building. It bore the image of a chestnut with two sticks crossed beneath it, forming a peculiar Jolly Roger. Voice laced with shame, he admits, Captain Sandy recruited them into her blasted crew. "It's why Plankton had such an easy job breaking into my restaurant." "That's no good," Dora declares. Turning to Kobe, she announces, "New plan. I'll search for clues here, and you go round up Mr. Krabs's friends. I'm sure they'll help when they hear what happened." What? Kobe replies. Before he can get clarity, Mr. Krabs grabs his arm and drags him toward the shore. Desperate for answers, he shouts, "I don't even know who I'm looking for. Dora." Wait, glancing back over his shoulder, he sees that the young girl has already vanished. This is just perfect. What am I supposed to do now? Turning to the smiling fish man, he asks, "Can you at least tell me their names?" "Of course, lad." Mr. Krabs calls out before bursting into laughter. Har. That Dora, she's a wild one. My friends' names be Bob, Patrick, and Squidward. They used to work in me restaurant back before that darn squirrel got in their heads about becoming pirates." Regaining a proper footing, Kobe attempts to maintain the fishman's surprisingly fast pace toward the docks. A thought occurs to him, and he asks, "Do you happen to know anything about a map piece? It's the whole reason we—" "Sure thing, lad. We can talk about all that after you get back me secret formula." Mr. Krabs interrupts the young man. Storybook Island, Bikini Beach docks. Arriving at the docks, Kobe sees a massive ship that he could have sworn wasn't there when they first arrived. Sure, of course, a gigantic ship can appear out of nowhere. This island is nuts. Pointing at the vessel, he asks in a low voice, "Is that their ship?" "That'd be, lad." Patting Kobe on the back, causing him to stumble forward, Mr. Krabs calls out, "Good luck. If y'all see Bob, tell him he ain't getting his last check unless he comes back to finish his last shift. Har. The sound of scraping on the ground draws Kobe's focus, and he turns in time to see Mr. Krabs scurrying back toward town. "Sure, leave me to do it myself. It's not like I'm a stranger, with no idea who or what is happening." Rolling his eyes, he turns back to the ship. Raising an eyebrow, he watches in fascination as the gangplank is lowered toward the dock and mutters to himself, "At least something is going my way." A smile tugs at the edge of his lips. Lacing his fingers around the hilt of his club, he trudges toward the gangplank. The Texas Nutcracker. Main deck. It isn't long before Kobe has boarded the ship. Keeping low to the ground to avoid being detected, he spots several barrels and takes cover behind them just as a pair of guards exit the main quarters. Passing by his hiding place, the duo loudly carry on a conversation started before their arrival. When I told her, "I don't care about your nuts, I just want treasure, we're pirates after all." His partner replies in an equally loud voice, "I hear ya, Flats. At least she isn't trying to pay you in burgers, like that tightwad, Mr. Krabs. I heard from Bob that he hasn't even paid them for. Hey, did you hear something?" Having been leaning forward to more easily hear the pirates, Kobe had accidentally put too much pressure on a plank, which let out a loud squeak. Pulling back, he presses against the barrels and tightens his grip on the club at his waist. Holding his breath, he listens as the footsteps approach. "I'm really not looking for a fight, but if I have to." Stopping just short of the pink-haired pirate's position, the first voice returns, "Must have been the wind. Are you sure he didn't pay them? That's ridiculous. No wonder Squidward was so mad." At the sound of footsteps retreating from his position, Kobe feels himself relax, and he loosens his grip on the weapon at his side. The voices start to fade, and he hears the squeak of a door opening before slamming shut behind them. Coast is clear. Leaping to his feet, Kobe glances around to make sure nobody saw him before scurrying over to the door leading to the main quarters. He opens it slowly, bracing himself for a squeak before slipping through and softly closing it behind him. The Texas Nutcracker. Main quarters. A large, dimly lit room extended away from the door. Doors lined the walls, each bearing a placard in the center. A circular stairwell sat in the center, and the faint sound of a surprisingly bad clarinet and dancing could be heard emanating from the lower decks. Sounds like the crew is busy down there. Maybe I can find a clue up here that will help me convince Mr. Krabs' friends to come back. Making his way to the first door, which was significantly skinnier than the rest, Kobe's eyes dance across the text, which spells out the name, Flats the Flounder. That must have been the guy on the deck. He quickly moves on to the next door that had two peepholes, one covered with a black eye patch. Its placard read, Gene Scallop. A loud clarinet squeal from the stairwell calls Kobe's attention, and he presses himself against the door, holding his breath and squeezing his eyes shut. What am I doing? Why am I so jittery? Luffy would have a cow if he saw me like this. The music resumes, and he lets out of breath and continues to the next door. It was shaped like a pineapple. Glancing at the placard, he reads the name, Bob Squarepants. Bingo. Reaching for the handle, he hears a muffled sob from inside. Hand frozen, he focuses intently until he hears another sob from within. This could get complicated. Swallowing hard, he takes deep twists. Pulling the door open, he quietly slips in before closing the door softly behind him. The Texas Nutcracker. Bob Squarepants' room. The room was surprisingly large. A unique den mushi with scarlet and green eyes on stalks, a large pink shell with purple spots and a red swirl, and a small, cat-like mouth. A label on the side of its shell read, Hi, I'm Gary. A yellow fish man with an oddly square shape sat on a couch beside the creature, head in his hands. Tears leaked through his fingers, and every once in a while, his body heaved, and he let out a sorrowful wail. Wetting his lips, Kobe approaches the fish man and says in a soothing tone, Bob, I'm here to. Go away, Patrick. The fish man shouts before glaring up at the intruder. His anger melts away upon seeing the unfamiliar pirate, and he attempts to force a smile. I'm sorry. I'm Bob, but my friends call me SpongeBob. Who are you? Taking a seat beside the fish man, Kobe decides on a soft introduction. My name is Kobe. A friend of yours, Mr. Krabs, sent me here to get your. At the mention of Mr. Krabs, the fishman had again burst into tears. Placing a hand on the fishman's shoulder, he attempts to soothe the man. There, it's okay, I promise it'll. Mr. Krabs. Wah wah wah. I should never have left. SpongeBob attempts to wipe away the tears with the back of his hands, but they are immediately replaced by more. Patting SpongeBob's back, Kobe talks loudly enough to be heard over the man's wailing. Anyways, Mr. Krabs needs your help. He lost the secret formula to Plankton. SpongeBob practically screams, his face contorting into rage as the tears absorb into his pores. Leaping to his feet, he declares, "What are we waiting for? Mr. Krabs needs our help." That was shockingly easy. Pushing to his feet, Kobe follows SpongeBob, who is marching toward the door. We should probably get the others before. Smart. Grabbing the handle, SpongeBob flings the door open and darts out of his room. Throwing his hands into the air, he screams, "Mr. Krabs needs us." Before Kobe can stop him, the fishman dashes toward the stairwell and begins his descent. Laughter echoing against the walls. Ah hee 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 hee. There goes the element of surprise. Hurrying after SpongeBob, Kobe attempts to catch up before the fishman makes the situation worse. The Texas Nutcracker. Lower decks. The sound of the clarinet grinds to a halt as SpongeBob's laughter draws closer to the partying pirates. In a nasally voice, one of the pirates calls out, "What do you want, Bob? Can't you see we're busy?" Ah hee 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 hee. Squidward. It's time to go, SpongeBob calls out before leaping over several of the pirates and tackling a turquoise octopus fish man with a large, bulbous nose, a bald, round head with dark spots, and yellow eyes with red pupils. The impact knocks the man's clarinet from his hands. "Let go of me, you oaf," Squidward chokes out as he desperately reaches for the clarinet. Arriving on the scene only to see the chaos unleashed by the yellow fish man, Kobe attempts to blend in with the panicked pirate crew. As the crew mounts a rescue attempt to free Squidward from SpongeBob's death grip, a Den Den Mushi begins to rain. Buddha 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 Buddha. Buddha 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 Buddha. An overweight pink fish man grabs the snail and stabs a thick finger at the base. Click. "Hello? Is this the Texas Nutcracker?" "No, this is Patrick." The fishman replies. He presses the button again, ending the call. The Den Den Mushi immediately starts shaking and ringing. Buddha 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 Buddha. The fishman again presses the button on the base. Click. "Is this the Texas Nutcracker?" "No, this is Patrick." The fishman replies in a frustrated tone before once more pressing the button to end the call. Buddha 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 Buddha. Calls out the Den Den Mushi and the fishman once more answers with a press of the button. Click. "Is this the Texas Nutcracker?" "No, this is Patrick." The fishman yells, before pressing the button and slamming the snail onto the table, causing its eyes to open wide in pain. As the Den Den Mushi starts shaking once more, one of the other pirates leads a now furious Patrick away while another answers. Hiding behind a particularly bulky fishman, Kobe considers the situation. "I guess I found them both. But how are we going to get out of?" There is a loud bang as a door is kicked open before a female mink with brown fur and a large bushy tail bursts into the room. Placing her hands on her hips, she screams, "SpongeBob! What is the meaning of this?" "Sandy!" Releasing his hold on Squidward, SpongeBob leaps to his feet. Placing his hands around his mouth, he screeches, "Plankton stole Mr. Krabs' secret formula and now we have to save it." Tilting her head to the side, Captain Sandy scratches her head and asks, "Can you try that again, but half as fast?" Nodding emphatically, SpongeBob beams at her before shouting, "Plankton stole Mr. Krabs' secret formula and now we have to save it." "Plankton, eh?" Placing a fist under her chin, Sandy ponders the problem for a moment before announcing, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get it back." The other pirates loudly cheer, except Squidward, who lets out an irritated groan and grumbles, "Why'd I always get dragged into these things?" Only one problem, SpongeBob. Ever since Plankton moved the chum bucket, nobody knows where to find him, Sandy declares. "That's okay," replies SpongeBob. Spotting Kobe, he hurries to the pirate's side. Taking hold of his hand, the fishman drags him toward the captain while loudly exclaiming, "My new friend knows what to do." I don't," Kobe stutters when the sound of a door slamming on the deck above catches his attention. Feet scamper across the wooden floor before tapping their way down the metallic stairs toward them. Relief floods his body as Dora comes into view and he exclaims, "I don't know where to go, but my good friend Dora does." The pirates let out another cheer and hoist the young girl into the air, lifting her across the sea of bodies before depositing her in front of Captain Sandy. "Is it true?" Sandy asks, confusion mixed with a hint of anticipation on her face. "Sí, es cierto, it's true. I know where to go," Dora exclaims. Bouncing excitedly, She explains, "Rumors in town are that Plankton moved his restaurant out into the ocean. They say he's been hiding in the Chum Caverns, and the only way to get to him is en barco, by ship. Good thing we're on one." "It sure is," Sandy exclaims, before pointing at the stairs. She cries out, "All hands on deck. We're off to the Chum Caverns to teach that Plankton a lesson." "Here, here," the pirates shout in unison before scrambling for the stairs, followed by Dora, Kobe, and Sandy, leaving behind Squidward, who is still grumbling about not wanting to get involved in the situation. The crew races across the deck of the massive ship. The big top was a strange sight, with circus tents and equipment that looked better suited in a carnival than at sea. A man wearing a top hat and a long dark suit bumps into a muscular man with thick lips and a fur vest covering his chest. "Watch where you're going," shouts the muscular man as he chases after Richie, his oversized pet lion. "Rude," retorts the well-dressed man before shifting his focus back to the target. "Who's in charge here? It's a madhouse." He spots the red-nosed pirate lying with his legs over the armrest of a makeshift throne on the upper deck and heads for the stairs. The man is joined by a young woman wearing a tight one-piece who wears an irritated expression. "Where are you off to so quickly, Mr. Six? I thought we were trying to find our minions and get off this cursed ship." "Oh, Miss Mother's Day, haven't you read the paper? We can't return to Baroque works after Jimmy Scoops put us on blast." Grabbing the railing, he hurries up the steps to the higher deck. "We need to get comfortable here, and the best way to do it is to talk to the man in charge. Look at them all, running around like ants. Not a single brain cell amongst the lot of them." Lifting a fresh apple into the air, Buggy takes a large bite before tossing the mostly uneaten fruit over his shoulder. The salty air felt good on his skin. He had spent too long in Orangetown without heading the ocean's call. "We should be catching up with." The clown pirate's thoughts are interrupted as an unfamiliar-looking man bursts into view. Beside him is an attractive woman wearing a tight dress. The man shouts confidently, "Captain Buggy, I hope this is a good time." "Who the hell are these two?" Swinging his legs to the front of the chair, Buggy places his hands on his knees as he straightens his back. There is a satisfying pop as his joints stretch. It had been almost an hour since he'd last been forced to sit up. "Can't you flashily see that I'm eating?" He waves his hand at a pile of discarded apples, each with a single bite removed. He shifts his focus back to the pair and meets the man's eyes. "What are your names again? I can barely keep track of my grunts." He feigns choking and coughs several times to cover up the fax pass before continuing. "I mean valuable crew members." The pair look at one another before feigning smiles for the clown pirate. "My name is Mr. Six and my partner here is." "Seriously?" Buggy roars with laughter and slaps his knees. "Yahahahaha. That's such a stupid name. Are you afraid of Mr. Seven because he ate Mr. Nine?" Bringing his hand up to his face, he wipes away the tears, careful not to disturb his makeup. Leaning forward in his chair, he points at the woman beside Mr. Six. "And who are you?" The woman responds automatically, "I'm Miss Mother's Day and I." "Come on." Leaning back in his chair, Buggy's body shakes with laughter. "Yahahahaha. Seriously? Who named you too?" Shaking his head, he lets out another laugh before sitting up and locking eyes with the man. "I'd remember names like yours on the crew. Where did you come from and how did you get on my ship?" "If you would just shut up I'd tell you." Mr. Six masks his exasperation as he meets the clown's gaze. "We were part of a bounty hunting organization in the Grand Line and were hunting down Luffy and his crew. Unfortunately, things went sideways back in Logatown and we ended up on your ship. Since we seem to have a common enemy, I figured we could work together." He reaches a gloved hand toward the clown pirate. "What do y'all say?" Staring at the man's gloved hand before following it back up to his eyes, Buggy considers the proposition. "I could use the help taking down that damn straw hat and his stupid crew." Grabbing the hand, Buggy shakes it enthusiastically. His eyes widen and a grin spreads across his face. "You got yourself a deal." Pulling on the man's arm, he uses him as leverage to rise to his feet. His legs feel weak from lack of use. He stumbles but catches himself in time to turn the clumsy footwork into a flourishing bow before brushing past the pair and making his way to the railing overlooking the main deck. Cupping his hands on either side of his mouth, he calls out loudly, "Attention, attention, can I get your attention?" The crew stops what they are doing and looks up at the captain. Once he is certain that the crew is focused on him, he He makes his way toward the stairs. My friends, I have been informed that we have some new faces among the crew. He motions at Mr. Six and Miss Mother's Day, who wave awkwardly from the top deck. Uncertain if they should remain where they are or follow the strange man, the pair glance at one another, searching for answers neither can provide. As the crew looks back at their captain, he walks down the stairs toward them, between them and our lovely tribal friends. I thought it would be fun to recount how I met the dastardly fool Monkey D. Luffy and kicked off this whole adventure of ours. The crew lets out a loud cheer and several members whistle loudly. It had been ages since Buggy had regaled them with one of his stories. Raising his hands in the air, Buggy closes his eyes, basking in the applause before bringing his hands swooping to the ground. As his hands slap against his hips, the crew goes silent. Opening his eyes, a grin spreads across his face. Can I get some lighting for the people in the back? Several crewmates on the upper deck scurry toward the movable spotlights but are stopped when Miss Mother's Day calls out, "I've got you covered." Placing her hands together, she forms a diamond with her fingers and thumbs. Aiming at the clown pirate, she yells, "Spotlight!" A beam of light erupts from her hands and engulfs the clown pirate. Every eye is drawn to Buggy and the crew finds it difficult to look anywhere but at him. He seems to glow as the light surrounding him pulses. Neat trick. Spreading his arms to either side, Buggy yells, "Thanks, miss, whatever your name is." He grins at the enraptured audience. It all started on a boring day in Orangetown. Sitting regally on a golden throne at the top of a tall building, Buggy surveyed his powerful crew. His focus was interrupted by a beautiful woman with orange hair dragging a dirty, unshaven man with a finger shoved firmly up his nose. With tears in her eyes, the woman begged him, "Oh great and powerful Buggy. I caught this idiot trying to sneak into your treasury. He tried to steal your map of the Grand Line, but I was able to save it for you." She handed Buggy the map. It was an obvious imitation, meant to trick simple-minded thieves. Ever graceful Buggy glossed over the misunderstanding. "Thank you so much, and who are you?" "My name is Nami. I have searched across the globe for the handsome and strong Buggy so that I could join his crew. Do you know where I can find him?" The woman seemed hopeful and excited. Smiling at the woman, Buggy nods. "You found him. But I must warn you, we only allow the strongest pirates to join our crew. Do you have what it takes?" "I sure hope so. Do you mind if I put this criminal somewhere safe?" Nami asked, happy to be rid of the disgusting pirate. "Sure. Go ahead and put him in that cage over there." Buggy motioned at the large cage that normally contained Richie. Nami happily dragged a snarling Luffy toward the cage and threw him in. Bouncing back to Buggy, she smiled at him. "Thank you so much, Buggy. You are the greatest captain ever. I don't know what I would do without you." "I am the greatest, aren't I? You have good taste. I think we can let you in the crew." He turned his focus to the pirates around him. "Why don't we show our new crewmate a good time with a party?" The crew quickly assembled their tents, rides and food. The party wand, everybody was extremely happy, especially Nami. She had never been treated so well or been this excited. Her world felt empty without this amazing Captain Buggy. One of the nearby pirates interrupts the story. "Are you sure that's how it?" "Did I say you could talk?" Reaching to his side, Buggy pulled out a revolver. Drawing back the hammer with his thumb, he aims at the man's head and squeezes the trigger. Nearby crewmates cover their ringing ears and the scent of burnt sulfur hangs in the air. Blood sprays from the back of the pirate's head as the bullet lodges itself in the wooden deck behind him. His face remains frozen as his knees crash to the ground, followed by his torso. Finally, his head slams into the wood. A pool of blood forms around the unmoving corpse. That should do the trick. Scanning the group of shocked pirates, Buggy calls out coldly, "Any other objections?" The crew hastily shakes their head no, unable to look away from the clown pirate due to Miss Mother's Day's ability. "Good." Holstering his weapon, Buggy's trademark grin returns and he presses his fingertip to his chin. "Where did I leave off? Oh yes, the party. We were having a fantastic time together." The party was a massive success and everyone, especially Nami, enjoyed it immensely. After a while, Nami approaches the handsome pirate captain. "I am having so much fun at your party. But there is one thing bothering me. Can you do anything about that disgusting pirate I brought here?" She points at Luffy, who is snarling while smashing his head against the cage. "Why, of course. We can use my buggy balls to deal with that pest." shouts Buggy. The party stopped as the crew quickly assembled the cannon and aimed at their prisoner. Handing the match to Nami, Buggy generously offered, "You can even light the fuse if you want." "Thank you, Captain Buggy." Taking the match, Nami hurried over to the cannon and lit the fuse. Just before the cannon fired, pirate hunter Zoro arrived with his sidekicks Rika the Cruel and Kobe the Wicked. The pirates loudly booed and Buggy basked in their anger before raising his hands to silence the crew. Using supernatural swordsmanship, Zoro cut the fuse just before it reached the cannon. He then engaged in combat against the fearless Buggy but was quickly overwhelmed. "I just cannot do it alone. He is far too strong for me, Kobe and Rika. We have to team up to defeat the hero of this city." "You got it." The trio attacked Buggy and he was overwhelmed trying to defend himself against their combined might. They left him tied up on the ground before surrounding Nami. "No, don't take this opportunity away from me." Nami attempted to stop them, but she was taken captive by Zoro and thrown into the cage with Luffy. "How dare you capture my innocent crewmate? You'll pay for this." Buggy struggled against the ropes but was unable to move. With an evil smile, Rika the Cruel aimed the cannon and fired a buggy ball at the innocent pirates, sending them flying away. Several of the pirates sob as they listen to the story. Pulling out handkerchiefs to blow their nose, they continue to listen to the captain's tale. After freeing himself and tending to his injured crewmates, Buggy was approached by the town's mayor. Knowing it was up to him to save their lost crewmate, he asked the man, "Do you know what has become of my poor, sweet, innocent Nami? She was last seen with those dastardly Straw Hat pirates." Shaking his head in sorrow, the mayor answered, "Unfortunately, I have not seen or heard word from her." Tears in his eyes he continued, "I came to ask you a favor. Luffy has been destroying my town and we need our savior Buggy to free us from his villainy." Placing his hand on the man's shoulder, Buggy reassured him, "I will do everything I can to save you and your people. You can count on me." Unfortunately, the evil Luffy, having broken free of his cage, snuck up on the pair and snatched the mayor away. He landed a punch on the old man, sending him flying into a nearby building before growling at Buggy, "This is my town now. I am in charge. Leave now, or I will destroy you all. I will never let the people of this town suffer under you." Detaching his limbs, Buggy sends them flying at the feral man-child. The two battled for many hours on the streets, exchanging powerful blows before finally collapsing from exhaustion. Luffy was more exhausted than the heroic Buggy, but neither could continue the fight. "I cannot defeat you, Buggy, you are simply too powerful. But that doesn't mean I will leave," shouted Luffy at the brave and honorable Buggy. "I promised the people of this town that I would protect it from monsters like you. If it saves these poor citizens, I will give you some gold to leave them in peace," Buggy shouted, trying to reason with the wild boy. "Fine, but I am taking Nami. She'll be our insurance policy, and if you try following us," he drew a line across his throat with his finger, "I'll kill her." Tears in his eyes, Buggy thought about all the people depending on his protection. At long last, he nods, "Fine. Nami is brave and strong. We will find a way to save her from you." As the Straw Hat pirates left, the townspeople came to Buggy with gifts and sang songs about his bravery. They chanted, "You saved us from that wicked pirate. How can we ever repay you? Please be our new mayor, Captain Buggy." Unfortunately, Buggy was forced to turn them down. "I cannot stay here with you. My true calling is the sea. My crew and I must leave to save Nami from the evil Straw Hat pirates." He turned to the mayor, "If you are ever in trouble, send word to me and I will come to your aid." The crowd wept, knowing they would miss Buggy and his crew, but happy that he was off to do great things in the world. "And that's why we went to Logia Town. Unfortunately, that bastard Luffy managed to slip away again." Buggy dramatically raises his hands and shouts to the sky, "We will never stop pursuing them. Even if it takes us to the end of the Grand Line, we will rescue Nami and make sure Luffy faces justice." The pirates cheer loudly at their captain's proclamation, dropping her hands to her side as the beam of light fades away. Miss Mother's Day turns to her partner, a questioning look on his face. "He made all of that up, right?" "Oh, most definitely," says Mr. Six with a grin, "but it doesn't much as long as they believe it." He points at the pirates on the deck dancing in celebration of the imaginative story. "With a force like this, we'll have no trouble capturing Luffy and his crew. With his current bounty as high as it is, Mr. Zero may be willing to forgive our slip-up in Logatown. The pair laugh as they watch the wild crew making fools of themselves for their strange captain. Staring into his mug of ale, Buggy grumbles to himself, "Stupid straw hat. What's taking you so long? Everybody knows the only way to get to the Grand Line is through Reverse Mountain." Pulling back his arms, he chucks the mug at an unsuspecting portly man carrying a box filled with dried fish across the deck. The mug shatters against the man's side and he yelps in pain. Yeep, eyes narrowing to slits, he scans the deck to see who hit him. Seeing Buggy roaring with laughter, his cheeks turn a bright crimson color and he hurries toward the kitchen. Challenging the captain on something as little as a broken mug was a fool's errand. As the target of his amusement scurries away, Buggy again feels depression weighing on his soul. Resting his elbows on his knees, he places his hands on either side of his face and slumps forward in the chair. This is so boring. They had been navigating just outside Reverse Mountain for the last day in hopes of catching Luffy and his crew at sea. Staying clear of the colossal laboon had been a full-time job, but revenge would be worth the wait. "Ship on the horizon," calls a shrill voice from the top of the crow's nest. A cheer is raised across the deck and pirates race to arm the cannons on either side. The voice calls out again, "It's coming in fast." Finally, leaping to his feet, Buggy pulls out a monocular against his right eye and peering through it scans the horizon. Spotting an object heading in his direction, he extends the monocular, focusing in to try to get a better look. "Wait, is that who I think it is?" Lifting his left hand, he calls out, "Halt." The pirates scrambling across the deck stop moving, leaving several in precarious positions. One pirate's arms shake as he desperately attempts not to drop the 3 cannonballs he had been holding. Gyahahahahahaha. Twisting the end of his monocular until the image is crisp, he sees 3 familiar faces aboard the oncoming craft. Removing the device from his eye, he collapses it and returns it to its resting place in his breast pocket. Spreading his arms wide, his voice booms across the deck, "Prepare a feast for our new friends." The man holding the cannonballs drops one. It falls on his foot and he lets out a loud squeal before slapping his hand over his mouth, causing the other ball to fall on his other foot. Tears form in his eyes and he bites down on his palm, forcing down the pain as he attempts not to startle the captain. "Why are these idiots just staring at me?" Drawing his gun, Buggy waves it in front of him before firing into the air. The boom echoes against the sails, reverberating around the deck. "What are you idiots waiting for? Go!" Holding tightly to the steering wheel, Don Krieg growls at his companions. "Are you idiots planning on doing anything?" Hearing the sound of a gun firing in the distance, he glances up and sees a large ship emerge from the fog. "Damn it. Not this again. I will not be chased away this time." "What was that?" shouts Axe Hand Morgan as he jogs to the front of the ship. Placing his axe hand above his eyes to block the sun, he spots a brightly colored ship with several tents on the deck. On its flag is a Jolly Roger sporting a bright red nose. Why is there a floating circus way out here? Circus? Lounging on a chair, Kuro carefully examines his claw gloves. He had purchased a replacement glove during their short stop in Logatown and was eager to try it out. Sounds like that idiot Buddy or whatever his name is. Reaching down and grabbing hold of the gear shift lever with his left hand, Don Krieg slowly pushes it forward, causing the ship to increase in speed. Who cares? With a marine craft, we'll cut right through them. "Hang on," shouts Morgan as he spots something flying above the ship. Jolly Roger. They're waving the white flag. I don't think they mean us any harm. Hey. Yeah, right. Continuing to push forward on the lever, Don Krieg uses his right hand to hold the steering wheel in place. I pulled that con 100 times. Probably want us to stop so they can kill us and take our ship. Idiot. Rolling his eyes, Kuro rises to his feet. In an instant he vanishes and reappears behind Don Krieg. Bladed fingers pressed against the man's back. Buggy is too much of a dullard for a plan like that. I say we take them out the old-fashioned way. Steal whatever loot they have and leave their ship as a warning to anybody trying to follow us that we mean business. Grr. Don Krieg's lip curls into a scowl, but he complies, pulling back the throttle and causing the ship to slow down. At this point, they are close enough that he can make out the faces of the pirates running across the deck. It's a stupid idea, but it beats ending up dead. As the approaching ship slows to a near stop and carefully maneuvers beside his much larger craft, Buggy saunters toward the railing. Several crewmates fetch a red carpet that they roll out between him and his destination. Ah, how good it is to be me. Stepping on the carpet, he feels compelled to wave to either side at his adoring crew. Oh my. Such an honor. The pirates begin clapping and cheering as he approaches the rail. Feigning humility, he motions for them to stop. Really, it's just too much. Arriving at long last, he rests his elbows on the rail and leans over the side. From behind, two pirates carefully drape a robe across his shoulders. Lifting his right hand to his mouth, he calls out, "What might you gentlemen be up to on such a fine day?" "We thought we'd rob," Don Krieg starts to say before Kuro elbows him in the gut. He turns to the gaunt man, anger in his eyes, and is met with a cold stare. Swallowing hard, he adjusts course. "I mean, we heard about you," and, furrowing his brows, he tries to think of a plausible explanation. Wanted to see if the rumors were true. Imbecile. Rolling his eyes, Kuro subtly stomps on Don Krieg's foot. "If I want it done right, I'll have to do it myself." Clearing his throat, he carefully aims his fingers into the air and using his palm adjusts his glasses. "What my companion was trying to say was that we would love a chance to parlay and maybe trade goods with you fine gentlemen." "Parlay, eh?" A smile spreads across Buggy's face at the man's words. They must be afraid to have invoked such a sacred code of piracy. He snaps his fingers and a ladder is thrown over the side of the ship. The end lands on the deck of the marine vessel. "I suppose that can be arranged." Glancing at one another, the three pirates nod and begin carefully climbing the ladder, taking care not to damage it with their weapons as they ascend to the clown pirate ship. Reaching the top, they notice that Buggy is nowhere to be found. "Where is your captain?" asks Kuro to a strange-looking man riding a unicycle. Not bothering to stop, Kabaji points to the upper deck. "He's up there. Better hurry." He cycles away from the small group, easily scaling the stairs before stopping behind his captain. The trio looks up where the unicyclist had pointed and sees Buggy launching on what appears to be a throne, taking a bite from an apple. "There are more pirates on this crew than I imagined," Morgan says, a hint of concern as he scans the deck. "There are easily over 100 pirates, and from the lights and noise coming from the cabins on either side, many more are hidden within the ship. Are you sure this is a good plan, Kuro?" "Of course it is. All of my plans are good plans. I'm Captain Kuro of 100 plans. Just shut up and follow me," Kuro says as he sets out confidently toward the stairs to meet with Buggy. "Who's the captain of this group? They seem like equals, but that can't be right." Buggy studies the trio as they approach with morbid fascination. Behind him, Mr. Six and Miss Mother's Day casually stand with the crewmate chief, and on his other side Kabda and Moji sitting atop Richie. They were an intimidating sight. As the three get close, Buggy tosses the half-finished apple he had been chewing over his shoulder and rises to his feet. "Welcome to the big top. We have a lot in common, so before we make a trade deal I thought we'd have a flashy talk. I don't like the look of any of these people. One of them even looks like a younger version of Iron Mace Alvida. To stand a chance I need to do something fast." Kuro waits until Buggy finishes talking before suddenly darting forward. He slashes his finger blades at the pirate's stomach. "What?" With a groan, Buggy clutches his stomach. Hiding a smile as he lowers his chin to his chest, he feigns pain. He tightens his grip on the imaginary wounds on his stomach. He slowly looks up, a grin on his face. "Done absolutely nothing." Releasing his grip on his stomach, he reveals that his body has separated where the blades attempted to slice him, and he quickly snaps the pieces together. With a devilish sneer, he snaps his fingers. "Guess we're doing this the hard way." Placing her hands together, Miss Mother's Day makes a diamond with her fingertips and aims it at Mr. Six. Spotlight. A beam of light erupts from her hands and every eye is drawn to Mr. Six. Pulling a wand from a pocket in his robe, Mr. Six brings it in front of himself. He waves the wand back and forth while speaking. "Thank you, Miss Mother's Day. Isn't that such a wonderful trick, everyone?" Everyone on the ship, now firmly under Mr. Six's control, nods emphatically along with his words. "That's what I thought. Would somebody be so kind as to bring our new guest something to sit on?" Several pirates scatter before 3 seats are set down behind the men. Nodding to himself, Mr. Six gently taps his chin with the wand, eyeing the trio with suspicion. "Perfect. You three, please have a seat." Don Krieg, Kuro and Morgan obediently drop into the seats. Looks of profound joy etched on their faces as they follow the magician's command. Spotting a length of rope behind them, he says calmly, "Alvida and Kabaji, would the two of you mind securing our friends to their chairs?" "Gladly," they say in unison as they take the rope and quickly bind the three men to their seats. "Excellent." With a flourish, Mr. Six places the wand back into his robe, breaking his control over the others. "Geez." Holding his head, Buggy turns to Mr. Six. "When did he learn to do that?" He raises his eyebrow. "Did I teach you that trick?" "Sure," replies Mr. Six in a calm voice as he moves back into position behind the clown. "Glad you're on our side." Shifting his attention back to the newcomers, Buggy's mouth cracks into an evil grin. "As I was saying, I believe we have something in common." The trio struggle against their rope before eventually resigning to their fate and looking with irritation at the clown pirate. "I suppose I should explain." Turning away from them, Buggy walks back to his throne and in a flourish sits down on it. Tossing his legs over the armrest, he stretches, feeling the satisfying pop as the muscles in his back untense. Rolling his head to the side, he gives the trio a goofy grin. Who here has heard of Monkey D. Luffy? Glancing first at Morgan and then at Don Krieg, Kuro decides to answer for the group. "We all have. He's the reason we got tossed in prison in the first place. If not for my brilliant escape plan, we'd be on our way to impel down right now." "Good." Another apple is delivered to his hand and Buggy takes a big bite before continuing. "I think we all agree that Twerp and his idiot crew need to be taught a lesson." His crew nods along with his words and he takes another bite of the apple. Taking his time savoring the flavor, he swallows it down before continuing. "I think we can work together. Just like how Alvida and I met. I remember it like it was yesterday. There I was, the bravest pirate in the East Blue, reduced to feet, hands and a head. I could barely move, without limbs and a torso, but due to my bravery I persisted. Unfortunately, Straw Hat had stolen my body parts. He told me that he planned on selling them on the black market as meat. How disgusting. As I waddled through the forest, I came across a beautiful woman. More beautiful than any I had ever seen. Unfortunately, as we all know, I was married to the sea. Despite her begging, I had to turn down her marriage proposal so that I could reunite my body and pursue my true passions. We spent the evening together and talked late into the night. Eventually, I fell asleep and much to my horror upon waking I found that the woman had left along with the few pieces of treasure I had managed to save from the treacherous Luffy. Luckily she left an easy-to-follow set of footprints behind. I tracked her the next day and eventually caught up at a small campsite deep in the forest. But it wasn't just her that I caught up with, the rest of my crew was there with her. The ungrateful bastards didn't even notice that the jewelry the woman he brought them was mine. One of the pirates pulls out a handkerchief and blows his nose as tears run down his cheeks. Several of the other crewmates are also crying as they reflect on the night. When I was sure I had their attention, I shouted, "What are you traitors doing, dear Kabaji?" My most loyal crewmate was at my side in an instant. He raised me high into the air, which I'll admit now was a bit frightening when I was only a foot tall. They cried tears of both sorrow and joy upon seeing me and begged for my forgiveness. I demanded to know who the mysterious woman was that they had traded me for. To her credit, she was very forthcoming. In a warm voice, she told me, "My name is Alvida of the Alvida Pirates. I was defeated by the crooked and deceitful Monkey D. Luffy. He even convinced one of my most loyal crewmates, Kobe, to leave me. I'd like nothing more than to see him burn for his treachery. It was there that we formed this mighty crew, vowing that we would do everything in our power to bring an end to Luffy's villainy once and for all." Raising his hands to either side, Buggy closes his eyes and tilts his head up so that the sun's rays bounce off his freshly painted face. He takes a deep breath, soaking in the moment before lowering his head and opening his eyes. Eyes dark and serious, he says in a cold tone, "So, are the three of you willing to join our cause, or do you want a one-way trip down to Davy Jones' locker?" The pirates around him snicker before leaning toward the trio waiting for their answer. "Well, when you put it that way," Kuro's eyes dart around the deck, taking note of the size and strength of Buggy's crew. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?" His lips form a tight smile. "I guess we're in, isn't that right?" Nodding together, Axe Hand Morgan and Don Krieg say in unison, "Aye, we're in." "Good, good." Buggy snaps his fingers and Kabaji cycles forward. He wheels around behind the chairs. Withdrawing his blade, he slashes through the ropes binding all three with a single blow. Pulling their hands free, the pirates attempt to restore circulation. So shaking out his wrist, Axe-Hand Morgan thinks back on the name of Buggy's crew. What do you call yourselves? With this many former captains aboard, I don't think Buggy pirates suit us. Good question. Pressing his index finger against his lip, Buggy thinks for a moment. Suddenly a thought occurs to him and he grins. I've got it, we're a bit eccentric like a carnival or a circle, so let's make our eccentricity official. I hereby flashily rename the Buggy Pirate as the High Top Pirates. And as our first mission, I say we set up an ambush for the Straw Hats. The crew lets out a loud cheer before scrambling across the deck to ready the ships. Several of the former marine vessel while still rappelling down onto the former Baroque works ships. Following the guidance in their log poses, the fleet begins making their way toward the island of Little Garden, high top ship, main deck. Yahahahahaha. Judge, you flashy bastard, when will you ever learn? Legs draped over the armrest of his chair, Buggy lounged in his seat, a comic held high above his head as he enjoyed the latest adventures by the notorious Germa 66. His ego was still fragile after the humiliating defeat he had suffered at the hands of the Straw Hats on Little Garden. He took solace in the collection of graphic novels that had been donated by Mr. 3 upon boarding his ship. In this context, donated is a fancy term for taken by force as tribute to the greatest pirate on the planet. Approaching footsteps drew the captain's attention. Glancing over the top of the comic, he tersely asked, "What?" "Captain, we were wondering," Moji mutters, eyes glued to the ground as he kicks his feet nervously. Shoving the large man aside, Kabaji continues, "What he means is, the men are feeling down. We could use one of your stories for inspiration, ya know?" "Well, why didn't you say so earlier?" Buggy replies, a smile spreading across his lips as he twists in the chair, allowing his feet to drop loudly to the deck. Leaping to his feet, he lets the comic drop unceremoniously onto the pile of discarded and moldy apples that had accumulated around his chair. Days ago, he had declared that cleaning was beneath his crew, and despite the lingering smell, he was adamant that his mind would not be changed. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he shouts, gather round, it's time for some stories." Several of the newer members on the crew, including Mr. 5 and his partner, Miss Valentine, shared confused looks before shrugging their shoulders and joining the others gathering around the strange clown. Waving his hands until the surrounding crowd is large enough for his liking, Buggy leaps backward onto his chair. Spreading his arms out to either side, he asks, "Have I ever told you the story of how I founded this crew?" There is light murmuring before one of the braver pirates responds in the negative. Lips splitting even wider, Buggy declares, "Then that settles it, it's time for you all to learn a bit about our history." Dropping his gaze, he spots Kabaji still standing awkwardly beside the chair. The acrobat'll make a great victim, a great subject, for this first story. Teeth glinting in the sunlight, Buggy narrows his eyes slightly as he retains his focus on the swordsman. Chest swelling, he shouts, "It all started many years ago, when Kabaji was but a small boy. Mirror Ball Island, 20 years ago. Carnival music filled the air as jugglers and clowns ran around the exterior of the massive tent. A man swallowing fire waved guests toward the large entrance, where a bored-looking teenager was taking tickets. The inside of the tent was bursting with energy as a young Buggy, with a sharp goatee, waltzed through the front door. Half a dozen women clung to his arms, making each step a chore, but he managed eventually to make his way to the assigned seat. "Here's some belly. Get yourself something nice, dollface," Buggy said with a wink as he tossed a coin to the most attractive of his adoring fans. As soon as she departed, the lights went out, and a spotlight appeared, illuminating a scrawny man who had no business running a carnival of his own. Pointing his thumb, he whispers, "Who is this guy?" to a chorus of laughter. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls," the man squeaked, to a torrent of laughter that filled the tent. Once the noise had settled, he continued in his weak voice, "I present the Flying Yusei." The spotlight over the ringtop leader thankfully goes out, replaced by one at the trapeze platform. A young man and woman stood confidently beside the flybar, waving at the audience, before leaping gracefully onto it. Everything seemed to be going fine until one of the cables near the roof snapped, sending the pair plummeting to the ground. A moment later, the lights came on, and medical personnel swarmed the tent. Guests were escorted out, but Buggy remained behind, his eyes fixed on a young boy, who couldn't have been older than 5, crying beside the pair. Rising to his feet, Buggy called out, "Young boy, do not be afraid, for I, the great and mighty Buggy the Clown, will take you in." In a moment, the young man's tears dried up, and with a look of joy, he rushed over to Buggy and hugged him tightly. That young boy's name was Kabaji, and from that moment on, the two were inseparable, going everywhere together. One fateful night, Kabaji woke up before Buggy. While exploring their ship, he discovered a trapdoor leading to a room filled with pirate outfits that Buggy had meticulously curated over the years. He found himself particularly drawn to a red one with a large unicycle symbol on the breast. Unfortunately, in his searching, he had woken up Buggy, who soon joined him in the outfit room. Seeing the boy's joy, he was overcome with fatherly love and decided to dub Kabaji as the unicyclist, his most loyal and faithful sidekick. High top ship, main deck, and since that day, I have known for a fact that I could trust Kabaji with my life, and I with his. Buggy concludes with a dramatic bow. Leaning close to Kabaji, Alvida whispers, "Aren't you only like 5 years younger than Buggy?" Kabaji's head tilts forward in a subtle nod as he plasters a smile on his face and claps alongside the rest of the crew. Too much, too much. I don't need all of this," Buggy exclaims, as he subtly waves his fingers upwards, prompting several members of the crew to holler for another story. Flashing a cheeky grin, he shouts, "I suppose another couldn't hurt." Now let's see, scanning the group, his eyes lock on Moji, and a devilish idea flashes through his mind. "Let's make this one extra spicy." Lifting an inquisitive eyebrow, he asks, "Would any of you like to know how Moji got to be so good with animals?" Multiple hands shoot into the air and wave back and forth, prompting him to proceed. "I suppose I can give away the secret. It started many years ago, back in the Goa Kingdom." Goa Kingdom. 12 years ago, Buggy and Kabaji led several dozen pirates down a dirt path leading to a small town. Riding a unicycle, Kabaji went first, verifying that no one was lying in ambush for their now highly sought-after captain. Once he was certain that the coast was clear, they continued down the path. "It sure is a lovely day, Buggy. I'm so glad that you saved me from a potential life of poverty as an orphan. I would do anything for you," Kabaji crooned as he zigzagged across the path ahead of the captain. Still a young teen, he was bubbling with youthful energy. Suddenly, they hear the shriek nearby. Hurrying to investigate, they discover a young boy, hands held tightly around his bleeding leg. The bite marks appeared to have been left by a lion, and he looked up with tears in his eyes and begged, "Please save me, I am so scared." "Why, of course, young man," Buggy replied gallantly as he scooped the youngster off the ground and handed him over to one of his men to be bandaged. Little did he know that it had not been a creature that had bitten the boy, but a professional animal trainer. Something magical came from our fated meeting, and from that moment on, the young boy had an almost supernatural ability to bend the will of every animal he came across. High top ship, main deck, and that boy grew up to be the man we all know and love today as Moji. That's why I always tell him, with great power comes lots of responsibilities. Buggy concludes with another bout of thunderous applause. "More, more," shouts one of the pirates, which is met with yet another round of applause. Moji quietly mumbles, "None of that is true." His voice is lost in the noise as pirates start stomping their feet and chanting for another story. A roar from the other side of the deck, heavy footsteps against the wooden floor precede Richie as he lumbers toward them. Pointing at the massive lion, Buggy cries out, "How could I have forgotten our most flashy mascot? Let's hear it for Richie." The pirates cheer and resume stomping their feet before he settles them with a wave of his hands. Flashing a smile at Richie, Buggy begins, "The day I met Richie is one I will never forget." Goa Kingdom. 12 years ago, it wasn't long after we had met Moji on the side of the road when we heard a tremendous roar from far up the mountain. Racing to the top, we arrived to see a lion, pinned down by metallic cords wrapped around his paws as sunlight bathed his fur. Each strand of hair glowed brightly, reflecting the sun's rays. We could do nothing but watch and wonder as he grew in size, torso and legs expanding as the cord holding him in place dug into his flesh. But that wasn't all. His long mane, once a majestic gold, darkened as strands of purple hair sprouted from around his collar. The fur changed as well, dyed a sickly green as each eye turned blood red. It was truly a sight to behold. Gone was the tender lion who had undoubtedly saved many orphans from burning buildings and left in its place a ravenous monster whom I had the brilliant inspiration to name Richie. Being the kind of man that I am, I quickly set to work freeing this beast from his imprisonment. High top ship, main deck, we never did find out who had done this terrible thing to our dear animal friend. Some nights, I lie awake, wondering if Richie will ever find justice. Slipping a bottle filled with salt water into his hand from up his sleeve, Buggy casually drips the liquid into the corners of his eyes. Pulling back slightly, he chews on his lips while shaking his head in sorrow. The pirates, once jubilant, are now bawling, tears streaming down their faces as they reach toward Richie, who stares awkwardly at the assembled group before turning around and stomping away. Who's next? Spotting the tightrope walking Funan bros, carrying buckets filled with dried fish toward the kitchen, Buggy stabs his finger at them and shouts, "But of course, we cannot forget these heroes." The crew turns to the trio, who freeze in place as Buggy carries on. It was a warm summer day. Somewhere on the Gecko Islands, 10 years ago. Buggy and his crew had set up camp and were preparing for a relaxing day at the beach when a trio of boys approached. The leader, a gaunt lad wearing a tight beanie, shouted, "Help, sir! We have been kicked out of our village, for they do not accept us. Not only that, but when we were born, our mothers refused to give us names because they were so mad." "My dear children," Buggy cried out, ever the compassionate, kind-hearted, brilliant, attractive gentleman as he gathered the children towards himself, "tell me, why would they do this to kind boys such as yourselves?" "It's because we were born different," replied the fattest member of the trio before swallowing an entire ham in one bite and letting out a loud belch. "We got the skills that pay the bills," followed up with his unnamed red-headed friend. "Well, that isn't right. Show me your skills, boys," Buggy shouted at the trio. The boys nodded as one before scurrying to the top of the tent. Buggy had assembled himself, without any help from the rest of his crew, and grabbed hold of a length of rope, attaching it to the crew's mighty ship. Raising their hands into the air, the trio walked across, legs never wavering, until they had arrived at the other end in the crow's nest. Voice carrying across the beach, without even the need for a den mushi to amplify it, Buggy cried out, "That's incredible. You three are joining our crew. I shall call you the tightrope walking Funan bros from this day forth." High top ship, main deck, alas, the three opted never to receive names of their own, believing that they were better as a group than as individuals. Buggy nods solemnly, a motion repeated by many in the assembled group. "We've told him our names at least 100 times. He could at least admit he forgot." Axel grumbled as he adjusted his grip on the barrel and continued toward the kitchen doors. "Who else haven't I done? Maybe I can do it too fair." Hearing a loud crash, Buggy glances to his side and sees the acrobatic Fuaz arguing with the superhuman Domingos over a pile of broken glass. Perfect finale. Lifting his hand into the air, he waves it toward the 7 men and shouts, "For our grand finale, I will tell the tale of the superhuman Domingos and the acrobatic Fuaz." The crew let out a loud cheer, and he paused to let the sound fill the air before continuing. It was a dark and stormy night. Goat Islands, 7 years ago lifted into the air by his adoring crew, Buggy graciously allows the rain to hit him, protecting the poor souls below from suffering the indignity of getting wet. Suddenly, they hear a loud crash nearby. Leaping to his feet, Buggy raced across his crewmates' hands before lunging into the air. Lightning crackled around him, carefully avoiding the glorious pirate and his crew while igniting several nearby trees. As his feet hit the ground, he took off at a sprint, having landed perfectly and not needing even a moment to recover. The rest of his crew, lacking his natural speed, struggled to keep up with their light-footed and graceful captain. "What is this?" Buggy exclaimed as he reached a clearing. Before him were the ruins of a pirate ship, but not one he had ever seen the likes of. Strange gears and other objects alien to this world hung from either side, and in the center of the wreckage, wrapped in identical cloth bundles, were 3 infants. But they were no ordinary infants. Despite their young age, these children were the size of grown adults, and their wails were loud enough to shake the very heavens. Coming close, Buggy easily lifted the trio, a Herculean task that would have been impossible for any other man. Looking at the babies, he declared, "The superhuman Domingos." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the infants' tears stopped, and they squealed with joy. But our hero had little time for celebration as another loud crack from nearby caught Buggy's attention. 4 villagers, completely ordinary and honestly very boring men, had dragged a device to the middle of the field. An identical device stood opposite them, and unnoticed by the quartet, a trampoline had fallen through the door and was resting inside. As the quartet made their way into the machine, Buggy tried to shout a warning, but it was too late. Both machines glowed bright before another loud crack was heard, and smoke began to emanate. Tumbling from the machine, the trio could not help but do cartwheels across the grass as they had been bonded to the trampoline and were now filled with the essence of gymnastic superstars. The acrobatic fools. "Welcome to our crew," Buggy shouted as tears of joy mixed with the rain that ran down his face. "And that is the origin story of my oldest companions," Buggy shouts, lifting his hands upward as the sun radiated down on him. There is a moment of awed silence before the surrounding pirates erupt into cheers. As the crew begins to chant Buggy's name and dance with one another, he slowly slides back into his chair. Snagging the edge of his abandoned comic, he quickly flips back to the page he had left off on while smiling to himself. That should keep those morons busy for another couple of hours.